Mystic Fist. Chapter 1543. Everyone on Princess Katie's side was shocked. The person you found is not bad. Princess Kaidai revealed a rare smile. To be honest, I didn't know he was so powerful. Chuyu was also surprised. Her eyes were filled with shock. Indeed, when she met Lin Xian previously, he only displayed the strength of a two-star king. However, from the looks of it, he wasn't even a two-star king. Even a three-star king was no match for him. In the surroundings, the experts under Princess Kaidai's command were silent. Previously, they were still complaining and mocking Lin Xian, thinking that he was just a figurehead. However, from the looks of it, they were completely wrong. Lin Xian defeated Blood Monk easily without using his real body and only controlling a long sword. They admitted that they were no match for him. On the third prince's side, the atmosphere was extremely solemn. The martial artists under the third prince's command all widened their eyes in disbelief. Meanwhile, Dong Qianshan's face was filled with fear. Luckily, he didn't make a move. Otherwise, he would be the one dead now. Even the third prince's expression was solemn. To be honest, even he didn't expect Blood Monk to be defeated so thoroughly. Instantly, he snorted in displeasure. Humph! What is this trash Blood Monk doing? He's really embarrassing us. Fire Demon said coldly. Then he looked at the third prince. I'll go. His methods are a little strange. I don't feel at ease if I send someone else. All right, go ahead. You must take him down. The third prince's voice was solemn. However, he wasn't too worried. Fire Demon was the third strongest martial artist under his command. He was extremely powerful. In the past, all the experts under Princess Kaidai combined couldn't even defeat Fire Demon. Therefore, the third prince was very relieved to have him take action. However, he still snorted in his heart. He wanted to see who that mysterious martial artist was. How dare he be so arrogant? Moreover, he had already thought it through. After defeating Lin Xian, he would make Lin Xian submit. Otherwise, he would kill Lin Xian, because if he couldn't use such an expert, he wouldn't let anyone else have him. Thinking of this, a cold glint appeared in the third prince's eyes. On the other side, Fire Demon's body swayed, and he appeared high up in the sky. His robe fluttered as he exuded a powerful aura. He was like the god of fire, mighty and extraordinary. What? Fire Demon! Seeing the scene, everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that it would be Fire Demon's turn to make a move so soon. The Fire Demon was different from the Blood Monk. Previously, Monk Shui was only a martial artist ranked 9th. He could be considered an expert. However, in the eyes of the crowd, he was not that famous. However, the Fire Demon was different. He was a super expert and had a great reputation among the younger generation. There was almost no one who didn't know about the pair of fiery demon palms. Thus, when they saw the Fire Demon attack, everyone was extremely shocked. Even Princess Kaidai's side is worried. This was because the number 1 expert on their side had been defeated by the Fire Demon. Therefore, they knew the Fire Demon's strength very well. Oh no, the Fire Demon is attacking. I wonder if that mysterious person can block it. The group of martial artists were worried, but Princess Kaidai also frowned. She asked in a low voice, "What do you think? Can he defeat the Fire Demon?" "I don't know." Chuyu shook his head. "But from the looks of it, even if he can't win, he won't lose too badly." Hearing that, Princess Kaidai nodded slightly. For some reason, she became nervous. This was because she realized that whether she could enter the first echelon this time depended on a mysterious person who had yet to show himself. If it had happened before, she would not have cared. However, it was happening now. In the sky, the Fire Demon's aura was strong. Mystic Fist, he looked around and said coldly, "Kid, I advise you to come out and fight with your real body. Otherwise, you will die a horrible death. My real body is here. Whether you can find it or not will depend on your ability. Lin Xian's voice sounded again. Facing the fire demon, his voice was still calm and fearless. Humph! You don't know what's good for you. Ooh! The fire demon sneered, and then slapped his palm. Suddenly, a fiery red palm appeared in the sky like a glazed flame. Soon, it grabbed the treasure sword that was floating in the sky. Sizzle! Clang! A terrifying heat was emitted like a wave of fire. In an instant, the half-Earth-grade treasure sword was burned into two. What? That's terrifying. Seeing the scene, everyone felt their scalps go numb. That was a half-Earth-grade treasure sword. Although it was not as good as an Earth-grade treasure weapon, it was still a sharp treasure sword. But now, it was actually broken by someone. This scene was simply too shocking. What a terrifying flame. In the crowd, the youth from the Fire Cloud Nation was shocked when he saw this scene. As a fire elemental cultivator, he naturally knew how difficult it was to break a half-Earth-grade treasure sword with just flames. However, the other party had done it so easily. In addition to the other party's strength, he had definitely mastered a very terrifying flame. Not only the Fire Cloud Nation's experts, but even Zhou Tian frowned. Damn it, this guy's flame is even more terrifying than my sky fire. It would be difficult for that guy to defeat him. On the other side, Fatty Luo rubbed his hands. Brother, I bet on you to win. You must hold on for me. On the side, the youth shook his head. Fatty Luo, you are too bold. You actually bet on someone I've never heard of. I dare to bet that you will definitely lose this time. In fact, that was what everyone thought. Almost everyone had bet on the fire demon. The fire demon was too powerful. No matter how strong the mysterious person was, he would not be able to defeat him. Kid, your sword is already broken. Come out. The fire demon sneered, his expression extremely arrogant. In the crowd, Lin Xian also frowned slightly. He did not expect the other party's flame to be so terrifying that it could break a half-Earth-grade treasure sword so easily. Interesting. You are not bad. You are worth my time, Lin Xian said indifferently as he nodded. When this voice rang out, it caused an uproar among the crowd. Even the fire demon's expression darkened. Kid, you have successfully angered me. You better not let me find you. Otherwise, you will die a horrible death. However, what answered him was a fierce attack. The broken sword blossomed with a resplendent light. Then, two shocking streaks of sword chi slashed forward. You are courting death. The fire demon was enraged and waved his palm. At the same time, a fiery red light overflowed into the sky, piercing through the void. As for those sword energies, they were simply too sharp. The sword chi crisscrossed, and the light soared into the sky. The terrifying aura made everyone's heart tremble. With a slash of the sword, the fiery red palm images were all split apart. Chapter 1544. What kind of sword chi is this? It's too terrifying. This person must be a peerless swordsman. Everyone was shocked. The first prince, third prince, Princess Kai Dai, and their subordinates all wore solemn expressions. This was because they discovered that the other party's strength was beyond their expectations. You're courting death. Break for me. The fire demon was furious because that sharp sword chi made him feel extremely uncomfortable. It even made him feel a sense of trepidation. He had only felt this feeling from Jiangnan Tian and Han Li, but he didn't expect that a mysterious martial artist would be able to make him feel this way. He couldn't accept this. This feeling of unease made the fire demon furious. In the next moment, he stretched out his palm, and a resplendent light blossomed. Suddenly, a huge red palm stretched out like a cloud of fire, covering the sky and earth, completely enveloping all of the sword chi. His goal was very simple. He wanted to refine all of the sword chi. Boom! The fiery red palm fell, bringing with it a terrifying temperature. He, the fire demon, was famous for his pair of fire demon palms. His palms were fused with extremely terrifying flames. These flames were even more terrifying than the legendary blue sky flames. Thus, it could be said that there was nothing that could remain intact under his palm. He believed that the other party's sword chi was the same. At this moment, seeing the fire demon use the fire demon palms, everyone was shocked. The martial artists on the third prince's side also nodded continuously. Even some of the older generation figures in the villa were extremely shocked. Many of the older generation experts nodded one after another. They were very optimistic about this fire demon because, with his talent and strength, his future achievements would definitely be limitless. Boom! The terrifying fire demon palms stretched out, bringing with it endless heat waves, directly evaporating the lake below. Not only that, but several cracks were also blasted open in the void. The entire sky violently boiled like a huge boiler, roasting everyone until their faces turned pale. Some of the weaker ones were even directly sent flying by the aftermath of this palm. But fortunately, none of the people present were weak. After the initial cry of alarm, all of them quickly adjusted their defenses and retreated to a safe distance. In the next moment, they looked forward and cried out in alarm, because in the sky, the two streaks of sword chi were rapidly trembling, emitting a resplendent light. Then, they turned into countless streaks of sword light that soared into the sky. That strong aura was too fierce. Even in this heat wave environment, everyone still felt a chill. Humph! Die! The fire demon snorted coldly as all the power in his body surged into his palm again. Suddenly, the fire demon palm released an incomparably bright light. In an instant, it enveloped all the sword lights. Boom! Boom! The terrifying sound of the collision rang out like a clap of thunder, resounding through the world. 10,000 swords chimed in unison, as if they wanted to destroy everything. But in the end, all of the sword chi was still enveloped by the flame demon palm. Not only that, but the entire void was distorted by the heat, and everyone's spiritual energy was evaporated. Ha ha! Brat, your sword chi is gone. Hurry up and come out. Fire demon raised his head and laughed. As for the warriors under the third prince, they all cheered. Great, the fire demon is so strong. That was natural. The fire demon was ranked third. Humph, that brat is still arrogant. He actually dared to look down on the fire demon. Now he knows how powerful I am. What mysterious expert. I think he's just SO. Humph, why isn't there any movement? I guess that brat is definitely scared out of his wits and doesn't dare to come out at all. The third prince's side laughed wildly, while the others were exclaiming. On Princess Katie's side, the atmosphere was solemn. Sure enough, he still lost. No choice. The fire demon is too strong. Several warriors shook their heads and sighed. Princess Katie's expression was also solemn. Are we really going to lose? She had already discovered that the mysterious expert's strength was even more terrifying than the number one expert on her side. But even so, she still could not defeat the fire demon. Was she really unable to enter the first tier? Ha ha ha, Princess Kaidai, don't look forward to it anymore. Do you have anyone else who wants to participate? If not, I'm going to challenge someone else. In the sky, the fire demon's expression was wild. He did not put Princess Katie's side in his eyes at all. The warriors under the third prince also laughed and said, Fire demon, don't waste time. Our opponent is the first prince. That's right. The third prince nodded. He only had one enemy, and that was the first prince. He did not put the others, including Princess Kaidai, in his eyes. All right, the fire demon nodded and prepared to challenge the first prince. But at this moment he frowned. On the third prince's side, the smile on his face instantly froze. The surrounding martial artists were all stunned. This was because a sharp sword light lit up in the sky, shaking the void, as it slashed out from the terrifying fire demon's palm. In the sky, the sea of fire surged and waves of air rolled. A huge crack appeared, which was cut open by the sword chi. Not only that, but there were countless cracks in the crack. The entire sky seemed to have been cut into pieces. What? It rushed out. Everyone was shocked and could not believe it. The third prince's side was even more shocked. This was because a shocking sword light, like a bright divine rainbow, lit up the sky and slashed out from the fire demon's palm. Not only that, the sword light quickly slashed towards the fire demon. The fire demon's expression changed immediately. He did not expect that the opponent's sword chi was still there, and it was so sharp. Could it be that his fire demon's palm had lost its effect? Damn it, how is this possible? The fire demon's expression was very ugly, but now was not the time for him to think too much. This was because the sword chi was still slashing towards him. Clang, 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 bang. Even though the fire demon was extremely powerful, and his fire demon's palm was unparalleled in the world, he still could not fight back against the sword chi. His fire demon's palm was extremely red, and when it collided with the sword chi, there was a sonorous sound of vibration. The entire void trembled rapidly as if it was a painting that kept rolling. This scene stunned everyone. They had never imagined that the fire demon would actually fail. One should know that the fire demon's palm was extremely terrifying and could melt everything. But now it could not shatter the bright sword chi. Buzz. Suddenly, thousands of sword lights flashed in the sky and quickly merged to form a shocking azure dragon that roared in all directions. Finally, a dragon-shaped sword chi spiraled in the void and rushed forward. Oh no! The fire demon's expression changed drastically when he sensed the sword chi. This was because the dragon-shaped sword chi was so terrifying that it made him shudder. He knew that this sword chi could still pose a threat to him. Therefore, he did not hesitate and quickly retreated. Chapter 1545. The dragon-shaped sword chi was too terrifying. It was dazzling and carried a monstrous killing intent. It quickly descended and enveloped him. Get lost! Fire Fiend roared angrily. Immediately, a red domain appeared beside him and quickly formed a huge shield. At the same time, he waved his hands, and the Fire Fiend palms shot into the sky. The palms were bright red and had mysterious patterns on them. They emitted a monstrous aura and slammed into the dragon-shaped sword chi. In the next moment, a shocking explosion occurred, and the entire sky trembled. Endless waves of air surged, drowning everything. However, the dragon-shaped sword chi was too powerful. It directly blasted the Fire Fiend palms away and even cut through Fire Fiend's domain. It slashed Fire Fiend's body. Bang! Fire Fiend was sent flying and crashed into the ground, forming a terrifying crater. Barf! He struggled to get up and spat out a mouthful of blood. His hair was disheveled, and he was in a sorry state. There was a deep sword mark on his body that had almost cut him in half. Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene. They could not believe that Fire Fiend had been defeated and was seriously injured. Fire Fiend! He was ranked third among the third prince's subordinates. Dong Qianshan and Blood Monk could not compare to him at all. It could be said that he was a true powerhouse. But now he had been defeated. He had been struck by the sword chi. Until now, they had not even seen the other party's figure. At this moment, everyone was stunned. The third prince's face was terrifyingly gloomy. He had never thought that this would be the result. The first prince's eyes also flickered. That was because a mysterious powerhouse had appeared out of nowhere, and it was very disadvantageous to them. However, the first prince was happy to see the third prince's ferocious expression. On the other side, Princess Kaidai heaved a sigh of relief. To be honest, this scene had indeed exceeded her expectations. She had never thought that the other party would be able to defeat Fire Fiend. That was a pleasant surprise. Ha 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 ha, brother, you're really strong. However, with your skills, it's a pity that you're under Kaidai. Are you interested in joining my side? Don't worry, I'll definitely give you the best treatment, the first prince said with a smile. Hearing this, Princess Kaidai's face sank. She had never thought that the crown prince would try to poach her in public. At the same time, she was extremely nervous because she could not guarantee whether the other party would agree or not. After all, the first prince's status and strength both surpassed hers. However, Lin Xian shook his head. There's no need for that. I'm not anyone's subordinate, and I won't go over to your side. The only reason I'm taking action this time is to make an exchange with someone else. Apart from that, I also want to see what the strongest fighting force in the younger generation of the Dashuan Empire is like. As he finished speaking, his voice was filled with boundless killing intent. It was extremely sharp, and it shook space to the point terrifying cracks appeared. Indeed, Lin Xian had no interest in the fights between the princes and princesses. The reason why he acted was only because he had made a deal with Chuyu. He helped Princess Kaidai, and Chuyu helped him enter the pill sect, that was all. But now he had another idea, and that was to fight with the strongest of the younger generation in the Dashuan Empire. When the surrounding cultivators heard that, they were extremely shocked. Humph, you want to fight with the strongest prodigy in the Dashuan Empire? You're too arrogant. Kid, I'll take you down. Get out here and die. Angry roars sounded one after another, and most of them were from the third prince's subordinates. Naturally, they were the ones who had lost face after Fire Demon was defeated. Therefore, they gritted their teeth and wanted nothing more than to capture and kill Lin Xian on the spot. I'm just speaking the truth. If you're not convinced, feel free to attack. However, you have no chance of winning. Lin Xian spoke again. You're courting death? Shameless boasting. Immediately, a few cultivators rushed into the sky. Although they did not know where Lin Xian was, there were still a few sword lights floating in the sky. As long as they destroyed those sword lights, Lin Xian would naturally come out. However, they soon regretted their decision. That was because the sword chi in the sky had turned into a mountain and was pressing down on them. It was too terrifying. It was as heavy as a primordial demon mountain. In an instant, all the cultivators were sent flying. Bang, bang, bang. Those few people came quickly, and they flew out even faster. But at this time, Lin Xian's voice sounded out again. Trash don't come. Let the strongest come out and fight. Hearing that, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This was too arrogant to actually challenge the strongest directly. Princess Katie's side was even more shocked. They never thought that this mysterious person was actually so powerful. However, Princess Kaidai revealed a smile, like a fresh flower blooming. She did not care about the other party's attitude. As long as the other party's strength was formidable and could defeat the third prince and eldest prince's subordinates, that way he would have the qualifications to enter the first tier. This was something she had always dreamed of. Now, it was actually really going to be realized, but the third prince and eldest prince frowned. The other party's arrogant attitude made them very displeased, especially the third prince. A hint of icy killing intent appeared in his eyes. The other party's actions were undoubtedly a slap to his face. What he had to do now was to kill the other party to relieve the hatred in his heart. However, in this situation, he would not make a move. He could only send the cultivators under him to fight. So he looked to the side. There, a young man in white sat there with his eyes closed, as if he was meditating. He was too quiet and did not fit in with the surrounding environment. At this moment, the young man in white felt the third prince's gaze and immediately opened his eyes. His pair of starry eyes were incomparably deep, as if they were magical. In this situation, I can only ask you to make a move, the third prince said softly. The third prince's attitude was very humble, At least he did not treat the other party as a subordinate. Okay. The young man in white nodded, then slowly stood up. As he moved, a powerful aura was emitted from his body and spread out in all directions. The expressions of the surrounding powerhouses all changed. Although they were also powerhouses and were usually arrogant, in front of the young man in white they were as obedient as cats. Because no one dared to behave atrociously in front of the young man in white. Not only were the cultivators on the third prince's side shocked, at this moment, everyone in the entire Misty Wave mountain villa held their breaths, because they knew that Jiang Nantian was about to make a move. In the Dashuan Empire, there was no one who did not know Jiang Nantian. It was because he was too dazzling. At the age of 25, his cultivation had reached the middle stage of a 3-star king, and his strength was incomparably terrifying. Countless seniors were no match for him. He was like a dazzling star that everyone could only look up to. Chapter 1546. Jiang Nantian's figure fluttered like a bolt of white lightning as he arrived in the sky. But at that moment, another figure quickly flew over. Jiang Nantian frowned when he saw this figure. The others were shocked once more. Han Li. That's right, this figure was Han Li. He was a peerless genius on par with Jiang Nantian. However, Jiang Nantian was the #1 expert under the third prince, while Han Li was the #1 expert under the first prince. No one expected that even he would make a move now. Could it be that the mysterious person was truly so powerful? You want to make a move? Jiang Nantian asked with a frown. Of course. Didn't you hear? He's challenging the strongest genius. Of course, he's talking about me. It was clear that Han Li was the strongest genius and Jiang Nantian wasn't. What do you mean? Are you saying I'm inferior to you? Jiang Nantian's voice was ice cold as he emitted a powerful aura. Of course you're inferior to me. Han Li sneered, and his body also emitted a biting cold aura. The two auras collided in the air with a thunderous sound that shook the void. This kind of collision was too terrifying. Just the shock waves alone sent many people flying. Everyone hurriedly retreated and looked at the sky nervously. Could it be that the two were going to fight ahead of time? Indeed, the two were extremely famous, and their strength was comparable. It could be said that they were a pair of peerless geniuses. However, they had both won and lost in their battles. They hadn't truly shown who was more powerful. Thus, when they heard that Lin Xian was going to challenge the strongest person, both of them stepped forward to challenge him. But now it seemed that the two would likely fight ahead of time to determine the victor. Everyone was looking forward to it. But at that moment, Lin Xian's voice sounded out once more. No need to be so troublesome. You two can come one at a time. No one can escape. His voice was calm, but it carried an unquestionable domineering aura. One at a time. No one can escape? Do you think they're cabbages? They're peerless geniuses. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. In the sky, Jiang Nantian and Han Li were also stunned. What an arrogant fellow. Jiang Nantian frowned. Han Li faced the sky and laughed. Good, good, good. Brat, it's been a long time since you dared to speak to me like this. I want to see what skill you have. He snorted coldly and was about to attack. However, this time, Jiang Nantian stopped him. I came out first, so naturally I should make the first move. Humph, you dare to stop me? Han Li was enraged, and his aura suddenly erupted like a torrential flood, instantly enveloping the surrounding area. Then he clenched his fist and punched out. In an instant, all the sword rays in the sky exploded. Brat, get out here. This voice contained a biting cold, killing intent, causing many people to bleed from their ears and tremble. Since you want to be the first to die, I'll fulfill your wish, Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Then, with a flash, he appeared in the sky. What? It has appeared. At that moment, Everyone raised their heads to look at the sky. Their expressions were filled with shock. They did not expect that the mysterious man would finally appear. Brother, I knew you were here. Fatty Luo looked at the sky and grinned. What? It's really him. Zhou Tian, Han Kuan, Jade Beauty, Bai Yuran, and the others looked at the figure in shock. They did not expect that the mysterious man was the young man they had met at the Fengyue brothel. Zhou Tian's heart beat wildly. He was extremely shocked. At that time, he had recklessly attacked the other party. He did not expect the other party to be so powerful. Fortunately, the other party did not kill her. Otherwise, she would have been dead. As for Jade Beauty and Bai Yuran, their faces were flushed and their eyes were filled with adoration. On the other side, Chu Yu also heaved a sigh of relief. She slowly said, Princess, it's him. It's him? Princess Kaidai looked at the figure in the sky with a shocked expression. To be honest, she was too shocked. She did not expect that Chu Yu would help her find such a powerful martial artist who could even contend with Zhang Nantian and Han Li. The third prince, the eldest prince, and the surrounding experts all looked at the sky with grave expressions. At that moment, Lin Xian became the center of attention. Zhang Nantian and Han Li also stared at Lin Xian. Among them, Han Li coldly asked, You are the mysterious man who attacked before? That's right, it's me. Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back. Humph. It seems that's all there is to it. Let me see what qualifications you have to be so arrogant. With that said, Han Li clenched his fist again and punched. This punch was extremely terrifying. It was as if a mountain was trembling in the air. It directly shattered the void and arrived in front of Lin Xian. Clang! Lin Xian also clenched his fist and punched out to meet Han Li's attack. Suddenly, the two fists collided with a heaven-shaking sound. Terrifying cracks spread in all directions. The two did not use any divine abilities. It was a pure contest of strength. This attack was evenly matched. Everyone was shocked. They did not expect that the mysterious youth would be able to contend against Han Li. Han Li was also surprised. Good. I didn't expect you to have some strength. Take another punch from me. With that said, he punched out again. At the side, Zhang Nantian saw this scene and shook his head with a sigh. He knew that once Han Li attacked, it was impossible for him to stop unless victory was decided. But he did not want to take advantage of Han Li's precarious situation and fight 2 against 1. His figure blurred, and he came down again. Suddenly, only Han Li and Lin Xian were left in the sky. Lin Xian let out a long roar, and his body flickered with light. Countless strands of sword qi burst out from his body and soared into the sky. At that moment, he was like a powerful sword god floating in the sky. Kill. He formed an incantation gesture with his hand and pushed it forward. Suddenly, a huge Qiong Qi appeared in the sky and roared as it charged forward. Boom! The two exchanged blows, shaking heaven and earth. It was as if two gods were fighting, and a terrifying aura spread out in all directions. Fortunately, the Misty Wave Mountain Villa was an ancient ruin and had powerful defensive formations. Otherwise, it would have been razed to the ground. Han Li used a mid-grade, earth-grade martial art, the Heavenly Wind Fist, with terrifying might. As for Lin Xian, he used the 9 Heavens transformations. One demon beast after another flew out from his fingers to meet Han Li's attack. These were 2 types of ultimate arts. They were extremely terrifying and directly caused the entire void to explode. After several tens of exchanges, Han Li suddenly let out a long roar. I originally thought you had some strength, but it seems you're only SOL. Since that's the case, let's end this battle. Die. He sneered and waved his hand. Suddenly, countless streaks of purple light soared into the sky and quickly covered it. Purple Devil Purgatory. Seal all directions. Chapter 1547. A huge purple vortex appeared in the sky. Terrifying energy roared like a myriad of beasts, shocking everyone. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was surrounded by countless purple lights and sealed in a special space. The space was translucent, allowing everyone to clearly see what was happening inside. Countless streaks of purple energy roared like angry dragons and quickly blasted towards Lin Xian, wanting to blast him apart. Not good. This is the Purple Devil Purgatory, one of Han Li's consummate abilities. That's right. I heard that he used this Purple Devil Purgatory to kill many peerless geniuses. Even the older generation couldn't break it. It's over. I'm afraid that Lin Xian won't be able to break it either. The scene in the sky caused everyone's expression to change, especially Jade Beauty, Bai Yuran, and the others below. They looked anxious. Although they weren't cultivators of the Dashuan Empire, they had heard of the Purple Devil Purgatory. It was easy to imagine how terrifying this ability was. On the other side, Princess Kaidai, Chu Yu, and the others wore grave expressions. They didn't expect that Han Li would be able to use such a terrifying martial art so quickly. Jiang Nantian's eyes flickered. He had fought with Han Li many times, and naturally knew how terrifying the Purple Devil Purgatory was. Apart from him, very few people could escape. I wonder if he can escape, or will it end here? The Crown Prince and the others all laughed. Ha ha ha! What mysterious expert! He has no chance of victory against Han Li. That's right. Although that brat's skills are decent, he can't contend against a top genius like Han Li. This battle is over. Many people sneered. They believed that Lin Xian had no hope of escaping. In the sky, the Purple Devil Purgatory, a translucent purple space, floated in the air. Violent energy surged within it, and Lin Xian bore the brunt of it. However, Lin Xian didn't appear to be anxious. He appeared to be quite calm. In the next moment, his eyes focused, and he coldly shouted. Then he clenched his hand and grabbed at the air. Suddenly, a black devil's sword quickly appeared. This sword was completely black and had demonic patterns on it. It emitted a mysterious and terrifying aura. 9 Hell Devil's sword. With a slash of the sword light soared into the sky. The entire demonic sword emitted an incomparably terrifying energy. Boom! In the next moment, the black sword radiance flashed and slashed violently on the Purple Demon Purgatory. Immediately, a cracking sound was heard. The entire void began to tremble violently. Pung! In the next moment, an astonishing explosion was heard. The terrifying Purple Demon Purgatory was actually split into 2 by the sword strike. Lin Xian, on the other hand, turned into a beam of light and dashed out at high speed. What? It was broken. How is this possible? Everyone was shocked, not daring to believe this. The experts on the First Prince's side opened their mouths wide, and their minds went blank. That was the Purple Devil Purgatory, an extremely powerful secret technique that Han Li possessed. In the past, many genius martial artists and even older generation figures had fallen under this move, but now it was actually split apart by a sword. Even Han Li's pupils abruptly contracted, and he wore an expression of extreme shock. He refused to believe that his opponent would be able to breach his Purple Demon Purgatory so easily. Damn it, how is this possible? How did he do it? However, the only answer he received was a shocking sword radiance. The Black 9 Darkness Devil sword was like a black mountain. It was incomparably terrifying as it ruthlessly smashed towards Han Li Prung. In the next moment, Han Li was forced back. What? He was forced back. Everyone cried out in alarm, not daring to believe their eyes. The incomparably powerful Han Li had actually been forced back This was truly too shocking. At this moment, everyone in the Misty Wave Mountain Manor was extremely shocked. "Ah, brat, I'm going to kill you." After being forced back by a single sword strike, Han Li was incomparably crazed. He hadn't anticipated that his opponent would be so powerful, so he had been careless and had been forced back. This was intolerable. At this moment, he was completely enraged. Han Li floated in the air and stopped his retreat. His purple robes quickly fluttered, and he emitted an incomparably terrifying aura. That pair of ice-cold eyes had turned into a purple light. There were also mysterious talisman characters flickering around him. His gaze was as sharp as a sword, directly piercing through space. Those familiar with him knew that at this moment, Han Li was truly enraged. Many of the cultivators on the eldest prince's side felt their hearts wildly pound. It's over. It's been a long time since I've seen Han Li like this. The last time I saw him like this was during his battle with Jiang Nantian. That's right. When Han Li goes berserk, no one can stop him. Only Jiang Nantian could resist him. Apart from him, no one else had any chance of survival. When the eldest prince saw this, he let out a sigh. Previously, he had wanted Han Li to subdue him and take him in as a subordinate. But now, it seemed that this was impossible. This was because once Han Li went berserk, his opponent would definitely die. The spectating cultivators were also shocked. At this moment, Han Li was like a fiend god. They didn't dare to look directly at him. Bright monarch palm. In the sky, Han Li furiously roared and struck out with his palm. Suddenly, the sky boiled. A gigantic purple palm was formed rapidly, like a tidal wave. It swept towards Lin Xian at high speed. Lin Xian's gaze was also resolute. He grasped the 9 Darkness Devil Sword and swung it. Suddenly, a terrifying sword light rushed forward. The 9 Darkness Devil Sword was incomparably mysterious. He too even guessed that this devil sword might have come from the terrifying underworld realm. It could be imagined that this devil sword was absolutely terrifying. Its grade wouldn't be lower than an Earth-grade treasure. Now that it was in Lin Xian's hands, it was incomparably powerful. Lin Xian's great dragon sword soul possessed fearsome offensive power. Although he was only a 1-star king, his battle prowess wasn't inferior to any 3-star king. Thus, this sword strike was extremely powerful. Pung! The black sword light and the purple palm collided, creating a resounding clang. The entire sky boiled. What? He blocked it again. Seeing that the bright monarch palm was useless, Han Li's expression turned gloomy. He didn't think that his opponent would be so powerful. However, he furiously roared and decided to attack with all his strength. Bright monarch, move! Han Li furiously roared, and purple light brightly shined from his body. In an instant, countless mysterious talisman characters revolved around him. Mysterious, illusory figures appeared on his body. They were incomparably terrifying. In the next moment, his body blurred, and he quickly charged towards Lin Xian like a bolt of purple lightning. Lin Xian's expression didn't change as he waved the 9 Darkness Devil Sword in his hand. The power of 4,000 swords. At this moment, he used the myriad sword art and brandished 4,000 swords. Suddenly, the wind and clouds above changed, for streaks of black lightning quickly formed. Each of the 4 streaks of lightning contained the power of 1,000 swords. It was incomparably terrifying. Chapter 1548. Rumble. The black thunderbolt was like a sword radiance, but it was also like a huge mountain. It quickly descended from the sky and shattered the entire void. In an instant, the sky became a black sea of lightning. The entire void was completely submerged, and Han Li bore the brunt of the endless sea of lightning. What a terrifying scene. When the crowd saw this, their expressions wildly changed. The reason for that was because they were able to clearly sense the berserk power brought forth by the lightning. It was simply too terrifying. When they encountered such power, they had no power to resist at all. Even Jiang Nantian wore a grave expression and his gaze wavered. Within the sea of lightning, Han Li roared towards the sky as his body flickered with purple light. However, his resistance was futile. This lightning was the result of the myriad sword art combined with the power of the great dragon sword soul. It was incomparably powerful. In an instant, the 4 purple demonic shadows he summoned were directly shattered by the sea of lightning. Not only that, but his body was also struck. When the black lightning struck his body, his chi and blood roiled, and he couldn't stand steadily. However, as a peerless genius, he was powerful. He quickly summoned a purple armor to cover his body, resisting the black lightning that filled the sky. However, he was still blasted back continuously. Not only was he forced back, but his chi and blood roiled as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. This time, he suffered another loss in the exchange of blows. When the surrounding cultivators saw this, their expressions greatly changed. They didn't dare to believe their eyes. This was Han Li. He was the most dazzling genius of the Dashuan Empire's younger generation, but now he was actually beaten to the point of vomiting blood. Just how powerful was that youth called Lin Xian? They didn't dare to imagine. At this moment, even Princess Kai Dai, the first prince, the third prince, and the others had extremely grave expressions. Jiang Nantian stood up abruptly. His eyes shone with a terrifying light as he stared at the sky. He had fought with Han Li many times and was well aware of his opponent's strength. Even he wouldn't be able to injure him so easily. Han Li was trembling with anger. His opponent's strength had shocked him greatly, but he couldn't accept that he had been injured. Therefore, in the next moment, he roared angrily again and performed a powerful divine ability martial art. Immovable wisdom monarch. Han Li continuously waved his hand, causing the purple light on his body to become even more dazzling. A purple silhouette formed behind him and emitted a mysterious power. Kill. In the next moment, he roared and quickly charged towards Lin Xian. This time, he was truly enraged. He was determined to kill Lin Xian. 3 heads, 6 arms. When Han Li arrived in front of Lin Xian, Han Li once more, the purple silhouette took a step forward and fused with him. Instantly, 2 more heads and 4 more arms appeared on both sides of him. Han Li's body was extremely strange. With 3 heads and 6 arms, there were no blind spots at all. Furthermore, the 2 arms that were formed were holding sabers, swords, and spears. At this moment, Han Li's aura, Qiongqi, Tianpeng, Dijiang, Zhuyan, Ninein, they were all ancient divine beasts. Although it was only a manifestation of spiritual power, it was as strong as a real divine beast and was extremely powerful. Peng, peng, peng. The 2 forces collided in the air, erupting with resplendent light. The sky boiled as a vast amount of energy surged into the distance. After several tens of moves, Lin Xian suddenly pointed with his left hand. 3 void-shattering fingers quickly flew out in an extremely strange manner. Puff, dong. The void-shattering fingers were traceless and capable of destroying everything. Now that Lin Xian was using it, it was even more unfathomable. 2 of the void-shattering fingers pierced through the 2 purple silhouettes at Han Li's side. As for the third, Han Li dodged it, but even so, it had achieved an extraordinary result. This was because it had broken through Han Li's immovable wisdom monarch. The 3 heads and 6 arms quickly disappeared. Han Li's face was pale. This was because his divine ability had been broken, and he had also suffered a certain amount of backlash. What? It was broken again? Everyone felt their scalps go numb. They didn't dare to believe this. From the beginning of the battle until now, Han Li had been suppressed by his opponent. Every time he used a powerful divine ability, it was quickly broken through by his opponent. It was as if his opponent had a natural advantage over him. They knew that if this happened once, it could be due to luck. But if it happened multiple times, it couldn't be explained by luck. This meant that his opponent was incomparably powerful. It was even possible that his battle prowess surpassed Han Li's. With that thought, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. At that moment, Lin Xian coldly said, "You've already lost. Let's switch." Everyone fell silent. Indeed, Han Li had been sent flying 3 times. This meant that his opponent was extremely powerful. However, they were unable to accept this reality. As for Han Li, he couldn't accept it. He angrily roared, "Don't be so arrogant. I was careless and didn't use my king's domain. Brat, my true techniques are all in my king's domain. Now, I will kill you with my own hands." With that said, he angrily roared. His eyes blossomed with incomparably resplendent light. They were like 2 streaks of light that tore through the sky. "Behold my king's domain, death's door." Along with this voice, purple light quickly flashed from Han Li's body. A purple domain instantly enveloped him. Within the purple domain, purple chi roiled. It was incomparably mysterious. A 10-meter-tall purple gate appeared out of thin air. It floated in the air. The gate was engraved with mysterious veined patterns that emitted an ancient aura. Death's door. When everyone saw this, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. As for the 3rd prince, the eldest prince, and Princess Kai Dai, they suddenly stood up. Their expressions were filled with shock. That's right. Han Li's king's domain was the Death's Door. However, he was normally very powerful and rarely used his king's domain in battle. As a result, they rarely saw it. They didn't expect that they would see it in battle today. The Death's Door was one of the most powerful king's domains in the Dashuan Empire. Princess Kai Dai's expression was grave. She knew that things were troublesome because she was well aware of how terrifying the Death's Door was. The Death's Door was created by a cultivation art. It was extremely famous in the Dashuan Empire. However, it was extremely difficult to cultivate. In the past several thousand years, only 3 or 4 people had successfully cultivated it. Han Li was one of them. On the other side, the 3rd prince frowned. His subordinate Jiang Nantian was extremely powerful. However, he was unable to completely defeat Han Li because of the Death's Door. The eldest prince smiled. Since he used the Death's Door, that brat will definitely not win. Chapter 1549. The Gate of Death was extremely terrifying. It was said that when the gate opened, no one would be able to survive. No one knew what was behind the Gate of Death. However, some said that it could be connected to the underworld or hell. Regardless, there was no doubt that the Gate of Death was extremely frightening. Han Li stood near the Gate of Death with an indifferent expression. "Brat, you should be proud of yourself for forcing me to use this move. However, since you've angered me, you won't be able to survive. Now, go to hell." With that said, he waved his hand and spoke in a deep voice. Death's sound wave. Following Han Li's voice, the purple gate of death blossomed with light. Purple devilish patterns appeared on its surface. The purple demonic runes vibrated rapidly, forming waves of death waves that spread out rapidly. These sound waves were too terrifying. They were tangible and specialized in damaging one's soul. It was extremely strange and impossible to guard against. There were a few unlucky ones in the crowd that were swept by the sound waves and fell to the ground. They weren't injured, but their auras had been completely extinguished. How terrifying! When the others saw this, they all retreated in fear. Fortunately, The majority of the sound waves were madly sweeping towards Lin Xian. Damn, this is a soul attack. That brat Lin definitely won't be able to withstand it. Of course, that brat's battle prowess is already so great. His soul power can't possibly be that outstanding. After all, a person's energy is limited. He can't take on everything. It seems he's finished this time. That's right. I didn't expect Han Li to be so powerful. His gate of death released a wave of death that specialized in destroying souls. I'm afraid there aren't many people who can withstand such an attack. As the crowd discussed this, they nervously looked towards the sky. In the sky, Lin Xian wore a grave expression. Ever since he had come out of the gate of death, he had felt his hair stand on end. Han Li's king's domain was truly too strange. He had never seen it before. However, he possessed the great dragon sword soul. Even in this strange domain, he didn't fear it. Thus, when he saw the other party unleashing the death sound wave that specialized in destroying souls, he immediately harumphed coldly. Others might not have so much energy to cultivate both combat strength and soul force at the same time, but he was different. Previously, after cultivating the sky spill visualization diagram, his soul power had become extremely strong. He was definitely not inferior to a 3-star king. Moreover, the great dragon sword spirit was an offensive saint spell between heaven and earth that could destroy everything. This kind of strength was not only reflected in battle, but also in soul force. It was even enough to destroy those illusory things. Therefore, although this death sound wave was terrifying, and to the majority of martial artists it was a sure kill divine ability ultimate skill. However, it had no effect on him. Dragon King roar. In the next moment, Lin Xian let out a cold shout. His soul force combined with the great dragon sword soul and quickly released a sound wave attack. Roar. This sound wave was extremely terrifying. The Buddha true dragon roared, its voice shaking the heavens and earth. Boom. The Dragon King's roar collided with the death sound wave, producing a violent collision sound. It was as if swords and sabers had clashed against each other, causing countless black cracks to appear in the void. Explode, explode, explode. The sky exploded with a bang, and flickering black holes appeared one after another. Fortunately, they were fighting in the sky. Otherwise, the entire Misty Wave Mountain Manor would have been impacted even with the defensive formation. What? He blocked it. This is impossible. Han Li's expression greatly changed. He didn't dare to imagine that his opponent was actually able to block his death sound wave. One had to know that his death sound wave wasn't an ordinary sound wave. Ordinary sound waves only caused damage to the body. However, his death sound wave not only caused damage to the body, but it also attacked one's soul power. This kind of combined damage was the most terrifying. Ordinary martial artists were completely unable to defend against it. Only if they had a treasure of the soul would they be spared. Jiang Nantian had such a treasure in his hands, which was why he was able to fight him to a draw. As for the others, none of them were a match for him. But now his opponent had also used a sound wave martial art to block his death sound wave. This greatly surprised him. The others were even more shocked and didn't dare to believe it. They originally thought that Lin Xian was dead for sure. No one could resist this sound wave. However, the current situation was beyond their expectations. The other party used a roar to directly block the death sound wave. That terrifying sound even caused their auras to surge and their bodies to nearly split apart. Damn it! What kind of martial art is this? It's actually so terrifying? No way! How can his soul power be so strong? Fuck! Where did this kid appear from? Why is he like a freak? Isn't this combat strength too terrifying? Exclamations sounded one after another. As for Princess Kaidai, Chuyu J Beauty by Yuran, and the others, they all heaved a sigh of relief. The fact that Lin Xian was fine was undoubtedly the best news for them. Buzz buzz. The two sound waves collided and finally disappeared at the same time. The crack in the sky also quickly healed. However, Han Li's expression was extremely ugly. Previously, he had vowed that his opponent was dead for sure. But now his opponent actually broke through his death sound wave. This was intolerable. Since you're done attacking, it's my turn to attack, Lin Xian said coldly. Then he waved his hand, and the dragon sword domain suddenly appeared beside him. Myriad sword art, myriad sword heavenly attraction. Lin Xian once again used the myriad sword art. The dragon sword domain trembled, and countless sword chi quickly surged like sword spirits. Then it soared into the sky. Suddenly, multicolored light filled the sky, and sword chi crisscrossed. The entire sky was completely filled with ruthless sword light. These sword chi were incomparably fast, and all of them blasted on the door of death, erupting into a shocking explosion. Pung pung! This attack was incomparably powerful, and it immediately caused the purple door of death to tremble. Even the light above it became dim. Damn it! Ooh! Seeing that his door of death was damaged, Han Li's face also turned pale. He roared crazily, and his palms quickly changed seals. Door of death, death ray, buzz, ka. Suddenly, the purple door of death shone again. After that, the tightly shut door slowly opened, emitting kacha sounds. An incomparably terrifying aura was emitted from the crack in the door. That aura was too terrifying, and it made people feel despair. The death sound wave previously was only emitted from the door, and the door did not open. And now, the purple door of death had opened. What kind of terrifying energy would it display? No one dared to imagine. Chapter 1550, Death Ray. Along with Han Li's voice, a purple ray of light quickly condensed in the crack of the door and blasted forward. Boom! A purple ray of light instantly tore through the sky like a furious dragon. Wherever it passed, the sky was quickly shattered. What? Everyone felt their scalps go numb, and their expressions were filled with horror. This attack was far too terrifying. It was capable of instantly killing any 3-star monarch. They didn't expect the death ray to possess such terrifying power. Even Lin Xian's pupils shrank abruptly. The purple death ray was extremely sharp and quickly arrived in front of Lin Xian. Lin Xian let out a low shout and activated the dragon sword domain. The dragon sword domain immediately trembled, and countless strands of sword chi quickly condensed, forming 2 wings that quickly enveloped Lin Xian. The 2 wings were completely condensed from sword chi, and when they closed, they covered the sky and protected Lin Xian. Boom! In the next moment, the death ray collided with the sword chi wings and violently clashed. Clouds and mist surged and waves of chi surged. It was as if 2 mountains had collided in the sky, creating a deafening sound. The death ray was extremely terrifying and could kill a 3-star monarch. However, when it collided with the sword chi wings, it lost its effect. Although the entire space shook violently, the death ray wasn't able to break through the 2 azure wings. What? How is this possible? Looking at the scene in front of him, Han Li widened his eyes in disbelief. That was the death ray that he was extremely proud of. It could kill any 3-star monarch, but now it was unable to break through his opponent's defenses. This was simply too unbelievable. Crack! The gigantic wings of sword chi flapped and slowly opened up, revealing the situation inside. Lin Xian's clothes fluttered in the wind, and his expression was calm. He hadn't suffered any injuries. In the next moment, his gaze focused, and his body released an extremely terrifying aura. Then he soared into the sky with the dragon sword domain and charged forward. What? Han Li's pupils contracted, and a sense of fear welled up in his heart. However, he still summoned up his courage and roared, "Doors of death, completely open!" As his voice fell, the spiritual energy in his body burned fiercely, and a terrifying energy ran through his body, because with his current cultivation and strength, he was still unable to completely open the door of death. However, at this moment, he was burning his spiritual energy to stimulate his body's potential. He wanted to open the door of death ahead of time to kill his opponent. The gate of death was incomparably terrifying. It was his strongest move. At this moment, he was willing to use all of his strength to open the gate of death. Ka, ka, ka. Boom. Two deep sounds rang out, and the door of death slowly opened, revealing a pitch-black darkness. No one knew where the door led to, but the energy emitted from it was too terrifying. Even those of the older generation had expressions of despair on their faces. Han Li burned every inch of power within his body, and his entire body erupted with dazzling light. The gates of death were fully opened, emitting a terrifying suction force that instantly enveloped Lin Xian. Then, the devouring power pulled Lin Xian into the door of death. Whoosh! Lin Xian's figure entered the door of death and disappeared. The entire sky regained its clarity once again. It was quiet without a trace of sound. What's going on? What happened? Everyone's eyes widened. That Lin Xian was sucked into the door of death. He really went in? This is the first time I've seen such a strange situation. Everyone was shocked and didn't dare to believe it. Even Princess Kai Dai, the third prince, and the others frowned. Han Li faced the sky and laughed. Ha 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 ha. Brat, no matter how strong you are, you won't be able to come out after entering the door of death. From today onwards, you can go to hell for me. His voice was filled with arrogance and pride. In his opinion, Lin Xian was an extremely powerful enemy. But so, what if he was powerful? Wasn't he still killed by him? What? Entering the door of death is the same as entering hell. That brat won't be able to come back. Rumor has it that the door of death is connected to an incomparably mysterious world. Now, it seems that it is true. Ooh, everyone was discussing spiritedly. They knew that the battle was over. Lin Xian had entered the door of death and wouldn't be able to come out. Seeing this scene, Han Kuan, the Fire Cloud Nation youth, and the other martial artists all sighed. As for Jade Beauty by Yuran and the others, their faces were pale. Princess Kai Dai also sighed, and her eyes seemed to have lost their luster. She was indeed quite sad because Lin Xian's strength could have pushed her to the first tier. But now that he had entered the incomparably mysterious door of death, it was likely that he wouldn't be able to come out in this lifetime. At the side, Jiang Nanshan's expression was solemn as he whispered to himself, "Is it over? He's still lost." It seems that the door of death is indeed incomparably strange. In the sky, Han Li laughed wildly once again. Then he swept his gaze and stared at Jiang Nantian as he coldly shouted, "Jiang Nantian, come up. I'm going to finish you off together." This voice was filled with endless domineering aura. When the surrounding people heard this, their scalps went numb. What? He still wants to fight? This Han Li is too powerful. He just fought the powerful Lin Xian, and now he wants to fight Jiang Nantian? When Jiang Nantian heard this, he slightly shook his head. "No, you just finished a great battle and must have consumed a lot of energy. Why don't we wait for you to recover before we fight?" He decisively refused. In the sky, Han Li tightly frowned. Because he had previously completely opened the door of death, he had burned a lot of spiritual power, so he wanted to take advantage of this power to quickly finish off Jiang Nantian. But he didn't expect that Jiang Nantian wouldn't be fooled and wouldn't fight him. This caused him to feel anxious, because when the power he activated disappeared, he feared that he would enter a period of weakness for a period of time. When that time came, he would be no match for Jiang Nantian. Humph! What? You don't dare to fight? Could it be that you're afraid? Han Li sneered. It doesn't matter. As long as you say that you've lost to me, I won't fight you. However, Jiang Nantian still slightly shook his head. I'm not afraid of you. I just don't want to take advantage of you. Let's fight later. As an expert, he naturally saw Han Li's current state at a glance. If he went up to fight Han Li now, he would undoubtedly be courting death. He wasn't that foolish. Han Li coldly laughed. It's not up to you now. With that said, his figure blurred, and he quickly charged towards Jiang Nantian. Regardless of whether Jiang Nantian was willing or not, he was going to suck him into the door of death. Chapter 1551. Regardless of whether Jiang Nantian was willing or not, he was going to suck him into the door of death. That way, no one would be his match. Everyone was shocked by this scene and couldn't understand. However, they soon came to a realization. They discovered that the door of death in the sky was slowly closing. The terrifying aura was also gradually weakening. It seemed that Han Li had activated the energy, and the time was up. Han Li naturally knew this, so he couldn't help but speed up. But in the next moment, he was stunned. That was because the gate of death behind them had stopped halfway through its closing. There was a large patch of pitch-black darkness in the crack of the door. But in the boundless darkness, a deep sound could be heard. Boom, boom, boom. The sound was very deep, as if someone was beating a drum. What is that sound? Where is it coming from? Could it be that someone is still fighting? Everyone was puzzled. When Han Li looked behind him, his expression greatly changed. Not good. His expression became extremely unsightly because he discovered that the sound was coming from the door of death. But why was there movement coming from the door of death? This kind of abnormal change had never happened before. Could it be that brat? Han Li was bewildered, but apart from this, he had no other explanation. Furthermore, the others seemed to have discovered this scene and began to make guesses. Could it be Lin Xian's movement? It can't be. Didn't they say that the door of death was connected to the netherworld? Once one entered, they would be forever suppressed in hell? How could it come out? But only Lin Xian entered the door of death. If it wasn't him, who else could it be? For a moment, everyone was discussing spiritedly as they carefully looked at the sky. Han Li's gaze was gloomy as he coldly snorted and once again released a terrifying attack, adding it to the door of death and sealing it. Humph, no matter who you are, you won't be able to break through my door of death. Once you enter, you'll stay there forever. He quickly formed hand seals and formed a powerful seal on the door of death that emitted a resplendent light. However, the sound of the collision became more and more intense. At first, it sounded like a drum, but now it sounded like thunder exploding in the sky, causing everyone's scalps to tingle. Boom, pung, crack, crack. Finally, the sound became more and more intense, and finally, a black crack appeared in the sky. Pung. The seal on the gate of death instantly shattered. A huge black hole formed above the death's gate. Then a figure flew out quickly. Lin Xian. It's Lin Xian. What? Did that kid really come out? How is this possible? He actually managed to come out of the door of death. Heavens! Is he still human? Everyone cried out in alarm, not daring to believe it. The figure in the sky was Lin Xian. He and his powerful strength had broken through the energy of the door of death and returned to reality. At this moment, the shadow of an azure dragon appeared beneath his feet. Sword chi flickered on his body. The demonic sword in his hand bloomed with a strange light, and his entire person became extremely sharp. What? It's you? How is that possible? How did you break through my door of death? When Han Li saw him, his expression greatly changed, and his heart was greatly shaken. To tell the truth, he was truly shocked. This was because no one had ever been able to escape from his door of death. Furthermore, he believed that no one had ever been able to escape. But now, someone had truly come out. He didn't dare to believe this scene. In the sky, Lin Xian's gaze was cold. The door of death is truly not bad. It's the most powerful domain I've ever seen. However, it's still unable to trap me. Now, the battle is over. With that said, his body blurred, and he held the 9 underworld devil sword in his hand. He turned into a streak of resplendent, dragon-shaped sword chi and quickly attacked Han Li. This sword strike was truly terrifying. The sword light was like a sea, instantly illuminating the entire sky. He was like a huge dragon as he rampaged through the sky. His aura was tyrannical to the extreme. When he felt this aura, Lin Xian felt his scalp go numb. He didn't hesitate and recalled the door of death to defend himself. Suddenly, a mysterious purple gate appeared in front of him, emitting a strange aura. It was as if it was connected to hell. Boom. In the next moment, the two collided. Light erupted and heaven and earth trembled. The door of death was directly shattered and disappeared into thin air. As for Han Li, he was sent flying and spat out a mouthful of blood. It was unknown how many of his bones had been broken. When everyone saw this scene, they were all stupefied. They didn't expect that the previously incomparably powerful Han Li would actually be defeated. Plop! Han Li's body fiercely fell to the ground and fainted. The surrounding people all sank into deep shock and were speechless. After a long time, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, their eyes filled with shock. The most dazzling of the Dashuan Empire's younger generation, Han Li had actually been defeated, and Lin Xian's valiance caused everyone to be endlessly shocked. This battle wasn't a matter of luck, but a true battle of strength. Han Li's strength was very strong and could suppress the younger generation, but Lin Xian's strength was even stronger. Even Han Li wasn't his match. Ha ha! As expected, he won. I've struck it rich this time. Fatty Luo clapped his hands. He had bet on Lin Xian's victory and would definitely make a fortune. At the side, the gambling youth widened his eyes in disbelief. Damn, this is a truly ferocious person. Fatty Luo, where did you find such a person? His eyes shined, as if he had seen a rare treasure. He won. He really won. Han Kuan, the youth from the Fire Cloud Nation, Jade Beauty by Yuran, and the others all widened their eyes in disbelief. On the other side, Princess Kaidai let out a sigh of relief, and a smile appeared on her exquisite face. Chuyu was also extremely shocked, and then he frowned. Who knew what kind of storm such a person would cause if he entered the pill sect? On the other side, the eldest prince's expression was malevolent. He didn't expect that his strongest subordinate, Han Li, would be defeated. He couldn't accept this. Damn it, how is this possible? Who is he? How could he defeat Han Li? The eldest prince raised his head and looked at the sky, a cold light blossoming from his eyes. Lin Xian, on the other hand, ignored the first prince and looked in another direction. Zhang Nentian, it's your turn. What? He still wants to fight? Hearing this, everyone felt their scalps go numb. They didn't expect that Lin Xian would face Zhang Nentian so quickly. Immediately, everyone became excited again because they wanted to know if Lin Xian could defeat Zhang Nentian again. Zhang Nentian also took a deep breath, and his expression was extremely grave. It was clear that the previous battle had left him extremely shaken. Not only that, but he also discovered that he couldn't block the last move. When he heard his opponent's voice, his expression became even more grave, but in the end, he sighed. Chapter 1552. After saying this, his entire body seemed to have lost its luster. As a peerless genius, he had his own pride. But now he discovered that he couldn't defeat his opponent. Even if he attacked, he would suffer the same fate as Han Li. He would be seriously injured, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Rather than that, he might as well admit defeat. When the surrounding people heard this, their scalps went numb. They didn't dare to believe it. They didn't expect that Jiang Nantian would directly admit defeat. This was even more shocking than Han Li's defeat. One had to know that Jiang Nantian was a peerless genius. Such a person definitely had a stronger self-esteem than ordinary people. But now his opponent actually admitted defeat. This meant that he had absolutely no confidence in front of Lin Shui, perhaps not even the slightest bit. Otherwise, it was absolutely impossible for him to admit defeat. Thinking of this, everyone was extremely shocked. Just how strong was Lin Xian? He directly made a genius of the Dashuan Empire admit defeat. This was definitely something that only happened once in 1,000 years. All right, since it's like this, I won't make things difficult for you. Lin Xian nodded. Then he restrained his aura and quickly floated down. Since the opponent admitted defeat, there was no need for him to fight with him. Moreover, he had already achieved his goal this time. Presumably, Chu Yu would be able to recommend him to enter the Pill sect. Lin Xian didn't go to Princess Kai Dai. Instead, he found a quiet place and sat cross-legged. Next, the competition continued. The martial artists under the various princesses and princes sparred. However, there was no match that was as exciting as Lin Xian and Han Li's dishes. Finally, all the battles ended. Princess Kai Dai got her wish and entered the first echelon. Although the martial arts assembly had ended and the princesses and princes had left, the martial artists didn't leave, because there was still a grand banquet waiting for them. Lin Xian stood up and prepared to leave. However, at this moment, a beautiful maid quickly came in front of him and respectfully said, "Young master, my princess invites you." And Lin Xian nodded slightly. He naturally knew that this was someone sent by Princess Kai Dai. Therefore, he didn't decline and directly followed the other party. In a hall of the Misty Wave Villa, Princess Kai Dai, Chu Yu, and their subordinates were all gathered together. Everyone's face was filled with excitement, especially Princess Kai Dai, who had a smile hanging on her beautiful face. Soon, they saw the beautiful maidservant bringing Lin Xian in. Immediately, everyone stood up. His subordinates were all nervous. After all, Lin Xian was an even more terrifying genius than Han Li. Being together with such a genius, they couldn't help but feel nervous and restrained. Princess Kai Dai smiled and said, "Young Master Lin, please sit." "All right." Lin Xian nodded, then sat down boldly. This time, Kai Dai was able to enter the first group. "Many thanks to young Master Lin's help. It's nothing. I merely made an exchange with Fairy Chu Yu. It's only natural for me to act," Lin Xian said indifferently. He then glanced at Chu Yu and said, "Since I've already done it, I hope you won't forget your promise. Don't worry, I can definitely let you enter the Pill sect. However, it's hard to say what kind of identity you'll have. But with your strength, you should be able to quickly climb up," Chu Yu said. At that moment, Princess Kai Dai asked, "Why does young Master Lin want to join the Pill sect? Why not join my Dashuan Empire? The Rainbow Disc will definitely treat you with the highest respect. In truth, the Dashuan Empire and the Pill sect were equal in strength." This was why she was so confident in keeping Lin Xian. "Many thanks for Princess's good intentions, but I've already decided to join the Pill sect." Lin Xian shook his head and refused. In truth, if it weren't for King Pillfeather's wish, Lin Xian wouldn't have joined the Pill sect. He would have joined a holy land. Thus, he wouldn't join the Dashuan Empire. Seeing Lin Xian refuse so decisively, Princess Kai Dai was disappointed. "However," she said, "men, Bring out the gift I've prepared. Very quickly, a warrior in black armor walked over with a wooden box. The wooden box was a foot tall and had exquisite carvings on it. It was obvious that it was made of high-quality wood. What is this? Everyone was puzzled. Even Lin Xian was curious. Princess Kai-Dai smiled and said, "Open it." When she said that, her eyes shone brightly. Clearly, she was very confident in her gift. When the black-armored martial artist heard the order, he immediately opened the square box. There was a Buddha statue inside. The carvings were vivid and lifelike. However, there were 3 sword scars on the statue. This is? Everyone was shocked. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He wasn't unfamiliar with this gift. He'd seen it before in the Tianmu continent. However, compared to the sword scars now, they paled in comparison. The sword scars on the Buddha statue must have been left by a peerless swordsman. That was because the remnant aura made his heart palpitate. Moreover, not only was the aura sharp, the sword scars seemed to contain a very mysterious energy. At this time, Princess Kai-Dai said, "I paid a great price to collect this Buddha statue. The 3 sword scars on it are very mysterious and ever-changing. If you can understand it, it'll be a great fortune for a swordsman. I've been reluctant to take it out before. Today, I'll give it to young Master Lin." Hearing that, the surrounding warriors sucked in a breath of cold air. Their eyes were filled with envy. They weren't weak. Naturally, they could feel the mysterious energy contained in the sword scars. It could be said that this was a priceless treasure. However, they could only envy. There was nothing else they could do, because they couldn't get such a treasure. Perhaps if it were someone else, they wouldn't be able to get it either. Perhaps only Lin Xian could make Princess Kai-Dai give such a treasure. As for Lin Xian, he took a deep breath. The reason for that was because those 3 sword scars were extremely useful to him. So in the next moment, he quickly nodded. "In that case, I won't be polite. However, I still won't stay here. But I can help you one more time. No matter what, no matter who the enemy is, I can help you once. But there's only one chance. I hope you'll take it seriously." "Really?" Hearing that, Princess Kai-Dai was excited. "Thank you, young Master Lin." To be honest, she was very disappointed, because even after giving away the Buddha statue, she didn't keep Lin Xian. Chapter 1553. No matter what kind of enemies she faced, Lin Xian would help her at least once. This was a very precious condition. One had to know that Lin Xian was already very strong, and from the looks of it, he was only in his 20s. His future achievements could be said to be limitless. With such a person agreeing to help her, no matter how big of a problem she encountered in the future, he would be able to solve it. Then Kai-Dai would like to thank young Master Lin. "You're welcome." Lin Xian nodded, then put away the Buddha statue. Then he turned to look at Chuyu. Chuyu naturally knew what he meant, so she said, "I might stay here for a few more days. If you have nothing else to do, you can stay here for a few days too. Once we're done here, I'll take you to the pill sect." "All right, in that case, I won't disturb you." Lin Xian stood up. "Xiao Shui, take young Master Lin to the courtyard to rest." The beautiful servant girl from before led Lin Xian away again. In the next few days, Lin Xian stayed in Yamba Mountain Villa. However, he did not attend any banquets. Instead, he went into seclusion to study the 3 sword scars on the Buddha statue. The 3 sword scars were indeed very profound, containing the supreme sword Tao. Even Lin Xian could not fully comprehend them in such a short time. However, with every bit he comprehended, his understanding of the sword Tao deepened greatly. Combined with his past battle experience, he created 3 sword moves based on the 3 sword scars. The first move, Azure Dragon Break. This was a very powerful move. The second move, Underworld Waning Moon Break. This move not only incorporated the power of the sword scars, but also the characteristics of Death's Door. To be more precise, Death's Door had inspired him to use this move. This was because he had been sucked into a very special space by Death's Door. If not for his great dragon sword soul, he would not have been able to return at all. Therefore, he had a lot of understanding of this move. Therefore, the second move used powerful sword energy to shatter the stars and send the enemy into an unknown space for exile. The third move mirrors Stillwater. This was a defensive sword technique that could increase the defense of the dragon sword domain. These three moves were created by Lin Xian by combining his own strength and the comprehension of the three sword scars. They were very suitable. Its power was also extraordinary, and it was definitely not inferior to an Earth-tier martial skill. When he created these three moves, the banquet in the Yamba mountain villa also ended. Because 5 days had passed, the banquet in Chang and would eventually come to an end. And on this day, Chuyu finally came to find him. "Let's go." "All right." Lin Xian did not hesitate in the slightest and directly left Misty Wave Mountain Villa with Chuyu, Sky Martial Continent, War God Palace. At this moment, the Lin family had already integrated into the Palace of Gods of War and started their new lives. As for the Palace of Gods of Ares, other than operating normally, it would also pay attention to the situation in Wanling Valley, because that was where Lin Zhan was in seclusion. On this day, the myriad spirit valleys suddenly shone with incomparable light, like a rainbow shining in the sky. This scene startled everyone in the Palace of Ares. Countless elders rushed over and were very shocked. Could it be that the palace master had come out of seclusion? As expected, the myriad spirit valley slowly opened, and a crack appeared on the defensive array outside. Then, two figures walked out from inside. The person in front was a middle-aged man. He walked with majestic steps, and his gaze was dignified with a righteous aura. He was Lin Zhan, and beside him was a dignified and beautiful middle-aged woman. She was Lin Zhan's wife, and also Lin Xian's mother. Their appearance caused a commotion in the Palace of Gods of War. Not only that, but old Master Lin and the others also rushed over excitedly. Soon, the group was reunited. However, Lin Zhan would not stay for long this time. He quickly arranged a few backup plans and was about to leave the Sky Martial Continent. Two of the most important things were that he had raised old Master Lin and second Uncle Lin's cultivation. It allowed them to enter the Half-Step King realm directly. Moreover, he had left behind a large number of natural treasures to ensure that they could become true kings. Other than that, he had also left behind a clone. He had spent a lot of effort in refining this clone. It was a lot stronger than his previous clone. Its strength was about the same as the heavenly Netherbird. With this clone's protection, no one would be able to touch the Lin family. After doing all this, Lin Zhan brought his wife and left the Sky Martial Continent. With a wave of his hand, a jet-black spirit boat appeared. Then the two of them boarded the spirit boat and turned into a black bolt of lightning as they charged into the endless sea. The alchemy sect was a sect that focused on alchemists. Its status could be said to be one of the top sects besides the Clan of the Ancients and the Peerless Sacred Grounds. Its location was not in the Dashuan Empire, but it was not far away. Of course, it was not far away. Even for kings like Lin Xian and Chuyu, it still took them a total of 7 days to fly. Along the way, Lin Xian looked around at the scenery of the mountains and was shocked. As expected of the eastern wilderness, a true great world. The mountains and rivers here were very magnificent. The mountains were majestic and connected together as if countless huge dragons were lying on the ground. The river surged, and the water surged, producing thunderous sounds. The spiritual chi here was even denser than in the Sky Martial Continent. Of course, not only was the spiritual chi abundant, but there were also many dangers. During this period, Lin Xian had seen more than one king demonic beast. There was even one time that he felt a great pressure. It was an unknown demonic beast. It was very huge. When it spread its wings, it covered the sky like a dark cloud. It had a terrifying and overwhelming aura. Luckily, Lin Xian and Chu Yu were not ordinary people. The two of them hid their auras and hid in the cave below. That was how they managed to escape. According to Chu Yu, this was a very terrifying king demonic beast. If one met it head-on, there was no chance of survival. Of course, this was not the strongest king demonic beast. It was said that some of the peerless king demonic beasts were very terrifying. They could destroy a country with a raise of their hand. That was terrifying. Of course, that kind of terrifying existence usually did not come out. Moreover, on the human side, there were the great sage lands and the clan of the ancients. They would not allow that kind of demonic beast to harm the human world. 7 days later, Chu Yu and Lin Xian arrived near a mountain range. If we continue forward, we will reach the alchemy sect. Chu Yu looked at the majestic mountain range and said with a smile, "Wait in the city at the foot of the mountain. I will go back and arrange for you to enter the sect. However, let me say this first. With my strength, I can only allow you to enter as an ordinary disciple. I can't allow you to enter any higher." Chapter 1554. Ordinary Disciples? Lin Xian's gaze flickered. That's enough. As long as he could enter the pill sect, Lin Xian would be satisfied. After all, he had come with a mission. He didn't know much about King Pillfeather, nor did he know much about the 10,000 Beast Cauldron. The 10,000 Beast Cauldron had only been obtained after King Pillfeather had left the pill sect. So, what had happened to King Pillfeather in the pill sect? Why had he been killed on the Martial Heaven continent? Lin Xian would have to find out all of this himself. Chu Yu flew directly toward the pill sect. As for Lin Xian, he went to a city near the center of the pill sect to wait. Lin Xian transformed into a streak of sword light that shot through the air. However, he was extremely shocked inside. There were hundreds of cities near the pill sect. They were densely packed together. It was like a small country. And this was just the outer region of the pill sect. In the depths of the mountain range, there were palaces and waterfalls. It was a celestial scene. Lin Xian withdrew his aura and quickly landed in a nearby city. He found an inn to rest in. The next day, he received a letter from Chu Yu. The matter had already been settled. Chu Yu had given him two choices. The first was to join the pill sect as a cultivator and be responsible for the sect's safety. His starting position was decent, but his final position wouldn't be too high. The second choice was to join the sect as an alchemist. However, this choice required Lin Xian to undergo a test. He would only be able to join after passing the test. Lin Xian didn't hesitate. He chose the second choice. After all, he wanted to see just how miraculous the pill sect's alchemy techniques were. He was also an alchemist, and he had never stopped cultivating alchemy. At this moment, his alchemy skills had already reached the Grand Master realm. He could refine profound pills that surpassed the 9th rank. Only such profound pills were useful to King realm cultivators. As for pills below the profound pill, even if they were 9th rank pills, they had very little effect on King realm cultivators. Other than the letter, there was also a medallion. It was the one Lin Xian used to enter the pill sect. With the token in hand, Lin Xian left the inn. The alchemy sect was incomparably brilliant. The mountain range was continuous, and one couldn't see the end of it. This was a behemoth. It was a very powerful existence below the clan of the ancients and the peerless holy lands. Ordinary people would not dare to come here and behave atrociously. Of course, for those alchemists who wanted to join the pill sect, there were also special testing places. It was a valley at the foot of the mountain where dozens of palaces had been built. That place was used to test alchemists. When the alchemy sect recruited disciples, what they looked at was not your current strength, but your talent. This was because the level of one's talent determined how far one could go in the future. This was what the pill sect valued the most. Of course, one must have a certain foundation. Moreover, those who could come to this alchemy sect to participate in the test were not ordinary people. However, no matter how extraordinary they were, they didn't dare to be impudent in front of the alchemy grandmaster. At that moment, a lot of people were gathered in the valley. They were all waiting silently. Among these people, there were 7 or 8-year-old children, 15 or 16-year-old youths, and even 20-year-old youths. There were even some elderly people among them. In any case, there were people of all ages. They all harbored a sincere heart and wanted to join the alchemy sect. Lin Xian also arrived in front of the valley. However, he did not stop. Instead, he walked straight inside. This scene immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding martial artists. Many people even started whispering, "Who is this guy? He actually doesn't know the rules and dares to enter directly? Yeah, looks like he should be a hothead. If he goes in like this, he'll definitely be killed directly. That's good too. With one less competitor, my chances of entering the alchemy sect will be a little higher." Sigh. Yeah, every year, there are some hotheads who ignore the alchemy sect's rules and barge indirectly. I remember that some time ago, there was a youth who was hooting here. He even wanted to use force to barge in. In the end, he was sent flying with a punch. The crowd discussed animatedly. Looking at Lin Xian, their eyes were filled with gloating expressions. And at this moment, an icy voice also came from inside the valley. "Halt! Who are you? How dare you be so rude? The alchemy sect is not a place where you can casually enter. If you want to enter the alchemy sect, not only do you have to have talent, you also have to have opportunities. Kneel outside and wait. When your opportunity arrives, someone will naturally let you in." Along with the voice came a figure. This was a young man wearing a robe. His eyes were filled with arrogance, as if he did not care about anyone. There was no helping it. These alchemy sect disciples did indeed have the right to be arrogant. This was because the alchemy sect was a colossus here. It was an absolutely transcendent existence. Even many surrounding countries had to submit to the alchemy sect. Behind the young man in the robe, there were countless figures flashing. Clearly, they were also disciples of the alchemy sect. As long as someone made a move, they would not hesitate to attack and kill. Lin Xian stopped in his tracks. His eyes narrowed. He took out the token and slowly said, "I'm here to participate in the test." The token was very simple. There was the word alchemy carved on it. There was a red glow on the surface, emitting a fiery aura. This was the alchemy sect's token. Outsiders could not fake it. When the young man in the robe saw the token, his body trembled. The arrogance on his face disappeared and was replaced with a hint of seriousness. He carefully took the token and said, "Wait here first. I'll go and report." With that, the young man in the robe entered the valley again. The surrounding people began to whisper. Some of them were even filled with shock. "What's going on? He wasn't killed?" "Yeah, this isn't the alchemy sect style of doing things." "Could it be? What other background does this kid have?" The group of people discussed animatedly. They were very puzzled. However, not long after, the young man in the robe from before came out again. "You must be Lin Xian. Follow me. You have the qualifications to join the alchemy sect. However, we still have to test your aptitude." Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded. Chu, you had already explained this to him. Therefore, he took a step forward and followed the young man in the robe in. What? He went in. He actually went in. When the people behind saw this scene, their eyes widened. Originally, they thought that Lin Xian would be killed. They did not expect that he would be invited in. This was indeed beyond their expectations. Heavens, who is this kid? How could he enter the alchemy sect so easily? Look at the token he took out earlier. It should be the token of the alchemy sect. This kid's background is definitely not simple. Chapter 1555. The valley wasn't large, but it was surrounded by palaces. Furthermore, there were quite a few spirit medicines growing inside. Many of them didn't exist in the Tianmu continent. However, Lin Xian recognized them. This was because he had the inheritance of Wine Lord and King Pillfeather. Thus, he had a very precise grasp of medicinal herbs. There were basically no herbs that he didn't recognize. Soon, he entered a palace. This palace had a total of 6 floors. Each floor was filled with books. Lin Xian glanced at them and found that most of them were books on the Tao of alchemy. There were recipes, identification of medicinal herbs, and medicinal effects. There were also flames, pill furnaces, and so on. In short, almost everything related to pills was here. It could be said that this place was filled with knowledge. Finally, Lin Xian followed the pill-robed youth to the 5th floor. There was a middle-aged man sitting there. At this moment, he was holding an ancient book in his hand and carefully reading it. The book was slightly yellowed, and the pages were somewhat curly. It was obvious that it had been flipped through countless times. However, at this moment, the middle-aged man was holding it in his hand as if it were a treasure. Lin Xian looked ahead and was slightly surprised. This was because the flame aura on this person's body was very strong. It even surpassed the blue sky flames and the mysterious flame in Han Li's hand. There was no need to think about it. The other party should have grasped an extremely terrifying flame. In addition, he also felt an extremely powerful soul power from the other party. Even he was shocked by this soul force. The other party was definitely an alchemist, and a very terrifying one at that. He didn't expect to see such a person as soon as he arrived at the pill sect. "Martial uncle, I've brought him," the pill-robed youth respectfully said. "Yes, I know," the middle-aged man indifferently said. However, he didn't immediately raise his head and continued to read the ancient book in his hand. The pill-robed youth respectfully withdrew, leaving only Lin Xian behind. After a while, the middle-aged man raised his head and closed the ancient book in his hand. With a wave of his hand, the ancient book floated to the side of the bookshelf. Then he picked up the medallion on the table. His eyes flickered as he asked, in a deep voice, "You are Lin Xian?" "Yes." Lin Xian nodded. At this moment, he had already retracted his aura, making him look like an ordinary person. However, there was a very calm expression on his face. "Not bad. To be able to resist my pressure. It seems that your strength is definitely not ordinary. I heard about your situation from Chuyu. To be able to defeat Han Li, his battle prowess is truly astonishing. However, I'm very curious. If you were to enter the other sects, you would probably be treated very well. But why did you enter the pill sects?" At the end of his speech, his gaze became sharp, like 2 sharp swords that wanted to see through Lin Xian. On the other hand, Lin Xian was still as calm as ever. The great dragon sword soul within his body quickly revolved, offsetting this pressure. "Other than being a cultivator, I'm also an alchemist. Naturally, I want to join the alchemy faction and learn more advanced alchemy techniques." An alchemist, the middle-aged man narrowed his eyes. To be honest, he couldn't believe that the other party was actually an alchemist. "Prove it?" Lin Xian nodded slightly. Then his soul power surged out. The middle-aged man was greatly shocked. He didn't expect that the other party's soul power would be so powerful. "Not bad. Most people don't have such a powerful soul. Kid, it seems that your talent is quite good." The middle-aged man nodded and waved his hand. Suddenly, the wall in front of him flickered and quickly opened, revealing a painting. There were 2 yin fishes, one white and one black. They fused together in a very profound manner. "Look carefully. How many changes can you see?" As the middle-aged man's voice fell, The yin-yang diagram on the painting began to quickly revolve. The black and white diagrams seemed to become black and white fishes that quickly swam away. 72. Lin Xian glanced at it and quickly said, "And now?" The middle-aged man asked again. The yin-yang fishes in front of him were moving faster and faster. 360 types, 1,800, 7,200, 12,000 types. When Lin Xian said this number, the middle-aged man was stunned. He didn't expect that the young man in front of him could see so many changes. The yin-yang diagram in front of him was a treasure of the alchemy faction. It was very strange. Although it didn't have much attack power, it could be used to test a martial artist's soul power. The yin-yang fishes had tens of thousands of changes. A martial artist could only use their soul power to capture the changes within. The stronger the soul power, the more changes one could capture. Generally speaking, seeing 3,600 changes was enough to enter the alchemy faction. If one could see more than 5,000 changes, they would be considered a decent genius. Even better ones could see 7,000 to 8,000 changes. As for those who could see more than 10,000 changes, they would be considered a genius. This kind of person's soul power was very high. It was impossible for ordinary martial artists to cultivate it, unless the other party had a cultivation method that specialized in soul power or consumed some heavenly treasure. It was even rarer to be able to see more than 12,000 changes as soon as they entered the sect. It could be said that there were very few people. Therefore, Lin Xian's soul power really shocked him. Your soul power isn't bad. What about your knowledge of spiritual herbs? The middle-aged man flicked his finger, and 3 drops of liquid floated down from the sky. Can you tell what kind of spirit herbs these are made from? There are 42 types. There are purple spiral flowers, extreme spirit grass. Lin Xian listed them one by one, his expression very calm. This made the middle-aged man even more shocked. His spiritual liquids were all made from dozens to hundreds of spiritual herbs. Ordinary people couldn't tell at all. But this young man in front of him could quickly list them out as if he was familiar with them. Looks like he was indeed an alchemist. Very good. You pass. The middle-aged man was very satisfied. With your talent and current strength, you can ignore the outer sect disciples and directly become an inner sect disciple. Many thanks, Senior. Lin Xian also let out a sigh of relief. Okay, you can go to the inner sect to report now. The middle-aged man flipped his palm and took out a new token, handing it to Lin Xian. This is an identity token. Engrave your soul power on it. Don't lose it usually. Saying this, the middle-aged man sat down again. With a wave of his palm, the books on the bookshelf in the distance seemed to be held by a pair of invisible hands and floated over again. The middle-aged man ignored Lin Xian and continued to read the ancient books. As for Lin Xian, he took the new inner sect disciple token and left the hall. When he went out, he found that the red-robed young man from before was still waiting outside. Oh, how do I get to that door? Lin Xian asked. Inner sect. The red-robed young man heard this and suddenly raised his head. His eyes were full of shock. You entered the inner sect. Lin Xian nodded and then took out the token. Chapter 1556. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Lin Xian asked curiously. Senior brother, you're new here. You don't know what being an inner sect disciple means. The young man explained quickly. His attitude changed quickly. He was even addressing Lin Xian as senior brother now. The disciples of the pill sect are divided into outer sect disciples, inner sect disciples, and core disciples. There are also direct disciples. However, there are very few direct disciples. There are only a few of them. Furthermore, the sect master and the various elders no longer accept direct disciples. Therefore, direct disciples can be seen as special core disciples. From the outer sect to the inner sect, there's a threshold. Most of the outer sect disciples are free range and do some chores. They can be said to be the lowest level of the sect, but it's different for the inner sect disciples. They are already considered as the elites. They enjoy many resources and have the opportunity to listen to the teachings of the elders. You can say that their treatment has improved a lot. However, it's difficult to become an inner sect disciple. Every year, only a small number of outstanding outer sect disciples can become inner sect disciples. The competition is extremely intense. In fact, some people have been in the outer sect for more than 10 years and have yet to become inner sect disciples. Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded his head. He finally knew why this young man before him had such an attitude. He became an inner sect disciple the moment he entered the sect. This starting point was far beyond everyone's imagination. Lin Xian nodded his head slightly. He then asked, "Then, what's up with the core disciples? Tell me more about it." Core disciples are the elites of the elites. It's even more difficult to become a core disciple from an inner sect disciple. In fact, some people have been in the inner sect for more than 100 years and still can't become a core disciple. Core disciples have a lot of power. They even have the right to kill. In fact, some of the more powerful core disciples are no weaker than some of the elders. It's just that they haven't contributed much to the sect, so they can't become elders. However, their strength is extremely terrifying. So that's the case. Lin Xian nodded his head, indicating that he understood. Seemed like the identity of an inner sect disciple wasn't safe after all. He had to get the identity of a core disciple as soon as possible. Only then would he be able to get in touch with the Pill sect. After all, King Pillplume was something from several hundred years ago. Ordinary disciples would never be able to come into contact with this kind of secret. Only those in the upper echelons would be able to obtain clues. The young man in the red robes led Lin Xian to the inner sect area, but didn't enter. He said to Lin Xian, "Senior brother, I'm just an outer sect disciple. I can't enter the inner sect. You'll have to rely on yourself from now on." "Okay." Lin Xian nodded, and entered the inner sect alone. However, Lin Xian did not fumble around on his own. After entering the inner sect, there were people specially assigned to guide him. Very quickly, he was assigned to an independent courtyard. Every inner disciple could enjoy a mobile independent courtyard as their own residence. From the conversation, Lin Xian also learned that the treatment of core disciples was even better. They could even occupy a mountain peak and use it as their own residence. Some powerful core disciples could even enslave outer sect disciples and order inner sect disciples to do things for them. It could be said that he had a lot of power. Lin Xian chose a courtyard and stayed there. He did not act immediately. Instead, he cultivated silently to accumulate his strength. Just like that, he stayed in the inner sect. On the other side, outside the alchemy faction, there was a test going on for the past few days. Countless outer sect disciples were trying their best to enter the inner sect. Among them, there was a beautiful young girl who also wanted to participate in the test. The young girl was beautiful, but her demeanor was a little arrogant. She raised her chin like a proud little princess. At that moment, there were many young men around her. "There are 10 spots to enter the inner sect this time. I'll definitely get one," the young girl said proudly. Of course, the surrounding warriors quickly flattered her. Beside her, there were a few arrogant disciples. They were also elites of the outer sect and were very confident of entering the inner sect. Among them, there was a young man in red robes. He looked at the young girl and smiled. "That's for sure. Sister Ting, when the time comes, we'll enter together. However, after entering the inner sect, you'll have to rely on your brother. When the time comes, don't forget about me." Hearing the compliments around her, the young girl called Fong Ting became even more proud. "Of course, don't worry, My brother is very powerful in the inner sect. After we enter, I'll ask him to take care of you." When the surrounding disciples heard this, they were envious. They knew that Fong Ting was very powerful. At such a young age, she had become a top outer sect disciple and was about to enter the inner sect. Not only that, she had an even more powerful brother who was in the inner sect. It could be said that no one dared to bully her. She would probably be a proud daughter of the heavens if she entered the inner sect. Everyone was discussing animatedly. However, at that moment, the results of the test were also out. Immediately, everyone stretched their necks and looked nervously. The young girl called Fong Ting also became nervous. To be honest, although her talent was not bad, there were many people in the outer sect who were more talented and stronger than her. Therefore, she was not completely confident. However, when she saw that her name was ranked 10th, her delicate little face immediately revealed a proud smile. 10th, although the ranking was slightly worse than she had imagined, she was still very satisfied, because she knew that there were only 10 spots to enter the inner sect this time. In other words, as long as one entered the top 10, they would definitely be able to enter the inner sect. "Ha, that's great. I've finally entered the inner sect." Exclamations of surprise sounded one after another. Obviously, these were the top 10 disciples. Soon, an outer sect elder walked over quickly with a scroll in his hand. As for Fong Ting and the other top 10 disciples, they all had proud smiles on their faces as they quickly walked out and stood in front. They knew that it was time to announce the results. As expected, the outer sect elder slowly said, "Next, I will announce your candidates to enter the inner sect: Huang Kai, Zhao Dong, Qin Feng." The outer sect elder read out 9 names in a row. They were all disciples ranked in the top 9. Fong Ting listened with a smug expression, but when it was her turn, she suddenly stopped. The outer sect elder slowly put away the scroll and said in a deep voice, "From today onwards, the 9 of you will be inner sect disciples. After entering the inner sect, you must cultivate well. You must not slack off. Yes, disciple obeys." Qin Feng and the other 9 disciples nodded respectfully, while the surrounding crowd was in an uproar. What was going on? There were only 9 people. Why were there only 9? Chapter 1557. What's going on? There are only 9 people. Why are there only 9? Everyone was puzzled and puzzled. Fong Ting quickly said, "Elder, why didn't you read my name?" After the outer sect elder heard this, he said in a deep voice, "There are only 9 spots to enter the inner sect this time, so only the top 9 will be taken." 9? How is that possible? Fong Ting's face was anxious. Didn't we say that there were a total of 10 spots? Why is there 1 less? That's right, Elder. Weren't the spots already decided? Qin Feng, who had already become an inner sect disciple, was also puzzled. There were indeed 10 spots before, but a few days ago, a disciple came and joined our alchemy sect, directly becoming an inner sect disciple. So, naturally, there will be 1 less spot for you. What? Someone directly became an inner sect disciple? Hearing this, everyone was shocked. One had to know that they knew the rules of the alchemy sect. Usually, when they came, they would be outer sect disciples. It was very rare to hear of someone who could directly become an inner sect disciple. Impossible! Damn it! How is this possible? Fong Ting screamed. Originally, she was full of confidence and thought that she would definitely be able to enter the inner sect this time. However, she did not expect such a thing to happen. This is against the rules. I'm in the top 10, so I should enter the inner sect, Fong Ting quickly said. However, the outer sect elder snorted coldly. Noisy? Is this a place for you to behave atrociously? This is the sect's decision. What are you dissatisfied with? At the end, his voice was incomparably cold and even emitted a powerful aura. No, no. Sensing this aura, Fong Ting was also scared silly and quickly knelt on the ground. Seeing this, the outer sect elder said in a deep voice, with your talent, after cultivating for a period of time, you will definitely be able to enter the inner sect next time. This time, you can go back first. After saying that, he waved his hand and took Qin Feng and the other 9 inner sect disciples away. Only the shocked crowd was left behind. Damn it, this is too despicable. I have to find out who replaced me. I'm going to tear him into pieces. Fong Ting knelt on the ground and screamed crazily. As for the surrounding warriors, their scalps went numb. That was because they knew that the disciple who became an inner disciple was going to be in trouble. Fong Ting's brother was an extremely terrifying figure in the inner sect. With his ruthless attacks, he could kill anyone. For the past few days, Lin Xian had been cultivating in his room, but he would come out from time to time. In the vicinity of his courtyard, there were many spiritual herbs that he needed to take care of. He would hand over 70% of these spiritual herbs to the sect, and the remaining 30% would be his reward. This was an inner disciple. If he wanted to be promoted to a core disciple, he would only need to pay half of it. In the past few days, while Lin Xian was taking care of the spirit herbs, he also got to know some of the surrounding inner sect disciples. They were familiar with each other. One day, while Lin Xian was cultivating, someone suddenly knocked on his door. Lin Xian immediately opened his eyes. He stood up and opened the door. The person who knocked on the door was his neighbor. He was also an inner disciple, and his name was Zhou Hai. In addition to Zhou Hai, there were 2 or 3 other figures, all of whom were inner disciples nearby. What's the matter? Lin Xian asked. Usually, no one would disturb him during the day. Now that the other party was here, it meant that something had happened. There's a mission for us. Mission? Hearing that, Lin Xian frowned. He naturally knew that to become a disciple of the alchemy sect, one had to complete some sect missions. However, he did not expect that the mission would come so soon. Yes, it's like this. Recently, the cities near us have been losing spirit herbs. Sometimes there are even obvious riots. It's obvious that it's man-made. According to various investigations, we finally found out that it's the people from the 10,000 Poisons sect. Now, the sect has issued a mission to kill the people from the 10,000 Poisons sect. Many inner sect disciples have already taken action because the rewards this time are too generous. Every time you kill a martial artist from the 10,000 Poisons sect, you can get 1 sect contribution. 10 sect contribution points can be exchanged for a high-grade alchemy book or a top-grade spirit herb. Those spirit herbs are not the ones we planted. They are all extremely precious. Every one of them is worth a lot. It seems that the sect is really angry this time. Yes, especially those high-grade alchemy books. Even the core disciples are tempted. I think many of them will go this time. We want to go too, so we came to call you. How about it? Do you want to go together? Zhou Hai and the others asked. Oh, okay, let's go take a look. Lin Xian nodded. He had nothing to do anyway. He could get rid of some people from the 10,000 Poisons sect and exchange for some spirit herbs and alchemy books. He was happy. All of Lin Xian's belongings were with him. So there was nothing much to pack. He left with Zhou Hai and the others and flew towards the city at the foot of the mountain. At the same time, Fong Ting was also contacting her brother in the inner sect through letters. Fong Li, Fong Ting's brother, was also an inner sect disciple. Moreover, he was a very powerful inner sect disciple. It could be said that everyone in the inner sect knew of Fong Li's existence. When he found out that his sister's spot had been taken, and she could not enter the inner sect, his face immediately darkened. Investigate. Who took my sister's spot? Fong Li said coldly to a few of his underlings beside him. Don't worry. Young Master Fong. We'll investigate now. These followers were also inner sect disciples. They quickly went out to investigate. Soon, they returned. We found some information. That kid is called Lin Xian. He came 5 days ago. He was indeed directly promoted to an inner sect disciple. However, we can't find out the reason. How strong is that kid? Fong Li asked in a deep voice. I don't know about his alchemy skills. However, according to those who have seen him, he's only a one-star king. One-star king. Hearing this, Fong Li's frown deepened. The people around him sneered. How can he be promoted to an inner sect disciple with such a weak cultivation? Could that kid be an alchemy genius? Impossible. If he's really an alchemy genius, we should have known the moment he came in. But now he's keeping a low profile. I'm afraid there's something fishy going on. Fong Li snorted. No matter who he is or how he got in, he must pay the price for taking my sister's spot. Let's go. Let's see what Lin Xian is capable of. Fong Li snorted and ran towards Lin Xian's courtyard. Chapter 1558. Along the way, many inner sect disciples' expressions changed when they saw this. Isn't that Fong Li? Why does he look so pale? Where are they going? They don't look friendly. Oh my God, someone dares to provoke Fong Li? Isn't he afraid of death? I heard that someone took Fong Li's sister's place in the inner sect. I think Fong Li is going to find trouble with the other party. What? Is there such a thing? That should be right. There is indeed a new disciple in the inner sect. I think his name is Lin Xian. Look at them. They are indeed going to Lin Xian's courtyard. The surrounding inner sect disciples are whispering. When they saw this, they followed them. Fong Li and his group stopped in front of Lin Xian's courtyard. Is this the place? Fong Li looked ahead with a cold gaze. Yes, young Master Fong. This is the place. Wait, I'll get that kid to come out. One of the inner sect disciples said. Then he stepped forward and shouted coldly, Lin, get out here. His voice was like thunder, turning into a sharp sword that quickly spread inside. However, it was quiet inside. There was no response at all, let alone a person. Humph! How dare you put on airs in front of me? Seeing that there was no response, the inner sect disciple was very unhappy. He snorted coldly and waved his sleeve. Suddenly, a powerful force pushed forward. With a boom, the door and wall in front of him exploded. Seeing this, everyone was shocked. Was he going to do it himself? However, after waiting for a while, no one came out. Soon, a few inner sect disciples entered the courtyard at lightning speed to check it out. Then they came out and said, Young Master Fong, there's no one inside. No one. Hearing this, Fong Li frowned and asked coldly, do any of you know where that kid went? Whoever provides me with the clue, I'll give him a high-quality spiritual herb. Immediately, someone ran out and said, that Lin kid went to take on a mission. The one from the 10,000 Poisons sect. A mission from the 10,000 Poisons sect? Hearing this, Fong Li narrowed his eyes and a cold smile appeared on his face. Then, with a flip of his palm, he took out a stalk of spirit grass and threw it to the man. How dare you take my younger sister's spot? No matter where you run, you won't be able to escape death. It just so happens that I'm also going to accept the mission from the 10,000 Poisons sect. I'll take care of that brat while I'm at it. Fong Li sneered and left with his men. Upon seeing this, the surrounding inner disciples shook their heads and sighed. Sigh, that Lin Xian guy is too unlucky. He actually offended Fong Li, that's right. With Fong Li's strength and methods, that kid won't be able to get anything out of him. That's not all. If they meet him outside this time, that kid might lose his life. When the time comes, Fong Li will kill that kid and push the blame to the 10,000 Poisons sect. Even if the sect finds out anything, they won't care. Forget it. This matter has nothing to do with us. Let's not bother about it. The group of people left one after another. At the foot of the mountain, the surrounding cities were like stars in the sky. Although only a few days had passed, Lin Xian discovered that the appearance of this place had changed. Among them, many cities had been attacked. The city walls had collapsed, the houses were damaged, and deep holes had appeared on the ground. Not only that, but there was also a green mist in the surroundings that contained a deadly poison. Even a king had to be careful when dealing with it. According to Zhou Tian's introduction, this was a unique technique of the 10,000 Poisons sect. This green mist was extremely terrifying. It was condensed from many king-level demonic beasts. It could be said that it was extremely powerful. Anyone below the king level would definitely die if they touched it. As for king-level cultivators, if they accidentally inhaled it, they would lose a lot of their strength and might even be heavily injured. Therefore, they had to be careful when fighting against the 10,000 Poisons sect. Damn, these people from the 10,000 Poisons sect are really despicable. Yeah, just this poisonous mist alone has consumed a lot of my spiritual energy. If we weren't kings, we probably wouldn't have been able to stay in this poisonous mist for too long. Ooh, an inner disciple's face was gloomy. Obviously, the poisonous mist in the surroundings was a huge burden on him. These people were Lin Xian and the others. They had appeared in the city. Among them, Zhou Hai looked at Lin Xian's calm expression and asked in confusion, "Brother Lin, could it be that you're not affected at all? Heavens, your spiritual energy is too strong, isn't it?" Indeed, there were countless sword qi revolving around Lin Xian's body. Every sword qi was extremely sharp, and the poisonous mist couldn't get close to him at all. Zhou Hai and the others were also using their own methods, but their expressions weren't as calm as Lin Xian's. Among them, Zhou Hai and another disciple called Yang Song were the strongest. Both of them were 2-star kings. The remaining 2 were late-stage 1-star kings. The 4 of them walked carefully, while Lin Xian checked the surroundings. "By the way, Brother Lin, are you a swordsman? This sword qi is too sharp, isn't it?" While the others were still envious, Lin Xian frowned and said in a deep voice, "I seem to have found something strange." "Strange? What is it?" Zhou Hai and the others were puzzled. They were also alchemists and their soul power was very strong. However, they didn't find anything strange at all. However, looking at Lin Xian's expression, it didn't seem like he was pretending. Therefore, they were very puzzled. "Come, follow me." With a wave of his hand, Lin Xian dashed forward. Although Zhou Hai and the others were puzzled, they still followed. Soon, they left the city and entered the primeval forest. After flying for a while, Lin Xian's body swayed and flew down. Seeing this, Zhou Hai and the others also flew down. Then, they opened their eyes wide in disbelief, because there were countless corpses on the ground. However, most of the corpses had turned into white bones, and the remaining ones were also rotting. Obviously, they were all poisoned to death. These are the warriors from those cities. It seems that they have fought with the 10,000 Poisons sect. Ooh, the others gasped. The distance was too far. Ordinary people couldn't sense it at all. Even they couldn't sense it. However, Lin Xian seemed to have known it all along. Just how strong was his soul force? Lin Xian looked at the scene and frowned. What a strong poison. Not only had the corpses rotted, but the entire ground had also become a land of death. There was no trace of life. Furthermore, the poisonous gas would spread out and gradually fuse into the void to form a poisonous fog. It wouldn't be long before the whole place became a land of death. Not even a blade of grass would grow. Zhou Hai frowned. He summoned a white mouse from his king's domain and fed it a pill. Suddenly, the white mouse shone brightly. Its black little nose twitched as if it was looking for something. Chapter 1559. Zhou Hai was overjoyed and called out, "Brother Lin, come quickly. We've found their tracks." "You found their tracks?" Lin Xian was also surprised. He didn't expect the sect to have such a method. His figure flashed and he followed behind. At this moment, the dark red dragon in his sleeve explained, "This is a spirit-seeking mouse. It's a very intelligent beast with a very developed sense of smell. It can track people down. So that's how it is." Lin Xian nodded. He finally understood how the other party could find the 10,000 poison sect's tracks. In front of them was a continuous mountain range. The peaks were thousands of feet high and stood on the ground like divine swords. When Lin Xian and the others arrived, they found that the spirit-seeking mouse was no longer flying. It seemed to have lost its way. "What's going on? We lost them?" Zhou Hai frowned. He didn't expect his method to fail. Lin Xian also frowned. He used his soul power to investigate, but he didn't find anyone nearby. However, he felt uneasy. At this moment, the dark red dragon transmitted its voice. "Kid, be careful. I'm afraid it's a trap." Lin Xian nodded and was about to say something. However, all of a sudden, countless black shadows appeared all around them and surrounded them like ghosts. Sinister laughter rang out in the surroundings. It was like the laughter of evil spirits, causing one's scalp to go numb. "Who is it? Come out!" Zhou Hai and the others shouted. At the same time, their bodies shone with light as they prepared to defend themselves. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes in surprise. Good method. He didn't even detect the other party's presence. It seems that the 10,000 poison sect has some unusual methods. Haha, I didn't expect it to be a few children. You dare to chase us here? I have to say, you're really bold. A cold voice sounded. Not good. It's the 10,000 poison sect. Zhou Hai's expression changed. Everyone, be careful. Then he roared angrily. Humph, remnants of the 10,000 poison sect. You've harmed the common people, and now you dare to come near my pill sect? You're courting death. I didn't expect you to be from the pill sect. Since that's the case, then all the more, I can't let you live. Before he finished speaking, a green shadow flew out quickly. That green light is too terrifying. It's covering the sky and covering the earth. It's like a raging sea. It's heading straight for Zhou Hai. Scram. Zhou Hai roared and punched out. The fiery red fist carried a resplendent light that illuminated the surroundings as it quickly slammed into the green light. Boom. A terrifying sound rang out. More than half of the green light was melted by the fiery red fist. However, Zhou Hai did not have it easy either. He took 5 steps back, and the blood in his body was boiling. There was nothing he could do about it. That green attack was simply too terrifying. It wasn't powerful, but its strength was strange, and it even carried poisonous gas. Fortunately, he had been careful in defending himself, so the other party didn't succeed. I didn't expect your strength to be so good. You actually managed to survive under my green devil hand? But kid, don't be too complacent. I only used half of my strength just now. This time, I'll use my full strength. Let's see if you can still block it. The cold voice rang out again, with a strong sense of ridicule. Then, an incomparably violent energy surged out and slammed towards Zhou Hai. Zhou Hai's face changed drastically. The previous attack was still too much for him to handle. However, now that the other party had used his full strength, the aura made him feel suffocated. Seeing that Zhou Hai was about to be swallowed by the green palm, Lin Xian made his move at this critical moment. He waved his hand, and a huge sword chi quickly formed. It shone brightly like a divine rainbow and quickly slashed forward. A terrifying, murderous aura shot into the sky. Boom! In an instant, the green palm was cut off by the sword chi. Not only that, The poisonous gas that filled the sky was also completely eliminated. Thank you, Brother Lin. Seeing that Lin Xian had repelled the other party, Zhou Hai heaved a sigh of relief and thanked him gratefully. The others were also extremely shocked. They did not expect Lin Xian's battle prowess to be so powerful. At this moment, the cold voice rang out again. I didn't expect there to be another expert. But kid, since you dared to offend me, you're definitely dead this time. The sound wave turned into a green ocean and spread out in all directions, bringing with it a strange poisonous gas. Damn the 10,000 poison sect. Zhou Hai gritted his teeth, then quickly took out a few pills and distributed them to Lin Xian and the others. This is the green spirit pill. It can cure hundreds of poisons. Take it, and you'll be able to resist the poison of the 10,000 poison sect. Lin Xian took it and sniffed it. Then he nodded slightly and swallowed the pill. However, Zhou Hai and the others did not look too good. This was because from the previous attack, the other party was at least a 3-star king. They could not resist such an expert at all. However, they were more shocked by Lin Xian's combat strength. Brother Lin, are you a 3-star king? Have you been hiding your strength? The few of them asked doubtfully. Lin Xian smiled and shook his head. No, I just used some secret techniques. However, it's not difficult to resist a 3-star king. Humph, you're really boasting shamelessly. The cold voice rang out again. It's not difficult to resist a 3-star king? Kid, it seems like you really don't know your limits. Fine, I'll kill you today and let you know the power of a 3-star king. As the voice fell, countless figures appeared in the surroundings. A middle-aged man walked out from the front. He was wearing a blue robe, and his face was pale and beardless. His eyes were long and narrow, and they were filled with coldness. His eyes were jade green and had an extremely ferocious gaze. This middle-aged man was the one who had attacked earlier. He was also a 3-star king. Behind him stood dozens of 10,000 poison sex nobles, ranging from 2-star kings to 9th heaven venerables. What? So many people. Zhou Hai and the others felt their scalps go numb when they saw this scene. They were already no match for a 3-star king, let alone the 10,000 poison sex cultivators behind them. Are we really going to die here this time? Don't panic. Hold them back. There should be disciples of our alchemy faction nearby. Another disciple quickly sent a voice transmission. Then he waved his hand and flicked a red pill into the sky. Then it exploded, forming a cloud of mist. This was the communication signal between alchemy faction's disciples. It could be used to call for help. Now that it was used, it could be seen from hundreds of miles away. However, the middle-aged man in the blue robe sneered. He waved his hand, and countless green lights surged out of his body and rushed into the sky, enveloping the red mist. You want to call for help? It's useless. Today is the day you die. Damn it. Zhou Hai and the others' expressions changed drastically when they saw this scene. Meanwhile, Lin Xian's eyes were gloomy. Although the signal for help had been blocked, these people were not much of a threat to him. As long as he attacked with his full strength, he could kill all of them. That was exactly what he was thinking. The great dragon sword soul in his body circulated, and an aura was about to be released. Chapter 1560. The voice was extremely terrifying. Not only did Zhou Hai and the others' expressions change, but even the middle-aged man from the 10,000 Poisons sect looked gloomy. Lin Xian's heart also jumped. He narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. This energy was too terrifying. It seemed to have surpassed that of a 3-star king. Could it be a 4-star king? Thinking of this, Lin Xian frowned. He didn't attack again. Instead, he quietly watched. Even a 4-star king would be difficult for him. If the other party was from the 10,000 Poison sect, then he could only take Zhou Hai and the others and leave. Soon, the figure arrived and floated in the sky. He was like a god of war looking down. It was a youth with a cold expression. His gaze was like lightning, causing one's heart to tremble. A fiery red cauldron floated above his head. 2 fire dragons were carved on it, circling around each other. Humph! The 10,000 poison sect dares to behave so atrociously near my alchemy sect. You really don't know what's good for you. The mysterious youth's cold voice sounded. Who are you? Below, the middle-aged man from the 10,000 poisons sect had a grave expression. The cultivators behind him also frowned. They could feel how powerful the other party's aura was. Core disciple of the alchemy sect, Lu Chao. The mysterious youth said coldly, I've already answered your question. You can die now. In the sky, the mysterious youth waved his hand. Immediately, the red cauldron above him emitted a resplendent light. It was like a sea of fire, and it was rapidly rolling down. Countless flames soared into the sky, piercing through the sea of clouds and instantly enveloping all the cultivators of the 10,000 poisons sect. Ah! Miserable screams rang out. The cultivators of the 10,000 poisons sect tried their best to resist, but to no avail. Even the blue-robed, middle-aged man used his king's domain to try and escape. However, Lu Chao coldly snorted. He pointed his finger, and flames soared into the sky, turning into a fire dragon that instantly swallowed the middle-aged man. In an instant, all the cultivators of the 10,000 poisons sect were killed. Even the surrounding poison gas was evaporated by the sea of fire, leaving not a trace behind. So powerful! They were all killed in an instant. Zhou Hai and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. Lin Xian was also extremely surprised. His opponent's strength had exceeded his expectations. He was indeed an expert. Most likely, his strength had already surpassed that of a 3-star king. Furthermore, from the other party's words, he seemed to be a core disciple. Is this the strength of a core disciple? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and carefully sized up his opponent. Greetings, senior brother. Zhou Hai and the others shouted respectfully. At this time, the sound of something breaking through the air came from afar. A few figures flew over like lightning. They were all young people wearing the attire of the alchemy sect. It seemed that they were also disciples of the alchemy sect. This time, there were a total of 5 or 6 people, both men and women, and their strength was not weak. When these people arrived and saw the scene below, Jing immediately smiled and said, Senior Martial Brother Lu is indeed powerful. He killed nearly 110,000 poison sect's martial artists with a raise of his hand. Such means are heaven-defying. That was because Senior Brother Lu was also a very powerful existence among the core disciples. However, these people from the 10,000 poison sect are too despicable. They actually dared to come to our pill sect and behave atrociously. And from the looks of it, there were quite a few of them. Could it be that they were plotting something? The new disciples quickly conversed. At this time, the core disciple called. Lu Chao looked down and said in a low voice, Are you all inner sect disciples? Yes, Zhou Hai quickly said. Thank you for your help, Senior Martial Brother Lu. Lu Chao nodded and said again, You should go back. This time, the 10,000 poison sect's martial artists are strong. They are not people you can fight against. Okay, we'll go back now. Zhou Hai and the others nodded. They knew that the other party was right. This time, the 10,000 poison sect's martial artists were very strong, and there were many of them. They were afraid that it would be very dangerous for them to stay here. Lin Xian, let's go. Zhou Hai looked to the side and said quickly, Okay. Lin Xian nodded and turned to leave. However, at this time, a young man in the sky frowned and asked coldly, Lin Xian? You're Lin Xian, the new inner sect disciple? There was a sinister coldness in this voice. Lin Xian stopped and looked back. Zhou Hai and the others were confused and stopped as well. He looked back and saw a handsome man standing there. However, his eyes were very cold, and there was even a hint of killing intent. This made him very confused. The other party wanted to kill him, but he did not know him at all. At this time, the other disciples asked, "Fong Li, what's going on? Do you know him?" "It's nothing, just some personal matters," Fong Li explained. Then he looked to the front and said respectfully, "Senior Marshal Brother Lu, I have some matters to settle, so I'd like to stay here for a while." "Okay." Lu Chao nodded. Then his body flashed, and he turned into a rainbow and left. It seemed that he was going to hunt down the other 10,000 Poison Sect martial artists. When the remaining people saw this, they also followed after him. At this time, only Fong Li was left in the sky. Suddenly, Fong Li's body sank and he landed on the ground. On the opposite side, Zhou Hai and the others frowned. They could not understand why Fong Li stayed. However, looking at his eyes, it was probably not something good. Therefore, they hurriedly sent a voice transmission. "Brother Lin, be careful. Fong Li is considered a figure in the inner sect, but he is not to be trifled with." Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He really did not know what Fong Li's intentions were. This was because he had not interacted with anyone in the past few days in the alchemy sect. It was impossible for him to have a grudge with anyone. In front, Fong Li sneered, "Lin Xian, how dare you steal my sister's spot? Your sister?" Lin Xian frowned even harder. He did not know this person's sister at all. "Ridiculous!" Lin Xian snorted and turned to leave. He did not have time to waste with this person. "You want to leave?" Fong Li sneered. Then his body flashed, and he appeared in front of everyone, blocking their way. At the same time, a terrifying aura surged from his body. It was very sharp. "Fong Li, what are you doing? I'm warning you, don't mess around." Zhou Hai said quickly. "Mess around? Who do you think you are? How dare you control me? Get lost!" Fong Li snorted and threw a punch, instantly pushing Zhou Hai back. Bang, bang, bang. Zhou Hai stepped back, cracking the ground. His expression was very ugly. When the others saw this, they all roared. "Fong Li, although you are a 3-star king, we are not to be trifled with. If you push us too far, we will fight to the death." "Fight to the death? Just the few of you? You are not worthy of my attack." Fong Li said coldly, "As long as you get lost and don't interfere, I will not kill you. However, I will not let this kid go today." Chapter 1561. Lin Xian frowned when he saw this. "Do I know you? You don't know me, but my sister could have entered the inner sect, but she was replaced by you. Tell me, how can I let you go?" "So that's what happened." Hearing this, Zhou Hai and the others' faces turned ugly, but Lin Xian understood. He did become an inner sect disciple directly, but this was the sect's decision, and it had nothing to do with him. As for replacing Fong Li's sister, he didn't know either. But now, Fong Li didn't explain at all, and showed killing intent to him. He didn't take him seriously at all. However, Lin Xian wasn't afraid of a mere 3-star king. So he said coldly, "Becoming an inner sect disciple is the sect's decision. If you have any opinions, you can raise them directly. It's no use looking for me. Of course, if you insist on finding trouble with me, I don't mind teaching you a lesson." "Teach me a lesson?" Fong Li was stunned. Then he sneered disdainfully, "Ha ha, what a shameless boast. Kid, I think water must have entered your brain. How dare you say such a thing?" He sneered disdainfully. As far as he was concerned, Lin Xian was only a 1-star king realm cultivator. Such a person definitely wouldn't be strong. And he was a 3-star king, an extremely powerful existence among the inner sect disciples. He had many secret techniques in his hands, and he also had a very unique flame. It could be said that he was incomparably powerful. He only needed to move his finger, and he would be able to squash the other party to death. Yet, Fong Li still dared to boast about teaching him a lesson? What a joke. Kid, I don't care what background you have, and I don't know how you entered the inner sect. Since you dared to replace my sister, you must die. Remember, in your next life, be careful. Don't provoke people you can't afford to provoke. Fong Li's voice was cold, and boundless killing intent surged from his body, forming a murderous aura that pierced through heaven and earth. What? You dare to kill someone? Fong Li, don't you know the sect rules? Zhou Hai roared. According to the rules of the alchemy sect, disciples of the same sect are not allowed to kill each other. Thus, even if there was enmity between them, they would usually just teach each other a lesson. But now, Fong Li wants to kill Lin Xian. This is too shocking. What's wrong with that? A bunch of idiots. In any case, you're out on a mission. Even if you can't return, others will think that you were killed by the 10,000 Poison sect. So, you won't suspect me. Die, brat. Fong Li roared angrily and charged towards Lin Xian. It was a terrifying martial art right from the start. Purple tiger beast fire. A ball of purple flames appeared on Fong Li's body, burning fiercely and releasing a terrifying aura. This type of flame was extracted from the body of a type of demon king. It was extremely terrifying. Now that Fong Li was using it, it was even more terrifying. Purple tiger form. On Fong Li's body, purple flames surged rapidly, forming a huge purple tiger. Then it charged towards Lin Xian. This momentum was too terrifying. It was as if a real demon king was emitting a terrifying aura. Everywhere it passed, the void quickly collapsed. In an instant, it was in front of Lin Xian. Lin Xian's body flashed. Like a ghost, he disappeared from his original spot and appeared on the other side. He dodged it? Seeing this, Zhou Hai and the others were overjoyed. However, in the next moment, they exclaimed. This was because they realized that the purple tiger did not disappear. Instead, it charged towards Lin Xian again. The monstrous flames caused the void to distort incomparably. Humph, it's useless. Brat, you can't escape. This is my origin source flame. It won't stop until I kill you. In the distance, Fong Li sneered. Although Lin Xian's speed surprised him, he did not care because he was very confident in himself. On the other hand, Zhou Hai and the others were worried. Damn Fong Li, this guy really wanted to kill Lin Xian. They were afraid that Lin Xian would be in danger. In that case, don't blame me. Lin Xian stopped dodging. Instead, he attacked quickly. He was not a timid person. Since the other party wanted to kill him, he had to kill the other party to prevent future trouble. Azure Dragon Break. A black demonic sword appeared in his hand. Then he stabbed it out. This was a move that he had just learned. When he used it now, its power was terrifying. The sword chi surged and turned into a furious black dragon, roaring at high speed. This black dragon shone brightly like a real divine dragon. It stirred up thousands of waves and moved quickly in the void. On his body, there were countless sword radiances that pierced through the sea of clouds. Boom! The black sword chi instantly collided with the purple tiger shadow, causing a shocking explosion. The terrifying energy shook heaven and earth. However, the explosion disappeared in an instant. All the energy, including the purple tiger, was destroyed by the black sword chi and disappeared without a trace. Zhou Hai and the others had already retreated to a distance to watch the battle. They could not block that energy at all. What? He blocked it? How is that possible? On the opposite side, Fong Li was shocked and could not believe it. Fong Li was only a 1-star king, while he was a 3-star king. The difference in strength between them was like heaven and earth, but he actually managed to block his attack. How is that possible? He can't believe it. In the distance, Zhou Hai and the others were also shocked. Although they had seen Lin Xian fight against the experts of the 10,000 Poison sect, they thought that it was a secret technique that would not last long. But now, Lin Xian blocked Fang Li's attack with ease. This made them extremely shocked. They even realized that it was not a secret technique that could achieve this. Perhaps Lin Xian was really strong. Thinking of this, they all heaved a sigh of relief. On the other hand, Fang Li's expression was terrifyingly gloomy. His eyes were like lightning as he stared ahead. Damn it, that's impossible. How did you do it? Could it be that you took some kind of energy-boosting pill? Yes, that must be it. Otherwise, how could you block my attack? As an alchemist, he naturally knew about this kind of pill that could instantly increase a cultivator's strength. However, it would cause great damage to the body. In his opinion, Lin Xian must have taken such a pill to be able to fight against him. Humph! It's just a pill that relies on external strength. How can it compare to me? Next, I'll let you know my true strength. Fang Li comforted himself. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly. Shameless fool. With that, his figure flashed, and he charged forward again. The 9 darkness demonic sword in his hand emitted a monstrous power. It was like thunder from the 9 heavens as it exploded again. Chapter 1562. You are courting death. Fang Li was enraged. He did not expect Lin Fan to take the initiative to attack him. This was undoubtedly a provocation. Thousand Beasts' fist. He waved his fists, and countless purple flames danced. They formed thousands of fist shadows and charged toward Lin Xian. Every fist was the size of a mountain. They carried a monstrous force and shattered the void. Bang, bang, bang. The sword chi and fist shadows collided, and the violent energy destroyed the entire sky. However, Lin Xian's sword chi was too powerful. The 9 darkness demonic sword slashed down like a death scythe and sliced all the fist shadows apart. In an instant, the purple flames in the sky were extinguished, and nothing was left. However, the black sword chi charged toward Fang Li again. Before the sword chi landed, the terrifying murderous intent pierced through the void. What? How is this possible? Fang Li was scared out of his wits when he saw this. That was his ultimate skill. How could it be so easily broken by someone else? He could not believe it. When he felt the chilling murderous intent, his heart raced. At this moment, he finally knew that Lin Fan was stronger than him. Therefore, he gritted his teeth and retreated quickly like a purple light. What? He retreated. Fang Li retreated. In the distance, Zhou Hai and the rest widened their eyes in disbelief when they saw this. Fang Li was a real 3-star king and was extremely powerful. Everyone in the inner sect knew about him. Moreover, his opponent's flame was even more terrifying. It was at the Demon King level. But now, Fang Li had actually retreated, and from the looks of it, he was in such a sorry state. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed it. Fang Li retreated quickly like a purple rainbow. However, the black sword chi was even more violent and faster. Not only that, the black sword chi had already firmly locked onto him. It was like a black dragon roaring in the air. Fang Li could not dodge it. At this critical moment, Fang Li gritted his teeth and quickly took out a purple alchemy cauldron to block the black sword chi. Clang! The sound of metal clashing was heard, and the entire void cracked. Although Fang Li used the purple alchemy cauldron to block the sword chi, the powerful force still sent him flying and smashed a few mountains. Fang Li screamed crazily as blood splattered everywhere. Impossible! This is impossible! Damn it! How did you do it? He was truly crazy. Beside him was a sea of purple flames, which formed a king's domain, burning the mountains, trees, and forests. His face was hideous, like a demon. He didn't dare to believe it. However, Lin Xian was like a flickering shadow, instantly appearing beside him. The demonic sword in his hand quickly stabbed down. Pung! Fong Li was sent flying again. God knows how many of his bones were broken. This time, he received serious internal injuries and could barely get up. However, when he saw Lin Xian walking towards him again, he immediately screamed, because he realized that the other party really wanted to kill him. Stop! Damn it! You dare to kill me? Do you know who I am? Fong Li screamed. Lin Xian snorted coldly. What does it have to do with me who you are? I don't know you, yet you came to kill me for no reason at all. Do you think I'll let you go? Hearing this, Fong Li's face turned ugly. He quickly said, I was wrong about what happened before. I'll apologize to you. Can you let me go? In the distance, Zhou Hai and the others couldn't believe their ears. The arrogant Fong Li was begging for mercy? This was simply too unbelievable. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly. I don't like to leave threats behind, so you must die. Then he slowly raised the 9 darkness demonic sword. You're courting death, kid. Don't you know that I'm senior brother Lu Chao's man? If you dare to touch me, senior brother Lu Chao won't let you go. Fong Li roared crazily as if he had gone mad. Hearing this, Zhou Hai and the others were shocked. They didn't expect Fong Li to be on Lu Chao's side. One had to know that Lu Chao was a core disciple, and his cultivation had reached the 4-star king level. He was extremely terrifying. If he was angry, he could kill any inner disciple in front of everyone without being punished by the faction. It could be said that in their eyes, Lu Chao was a supreme existence. Lin Xian furrowed his brows. He had already witnessed the methods of that core disciple, Lu Chao. Seeing Lin Xian hesitate, Fong Li sneered again. How about it, kid? Are you scared now? Kneel down and kowtow to me now, and I might spare your life. Otherwise, when I tell senior brother Lu Chao, you'll die. Shut up! Lin Xian snorted coldly. With a wave of his sword, he chopped off Fong Li's head. Puff! Blood spurted out as Fong Li fell. Even in death, he couldn't believe that Lin Xian would dare to kill him. Was he not afraid of the revenge of the core disciples? Lin Xian said coldly, You don't have to threaten me. If he dares to cause trouble for me, I'll kill him too. With that, he waved his hand, and the black 9 darkness flame gushed out and burned the corpse on the ground. However, he put away the storage ring and the purple pill cauldron. The cauldron was able to resist his sword chi, so it must be of a high grade. As a powerful inner disciple, Fong Li must have many treasures in his storage ring. On the other hand, Zhou Hai and the others were stunned. They didn't expect Lin Xian to really kill Fong Li. They couldn't believe that Fong Li had been killed. Brother Lin, you... Zhou Hai and the others rushed over and looked at the scene on the ground, dumbfounded. Lin Xian shook his head. I had no choice. If I didn't kill him, I don't know when he would kill me. Don't worry, the sect won't be able to find out. As he said, as long as you don't say anything, no one will know that I did it. They'll definitely think that the 10,000 Poisons sect did it. Don't worry, Brother Lin. We won't say anything. Zhou Hai and the others swore, but you have to be careful of senior brother Lu Chao. After all, he's a core disciple. If he finds out about this, we'll be in trouble. Core disciples have the power to kill. They don't even need to go through the sect to attack the inner disciples. Zhou Hai said worriedly. Don't worry, a 4-star king is strong. I might not be able to defeat him, but I'm still able to protect myself. Lin Xian wasn't boasting. He had many tricks up his sleeve, which was far beyond Zhou Hai and the others' imagination. Then the group moved and left the place. Lin Xian and the others didn't continue with their mission. Instead, they returned to the sect. With their current strength, they couldn't fight against the 10,000 Poisons sect. Lin Xian wasn't in the mood, so the group went back. Chapter 1563. Lin Xian wasn't in the mood either, so the group went back. However, Lin Xian's face darkened when he returned to the alchemy sect. He realized that half of his courtyard had been destroyed. This made him extremely angry. When the crowd saw that Lin Xian had returned, they began to point at him and discuss among themselves. Two young men were sitting in the courtyard that Lin Xian had destroyed. When they saw Lin Xian return, they opened their eyes. "You're Lin Xian." The two of them stared at Lin Xian with unfriendly expressions. "That's right, it's me. You destroyed my courtyard?" Lin Xian asked coldly. "Humph. So what if we destroyed your courtyard? Do you dare to resist?" The two of them sneered. "How dare you offend young Master Fang? You're courting death." "Kid, I didn't expect you to be so lucky. You're back so soon. If you meet young Master Fang outside, you're dead meat. Don't worry. He didn't meet young Master Fang, but he met us. We'll teach him a lesson. Let him know that there are some people he can't mess with. Kid, I advise you to kneel down and apologize. Otherwise, you'll die a horrible death. You're the ones who should kneel down and apologize. How dare you destroy my courtyard?" Lin Xian's voice was cold, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. "How dare you threaten me?" The two young men sneered. "Kid, don't you know who you are? You're just a newcomer to the inner sect. How dare you be so arrogant? I'm young Master Fang's man, and young Master Fang is senior brother Lu's man. You've offended us. You won't be able to stay in the inner sect for long." At this point, the two young men laughed wildly. The crowd was silent because they knew that they were right. That Lin Xian is dead meat. Yeah, he could have offended anyone, but he chose to offend Fang Li. He's too young and doesn't know any better. He'll understand after staying in the inner sect for a while. The two arrogant disciples became even more smug when they heard the crowd's words. "Brat, did you hear that? You can't be saved. Hurry up and kneel down and apologize to us. Maybe we'll let you go if we're in a good mood." "Humph, you're courting death." Lin Xian didn't waste any time and attacked like lightning. Like a phantom, he arrived before the two young men in the blink of an eye. He raised his hand and slapped forward. "Pa, pa." Two crisp sounds rang out. Immediately, the two arrogant youths received 2 slaps on their faces. "You are courting death. You dare to hit us?" The two of them were stunned for a moment before they roared angrily. Mad. They were really mad. Normally, they would flaunt their prowess in the inner sanctum. When had anyone ever dared to bully them? But now, a newcomer who had just arrived. How dare he slap them? This was intolerable. Upon seeing this, the minds of the surrounding inner disciples went blank, and they stood rooted to the ground. They couldn't believe what was happening. However, Lin Xian only sneered. He waved his hand and slapped again. "Pa, pa." The crisp sounds of slapping could be heard. Very soon, the two arrogant youths were beaten until their heads were swollen. Blood mixed with teeth. All fell out. The two arrogant youths' faces were swollen and bleeding profusely. Their eyes were filled with anger. They roared as if they had gone mad. They wanted to dodge, but they couldn't avoid the slap at all. In the end, there was a look of horror in their eyes. This was because they realized that although the other party was only a one-star king, his strength was too terrifying and unfathomable. They couldn't afford to offend him at all. "No, don't hit us. I was wrong. Big brother, stop. Please spare us." The two arrogant youths knelt on the ground and quickly begged for mercy. When the surrounding inner disciples saw this, their eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. They couldn't believe that the two arrogant youths were kneeling before Lin Xian. Heavens, am I dreaming? Aren't they Fang Li's men? They are usually arrogant. Why are they terrified this time? Who exactly is Lin Xian? How can he be so powerful? In an instant, everyone was talking about it. Only Zhou Hai and a few others were calm. This was nothing. Even their boss, Fong Li, had been killed by Lin Xian. Of course, they wouldn't tell anyone about this. Lin Xian retracted his hand and wiped his fingers. Then he said, "You destroyed my courtyard. You should know what to do, right?" "Yes, yes, big brother. We'll fix it for you now." The two of them quickly moved to fix Lin Xian's courtyard. This scene was too strange. More and more inner disciples came to watch. However, the two arrogant youths didn't dare to be arrogant anymore. Instead, they quickly lowered their heads and started working. Soon, the courtyard was fixed. Lin Xian didn't make things difficult for them and told them to get lost. After the two of them left, the surrounding inner disciples also left one after another. However, from now on, no one would dare to offend Lin Xian. As for Lin Xian, he entered the courtyard. With a wave of his hand, a formation quickly formed and surrounded the courtyard. Then he sat down cross-legged and took out Fong Li's storage ring. There were dozens of subdivine crystals, many elixirs, and many spiritual herbs in the storage ring. In addition, Lin Xian also found some cultivation techniques. Most of them were useless to him. However, he was quite interested in one of them, the fire manipulation art. As he became more familiar with the shaken world, Lin Xian realized that the subdivine crystals this time were unusual even in this place. Therefore, Fong Li had dozens of subdivine crystals, which was quite a lot. As for the ordinary disciples, most of them still used high-grade spirit stones. After putting away the subdivine crystals, Lin Xian opened the fire manipulation art. This fire manipulation art was about the control of fire by an alchemist. Some parts of it were exquisite and inspired Lin Xian a lot. With a wave of his hand, the 9 underworlds flame rushed out and danced between his fingers. Then he used the fire manipulation art. Immediately, the black flames moved and formed many demonic beasts. If one looked closely, they would find that the demonic beasts formed by Lin Xian's flames were more realistic. In fact, some details were exactly the same as real demonic beasts. Their power had also increased by a lot. Lin Xian nodded and put the fire manipulation art aside. Lin Xian checked all the spiritual herbs and elixirs carefully. He put away all the useful items. As for the useless ones, he planned to find a place to sell them. He also couldn't use the purple cauldron. Otherwise, people would definitely suspect him. Next, Lin Xian didn't go out again. Instead, he went into seclusion to break through and become a 2-star king. After all, Fong Li had a core disciple, Lu Chao, behind him. If Lu Chao found out about this, he might attack him at any time. Chapter 1564. If Lu Chao found out about this, he might attack him at any time. He had to be careful. Lu Chao was a 4-star king. With his current strength, he couldn't fight against him. Therefore, he had to raise his cultivation as soon as possible. Also, if he wanted to become a core disciple, he had to make a breakthrough. Based on the current situation, only 4-star kings had a chance of becoming a core disciple. Lin Xian held the dozens of subdivinity crystals in his hand and used the long life incantation to absorb them quickly. Just like that, Lin Xian went into seclusion. The other inner disciples were still on the mission of hunting down the 10,000 poison sect. Among them, the most eye-catching was the small team led by the core disciple Lu Chao. Wherever they went, the 10,000 poison sect was immediately destroyed. No one was spared. Lu Chao was wearing a white robe. His face was cold, and he emitted a powerful aura. He was like a fire god standing in the void. With a wave of his hand, The red cauldron above his head shone brightly and formed a sea of fire that killed hundreds of 10,000 poisons, sect martial artists. Behind him, a few inner disciples clapped and cheered. Lu Chao was expressionless as he slowly descended to the ground. Then he frowned. How long has it been? Why isn't Fong Li back yet? It's been 2 days. Yeah, what's Fong Li doing? Has he returned to the sect? A few inner disciples were confused. Lu Chao looked at the contribution points in his hand and nodded slightly. It's about time. We should be able to exchange for many things. Let's go back to the sect first. Then they set off and returned to the alchemy sect. However, when they returned, Lu Chao and the others found that Fong Li hadn't returned. However, they didn't care and went to exchange for treasures. However, after waiting for 3 days, Fong Li still hadn't returned. Those people all started to frown. Even Lu Chao's expression had sunk. Under normal circumstances, Fong Li wouldn't have dared to leave him for so many days without sending him a message. There was only one possibility for such a thing to happen. Something had happened to Fong Li, and he couldn't come back. No matter what, as his subordinate, Fong Li was very capable. Moreover, he was talented and wanted to nurture him. Thus, Lu Chao became worried upon seeing that Chu Feng had yet to return. He asked in a low voice, "Who was Fong Li with the last time?" "It should be those inner sect disciples," someone said from the side. "Didn't Fong Li say that he had to deal with some personal matters the last time we worked together? After that, there was no news of him. Have you searched outside?" Lu Chao asked again. "Yes, I've already searched the nearby forests and cities. In fact, we even searched the place where he left. However, we were unable to find any trace of him. It's like Fong Li has evaporated into thin air." Hearing this, Lu Chao's face darkened. The surrounding disciples were also extremely confused. That's impossible. With Fong Li's strength, there shouldn't be any accidents. Even if I encounter people from the Myriad Poison sect, I should be able to escape even if I can't defeat them. The few of them conversed, but the more they thought about it, the more they felt that something was off. Did something really happen to Fong Li? Lu Chao's face was also gloomy. "I think it's very likely." Upon hearing these words, the surrounding inner disciples gasped in shock. Then their eyes widened. How is that possible? Who could put Fong Li in such a predicament? Unless it's a 4-star king. But we've been on this mission for so many days, and we haven't seen a single 4-star king or Myriad Poison sect martial artist. It's useless to think so much. Who did he meet last? Call those inner disciples over. Lu Chao said coldly. "Yes, I'll call them over right now." An inner disciple quickly left. On the other side, Lin Xian had been in seclusion all this time, and he finally opened his eyes today. However, he sighed slightly because he hadn't broken through to the 2-star king realm. After entering the king realm, the energy required to break through was extremely huge, especially for him. He required even more energy than an ordinary person. This was actually very normal. The Dragon Sword Soul was extremely powerful, and its attack power was unparalleled. Thus, the energy it required was much more than an ordinary martial artist. Although Lin Xian had many natural treasures and the powerful absorption power of the longevity art, he still couldn't meet the requirements of the Dragon Sword Soul. It seemed like he had to go out and search for opportunities. Lin Xian stood up and prepared to go out. However, although he hadn't broken through to the 2-star king realm, his current cultivation had reached the late stage of the 1-star king realm. His strength was also much stronger than before. However, at this moment, Zhou Hai came over again. His expression was extremely solemn as he said to Lin Xian, "Brother Lin, senior brother Lu Chao has sent people to look for us. Could it be that we've been exposed?" Lin Xian's eyelids twitched when he heard this, and a bad premonition arose in his heart. However, he still took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "We shouldn't have been exposed yet." If we were, he wouldn't have sent people to look for us and would have directly charged over. Perhaps he's just suspicious, or perhaps he doesn't know what happened at all and wants to ask us about it. Don't worry. Our cultivations are very low, and we're nothing in his eyes. He wouldn't think that we can kill Fong Li. We just have to calm down. Very quickly, Lin Xian, Zhou Hai, and the others were taken away. Lu Chao's gaze was like lightning as he looked at Lin Xian and the others. He asked coldly, "Let me ask you, do you know where Fong Li is?" "Fong Li? We don't know. Hasn't he returned yet?" Zhou Hai and the others played dumb. "Why did he look for you that day?" Lu Chao continued to ask. "Nothing special, just a small misunderstanding. It's already been resolved," Zhou Hai continued to explain. "Nonsense." Lu Chao was suddenly enraged, and his expression was abnormally cold. "Nothing special? I heard that Fong Li has a grudge with this kid, and it's not a small one. Now you're telling me that there's nothing special? What else are you hiding from me? Hurry up and tell me. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. I'm a core disciple, and I have the right to kill you. Therefore, even if I kill you now, the sect won't say anything." Hearing this, Zhou Hai and the others turned pale, and Lin Xian's gaze was also cold. Lu Chao's forcefulness made him very uncomfortable. Under normal circumstances, he would have already attacked. However, he still had a mission to complete in the alchemy sect. Therefore, he couldn't fall out with them. At least, he couldn't let the higher-ups of the alchemy sect notice him. Chapter 1565. Lin Xian took a deep breath and said, "Indeed, there was some misunderstanding between me and Fong Li. I was promoted to an inner disciple by an elder of the sect, taking away his sister's spot. I didn't know about this before. Because of this, Fong Li wanted to make trouble for me. But that day he didn't do anything and left. It seems he discovered something else. It should have something to do with the 10,000 Poisons sect." Lin Xian said half of the truth. As for the other half, he pushed the blame to the 10,000 Poisons sect. Lu Chao didn't say anything. He stared coldly at Lin Xian. At the same time, he released the pressure of a 4-star king. Feeling this pressure, Zhou Hai and the others turned pale, and their bodies trembled. Lin Xian snorted inwardly. This pressure had no effect on him, but he still used the immortality incantation and squeezed out a few drops of sweat, causing his face to turn even paler. After all, he couldn't reveal too much of his strength. Lu Chao was like a demon god. His cold gaze was like a sharp sword that could pierce through them. As the atmosphere became more and more tense, an inner disciple suddenly flew in. With a panicked expression, he said, "Senior brother Lu Chao, something bad has happened." "What happened? Is it news about Fong Li?" Lu Chao asked coldly. "No, it's about the 10,000 Poisons sect. The 10,000 Poisons sect came with a purpose. They built an ancient tomb in the Fengshan mountain range, and it's filled with killing intent. It's already attracted the attention of many sects and countries. Our Pill sect is also very shocked. Many people are heading there now. Senior brother, should we go as well? Ancient tomb? Let's go take a look." Lu Chao stood up without hesitation. After taking 2 steps, he turned back and stared at Lin Xian and the others. "You better be telling the truth. If I find out that you're lying, I'll kill you immediately." With that, he let out a cold harumph and led the other inner sect disciples up into the sky, disappearing into the void. Zhou Hai and the others were pale. They sat on the ground with a plop, covered in cold sweat. The situation just now really scared them to death. It was fortunate that they had news of the 10,000 Poisons Hall as a shield. Otherwise, they would have been in grave danger by now. Lin Xian's expression was also cold. He knew that this matter was very troublesome. From the looks of it, regardless of whether he was the culprit or not, they still wanted to kill him. Humph, one overbearing fellow. However, it's still not certain who will kill who. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he coldly snorted, "Shou Hai, you guys go back. I need to go out for a while." Lin Xian had always wanted to go out and look for opportunities. This time, the 10,000 Poison sect had created an ancient tomb which piqued his interest. With the character of the 10,000 Poison sect, there must be treasures inside. If he could get them, he might be able to become a 2-star king warrior. Once he became a 2-star king, Lu Chao and the others wouldn't be his match at all. At that time, it would be hard to say who would kill who. Lin Xian's figure flashed, and he also disappeared in the air. This time, he didn't move together with the other inner disciples. Although those people's strength was not bad, it would be difficult for them to explore such an ancient tomb. Of course, he didn't move alone. He was accompanied by the dark red divine dragon. Finally, there's another treasure. I'm so excited. The dark red divine dragon stretched out its neck and howled like a hungry wolf. These days, it had been holding back for too long. "Kid, let's go all out this time. Let's see what good things are in that ancient tomb." The two of them were like lightning, flying in the air. After flying for tens of thousands of miles, they found their target. In the distance, there was a black mountain range. Killing intent soared into the sky, and demonic chi ran rampant. It was very terrifying, as if it had turned into hell. That aura made even the dark red divine dragon tremble. Damn, what a dense, baleful aura. The dark red divine dragon was very suspicious, but then its eyes lit up. Lin Xian also carefully examined and warned, "Be careful. This is not the Tianwu continent. There are experts everywhere. We must not enter danger." The two of them descended from the sky and hid their auras. They walked carefully. When they looked up, they could see many figures flashing on the mountain peak in the distance. Among them, there were not only people from the alchemy sect, but also the nearby sects and countries. They were all looking for the ancient tomb. The closer they got to Feng Mountain Range, the more the aura of death there was. Black liquid began to appear on the ground, and even the trees were rotting. The entire mountain range seemed to have turned into hell. This is Feng Mountain. Even if there's no ancient tomb, it's still a land of death. Zombies often appear here, so you have to be careful. He too also warned, "There's such a thing." Lin Xian was surprised. He originally thought that this change was caused by the appearance of the mysterious ancient tomb, but after hearing He Tu's words, he realized that was not the case. At the side, the dark red divine dragon also explained, "He's right. Feng Mountain has been a dead mountain since ancient times. Who knows how many corpses are buried here, and there's no lack of experts among them. Of course, if the situation is good, they'll die and turn into bones. If the situation is bad, they'll turn into zombies. Ordinary martial artists will turn into zombies at most, but those peerless experts will turn into zombies with intelligence those zombies can cultivate. They're very terrifying. Kid, if we meet those zombies, we can only run." The dark red divine dragon also had a lingering fear. It was obvious that he knew a lot about Fengshan. With the two's warning, Lin Xian naturally became more careful. However, it was useless. The closer he got to Feng Mountain, the more bones there were. Crack! Lin Xian could crush several bones with a single stomp. Finally, he alarmed a skeletal creature. Crack! Crack! Countless white bones crawled out from the ground, forming skeletons. These skeletons were of different shapes. Some were humanoid, and some were beast-like. At this moment, there were more than 10 skeletons, and they quickly pounced on Lin Xian. Lin Xian used dragon catcher hands. His palms were like 2 real dragons, and they instantly sent the skeletons flying. However, this action of his caused an even greater commotion as even more powerful skeletal creatures appeared. An angry roar came from below. Suddenly, the entire ground began to tremble. A crack that was almost 1,000 meters long formed, and then a huge figure appeared. It was also a skeleton's creature, but its body was the size of a small mountain. There were 2 balls of green flames on the huge skeletons of a cow. Those were soul flames. Chapter 1566. The white bone ox head held a huge black axe in its hand. It was as big as a door, and its surface was full of holes. It had been corroded to the extreme. However, its power was extraordinary. The giant black tiger axe was swung in the air and turned into a black ray of light. It was like a bolt of lightning that blasted towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian clenched his fist and punched out. The blood in his body roared like a dragon. Bang! He used his fist to meet the giant black axe head-on. The collision of the two caused the void to tremble. Boulders rolled down from the surrounding mountains. With a single strike, Lin Xian was forced to take a step back, whereas the ox-head white bone was forced to take 3 steps back. So powerful! Lin Xian was surprised. His punch was extremely terrifying. Even a 3-star king might not be able to take it. However, the skeletal creature was only pushed back by 3 steps. He had to admit that it was too powerful. As for the white bone bullhead, it roared furiously. Although its intelligence was not very high, it was still able to understand what was happening before its eyes. A human brat was actually able to force him back. This made him extremely furious. In the next moment, the green flames in its eye sockets suddenly surged, and a layer of light appeared on its white body. It roared, and the sound waves with a strange killing intent quickly enveloped Lin Xian. Roar! At the side, the dark red divine dragon also roared and let out a dragon roar. Immediately, the sound waves of the skeletal creature were dispersed. At the same time, Lin Xian clenched his fist, and the 1,000-beast cauldron appeared in front of him. Then he formed a seal with his fingers, and a black ray of light quickly appeared and shot into the skeletal bull's eye sockets. Roar! In the next moment, the skeletal bull let out a miserable cry. The giant black axe in its hand slashed in all directions, causing the ground to sink. The green flames in its eye sockets jumped as if it was in great pain. However, after a while, the green flames calmed down, and the skeletal bull stopped rampaging. It stood respectfully in front of Lin Xian. Lin Xian grabbed and put away the 1,000-beast cauldron. He then nodded in satisfaction. His figure flickered as he arrived at the white bone bull's head and sat down cross-legged. On the other side, the dark red dragon also flew up. Let's go! Once the order was given, the white bone ox head took a huge step forward and rushed forward. Bang, bang, bang. It was as if a white ancient mountain was moving, causing the earth to tremble. Along the way, many skeletal creatures were alarmed, but when they saw the skeletal bull head, they all hid underground, not daring to come out. This saved him a lot of trouble. Lin Xian used his soul power to scan the surroundings. He avoided most of the martial artists in the sky and arrived at the nearest mountain range. There's a cave. The dark red divine dragon's gaze was like lightning as it immediately locked onto the front. Shall we go in and take a look? He asked excitedly. All right. Lin Xian nodded. Then the two of them turned into rainbows and flew toward the cave ahead. As soon as he entered the cave, Lin Xian felt a cold aura surrounding him. That aura was very strange, like a gust of chilly wind, causing his hair to stand on end. His figure flashed, and the red lotus armor appeared. After all these years, Lin Xian had gathered all the materials and refined the complete red lotus armor. The red lotus armor's might was even above the starry sky armor. At the very least, it could be used by King Realm martial artists. As soon as the Red Lotus armor appeared, Lin Xian immediately felt that the effect of the chilly wind had weakened greatly. This caused him to heave a sigh of relief. On the other side, the dark red dragon roared as well. The dragon blood in its body surged and formed a defense to resist the chilly wind. Once the two of them got used to the environment in the cave, they started to size up the surroundings. The inside of the cave was different from the outside. The outside was a swamp with rotten flesh and bones, but the inside of the cave was much cleaner and had a hard rock floor. It was very dark inside, but it wasn't a problem for Lin Xian and the dark red dragon. With their eyesight, they were naturally able to see that there was a passageway ahead. It seemed like it was probably a cave abode. They hadn't expected that they would be so lucky to find a cave abode at random. A wisp of joy appeared on Lin Xian's face. The dark red dragon was delighted as well. Although it's not the main cave abode, it should be pretty good. Let's go down and take a look. The passageway was in the shape of a spiral and extended downwards. Lin Xian and Hong Mystical Dragon were both bold and skilled as they walked downwards. The passageway was very deep and seemed to lead to hell. Gradually, they discovered that there were footsteps echoing in the passageway. Could there be people? The two of them were shocked. They restrained their auras and moved quickly. Then they were stunned. There were indeed footsteps ahead, but they didn't belong to humans. They belonged to skeletons and zombies. The zombies and skeletons outside were mostly demon beasts, but they were all humans inside. They wore shabby armor, had expressionless faces, and their eyes were dead gray. They walked in the cave like patrolling soldiers. How strange. These zombies can actually absorb the aura of death around them. The dark red dragon was surprised. Then it looked carefully and exclaimed in surprise, "Kid, look at the inscriptions on their bodies." Lin Xian looked over as well, and a look of shock appeared on his face. Indeed, the dark red dragon was right. The zombies in front had obscure inscriptions on their bodies. Fortunately, the two of them were experts in this area. Otherwise, they might not have noticed it. This is a formation inscribed on the zombies. It allows them to absorb the aura of death around them and maintain their mobility. What a clever method. I wonder who set it up for them. Could it be the owner of this cave abode? I don't know. Let's go down and take a look, said Lin Xian. The aura of death around them grew thicker, but Lin Xian was not afraid at all. He activated the red lotus armor on his body and formed a red lotus that enveloped him to resist the aura of death around him. The dark red dragon flew quickly and let out a dragon's roar. His aura was like a furnace of heaven and earth. It was so powerful that the aura of death around him didn't dare to come close. The two of them were like lightning as they rushed forward with large strides. Bang, bang, bang. Wherever they passed, the zombies and skeletons were smashed apart, but gradually more and more zombies appeared. Their bodies even flickered with a metallic glow. Their aura was also much stronger than before. Boom! Suddenly, a black figure appeared in front of them and rushed over. It was a tall zombie. Most of his clothes were rotten, and the exposed skin was cold and metallic. His movements were stiff and strange, but his speed was strange. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Lin Xian and the dark red dragon. What a powerful zombie! It has the aura of a king. Lin Xian was surprised. He realized that the zombie had the aura of a one-star king. Buzz. Chapter 1567. Wang. That tall zombie was covered in a murderous aura. His entire body seemed to have turned into a sharp sword as he charged forward. Boom. He stretched out his hand with a cold aura and grabbed at Lin Xian and the dark red dragon. Pung. Dang. Lin Xian punched out and hit the zombie's palm. The dark red dragon also waved its dragon claw and slapped out quickly. Instantly, the tall zombie was sent flying. Although he was powerful and had reached the level of a one-star king, he was powerless in front of Lin Xian and the dark red dragon. However, to Lin Xian's surprise, this attack did not kill the zombie. Lin Xian's punch hit the zombie's palm. Although the zombie was pushed back, it did not seem to have suffered any substantial damage. The dark red dragon's claw only dented the zombie's body and did not break it open. What kind of constitution is this? It's so powerful. The dark red dragon was shocked. Even an ordinary 3-star king would not be able to withstand this claw. However, the zombie's body did not crack open. It was too strange. The tall zombie let out a furious roar, and its body suddenly bounced up like a spring and instantly attacked again. His movements were very stiff, but his arms were like 2 demonic blades that slashed in all directions and even cut the void open. Pung pung pung. A low sound rang out as Lin Xian and the dark red dragon engaged in a fierce battle. To be honest, this zombie should have died more than 100 times. However, his constitution was very special. It was like a rare divine weapon that was abnormally tough. In the end, Lin Xian and the dark red dragon were annoyed. With a low roar, Lin Xian waved his hand, and the 9 underworld devil flames surged out quickly, forming a ferocious beast that charged forward. Boom! Whoosh whoosh! The 9 underworld devil flames were very terrifying. Even the zombie could not withstand it. Its body began to melt, forming a puddle of molten iron. The puddle of molten iron quickly condensed into a fist-sized iron ball that flickered with a cold light. It even emitted a wave of energy. What is this? It should be able to absorb it, right? Lin Xian waved his hand and grabbed the iron ball. No problem, it can be absorbed. This is the zombie's energy. Said, "Hey, Tuesday, that's good." Lin Xian was overjoyed. What he lacked the most now was energy. Holding the mysterious iron autumn in one hand, Lin Xian used the longevity secret art to madly absorb the energy inside. At the same time, he and the dark red dragon set off again. Not long after, another change occurred ahead. It was a powerful zombie. It quickly pounced over, but it wasn't completely human. There was even a pair of black wings on his back. What is this? Lin Xian was shocked. He then said to the dark red divine dragon, "Ruffian dragon, I'll leave it to you. It's just a Batman. It's no big deal." The dark red dragon god was very knowledgeable and recognized the other party's identity at a glance. Therefore, he waved his dragon claws and quickly rushed over. Although the Batman's aura was stronger than the previous one, the battle ended quickly. The reason for that was because the dark red divine dragon had directly smeared the dragon's blood onto its claws. With a single slap, it had severed the divine dragon's head. Pooh! A pearl the size of a longan fell out of the Batman's head. The dark red divine dragon grabbed it and swallowed it in one gulp. Not bad. It tastes good. The dark red divine dragon grinned. Following that, the two of them encountered many powerful zombies. In the end, they killed all of them. The energy inside the zombies was also absorbed by them. Therefore, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon's aura rapidly increased along the way. Finally, they arrived at the end of the cave. The cave was very vast. It was like a huge square. There were countless stone pillars supporting it, and on top of the stone pillars, there were cryptic inscriptions engraved on them. They flickered with a strange light. There were also inscriptions carved on the ground. They were incomparably complicated. The source of those inscriptions all pointed forward. There was a black coffin there. It was emitting a cold and gloomy aura. The coffin was very large. It was 5 meters long and 1 meter tall. At that moment, it was lying there quietly. It was like a primordial demonic mountain that made it difficult for people to breathe. Judging from the aura, It was definitely not an ordinary tomb. How is it? Is there anything special around here? What are these inscriptions for? Lin Xian asked. It was similar to a kind of inscription that gathered death qi for cultivation. It should have been set up by the person in the coffin when he was alive. Set it up when he was alive? Could it be that he still wants to cultivate after he's dead? Lin Xian had a strange expression on his face. Ghouls are very strange. I'm not too sure either, but let's open the coffin and take a look. Okay. The two of them discussed for a while and carefully walked forward. The black coffin was very heavy. It was unknown what material it was made of. That weight was even heavier than 10 mountains. Lin Xian reached out his hand, grabbed it, and raised it forcefully. Rumble! With a loud bang, the black coffin slowly opened. At the same time, Lin Xian was extremely cautious, afraid that there would be an attack from inside. However, no danger appeared. There was indeed a corpse inside. It was a middle-aged man. His eyes were closed. He was 2 meters tall and wore luxurious clothes. Around him were dozens of gems that flickered with resplendent light. This is top-quality subdivine crystals, the dark red divine dragon exclaimed. It waved its dragon claw and quickly grabbed a few of them. That's right. They were top-quality subdivine crystals. Subdivine crystals were a kind of energy crystal. Naturally, they were divided into grades. Ordinary warriors used ordinary subdivine crystals. Above these, there were many subdivine crystals and supreme-grade subdivine crystals. Different grades had different amounts of energy contained in them. It was like the difference between low-quality spirit stones, middle-quality spirit stones, and top-quality spirit stones. To be honest, Lin Xian had never seen top-quality subdivine crystals before. It was also his first time seeing one. Those subdivine crystals were like colored agates. They flickered with incomparable light and terrifying energy. What's this? Lin Xian's eyes moved and stared at the middle-aged man's hand. The middle-aged man put his hands together and placed them flat on his body. However, Lin Xian's soul power was strong. He naturally discovered that there was something else in the man's hand. He performed the dragon-capturing hands. 2 real dragons rushed out and opened the man's hands. There was something similar to a jade pendant. It was half the size of a palm and flickered with mysterious light. Lin Xian waved his hand and took the jade pendant. He looked at it carefully. What's this? He was very surprised. However, the dark red divine dragon glanced at it and exclaimed, Top-quality subdivine crystal. This is a top-quality subdivine crystal. Top-quality subdivine crystal? Lin Xian was also surprised. Chapter 1568. There was a tinge of anger in his eyes, and his calm face became ferocious. Not only that, but his body also started to change, and red hair started to grow on his body. Oh no! The corpse is mutating. Seeing this, the dark red divine dragon's scalp went numb. He waved his dragon claws and took away all the high-quality subdivine crystals. At the same time, he retreated rapidly. Lin Xian's body swayed as he retreated backward. He really couldn't figure out how the mysterious corpse that had been fine all this time had mutated. Could it be because of the supreme-grade subdivine crystals? However, there was no time for him to think about it. The corpse stood up, and his eyes swept across the area like a rainbow. He cut open a black, spatial crack in the void. At that moment, his body was covered with red hair, and he looked ferocious. He turned into a bolt of red lightning and charged at Lin Xian at high speed. Bang! He threw out 2 palms, and they landed heavily on Lin Xian's body. Lin Xian was immediately pushed back. So powerful! Lin Xian was shocked. He did not expect the mysterious demonic corpse to be so powerful. This palm strike was too terrifying. It caused his chi and blood to roil and almost split open. Fortunately, he had put up a defense and used the Red Lotus armor. Otherwise, he would have been more seriously injured. Roar! Seeing that the palm did not kill Lin Xian, the mysterious demonic corpse roared angrily. The light in his eyes exploded again, and he slashed at Lin Xian like two long knives. Lin Xian snorted, and his body shone with light. It formed a sharp sword chi and slashed forward. Clang, clang, clang. The terrifying sword chi hit the mysterious demonic corpse and made clanging sounds and sparks. However, it could not penetrate the mysterious demonic corpse's body. At the same time, the mysterious corpse had arrived in front of Lin Xian. His palms were like ghost claws that slapped down quickly. "You're courting death," Lin Xian snorted. He formed a seal with his palms and pushed them out. Suddenly, a golden heavenly rock appeared in his palms and rushed out. It collided with the mysterious demonic corpse's claws. This time, the mysterious demonic corpse was finally forced back. It let out a furious roar, and the red hair on its body fluttered like red flames. It was incomparably strange. With a wave of his hand, he tore through the void and formed dozens of sharp lights that slashed toward Lin Xian. Humph! Lin Xian directly used the dragon sword domain to envelop the other party. Suddenly, green sword chi surrounded the entire space. It was like a rain of swords crazily slashing at the other party. The great dragon sword spirit roared within, emitting a dragon's roar. A terrifying aura permeated the heavens and the earth. For a moment, the entire void was boiling. Bang, bang. The dragon sword domain was incomparably powerful. Even if the mysterious demonic corpse was powerful, it was still shaken to the point of continuously retreating. White scars appeared on his body. They were caused by the sword chi. There were even some places that had cracked open. However, not a single drop of blood flowed out. This situation was indeed extremely strange. Not only that, red hair began to grow out from the wounds, causing the wounds to rapidly heal. With a clap of his hands, it was like a demonic tablet that ruthlessly pressed down on Lin Xian. Lin Xian used the dragon sword domain. His body turned into a ray of light and instantly dodged. At the same time, the dark red divine dragon's attack also arrived. Countless dragon claws danced in the air, directly enveloping the mysterious demonic corpse. This attack caused a few more terrifying holes to appear on the mysterious demonic corpse's body. However, they were soon covered by the red hair again. Damn it! What the hell is this thing? Lin Xian's expression was ugly. He had never seen such a strange phenomenon, because if it was an ordinary king, he would have long been killed under such an attack. But this red-haired zombie seemed to have an immortal body. It was impossible to kill him. Try attacking his head, Hei Tu suggested. Head. Hearing this, the dark red divine dragon spat out a sea of fire. It turned into a long rainbow and instantly slashed at the other party's head. However, it was dodged by the mysterious demonic corpse. As expected, it's his head. The dark red divine dragon was overjoyed because the other party didn't dodge the previous attacks. Instead, he used his powerful physique to resist. But this time, he actually dodged. This meant that the other party was afraid. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian was also overjoyed. He took out the 9 darkness demonic sword, and his entire body emitted a sharp aura. With a furious roar, his aura could swallow mountains and rivers. The 9 darkness demonic sword erupted with an incomparably terrifying light. The power was so strong that the entire void trembled. With a slash of the sword, a black sword chi slashed down from the sky. It was incomparably terrifying. The void split open, and it ruthlessly slashed at the mysterious demonic corpse's head. Buzz. The mysterious demonic corpse turned into a red afterimage and dodged back and forth in the cave, dodging the sword chi. But this time, Lin Xian had already locked onto it. Roar! The red-haired zombie roared, and a terrifying light burst out from its eyes. At the same time, the red hair on its body rapidly grew. It was like a red river that spiraled in front of its body, forming a powerful defense. Bang! A shocking sound rang out. The red-haired zombie was sent flying. Not only that, the red hair on its body disappeared for the first time. Yes, that's right. It disappeared. Under Lin Xian's sword chi, it couldn't grow at all. Seeing this scene, the red-haired zombie's eyes revealed a trace of shock. It seemed that it didn't expect that someone could actually injure it. Lin Xian's expression was also grave. The other party's strength was too strong, and it seemed to have an indestructible body. It couldn't be killed at all. Its strength was almost on par with a 4-star king. But fortunately, the power of his great dragon sword soul was displayed at this moment. It could cut off the red hair on the other party's body. It seemed that it was only a matter of time before he killed the other party. The red-haired zombie also felt the danger. It roared and quickly waved its palms. 4 terrifying palm shadows were thrown out and bombarded the surrounding stone pillars. Buzz, buzz. In the next moment, the stone pillars were like the pillars of gods and demons. The inscriptions on the stone pillars shone. Together with the inscriptions on the ground, they formed a strange formation. Not good. Damn that red-haired zombie. It actually knows how to use formations. The dark red dragon's expression changed. As a formation expert, he could naturally feel the terror of this formation. Even he couldn't break it in a short time. On the other hand, Lin Xian's expression was grave, and a bright light burst out from his eyes. The blood in his body began to boil. As the successor of the Great Dragon Sword, he had inherited the Great Dragon Sword's bravery and strength. He wasn't afraid of anything. At this moment, even though the red-haired zombie had activated the mysterious formation, it couldn't stop his shocking battle intent. The blood in his body surged like the roars of dragons and tigers. The Great Dragon Sword soul roared. Beside him, the Dragon Sword domain was completely activated. A green domain quickly formed to resist the surrounding formation. At this moment, Lin Xian was extremely powerful, with the 9 darkness demonic sword in his hand. It was as if the sword demon had been reborn. Kill! With a roar, the dragon sword domain trembled. Countless sword chi swept out in all directions, each as large as a mountain. These sword chi slashed out in all directions, causing a huge commotion. Chapter 1569. Bang! The formation that had just been formed also shattered in an instant. All the strange scenes and terrifying auras disappeared. Only the green sword chi was left in the air. The red-haired zombie's expression changed drastically when he saw this scene. He couldn't think of what kind of power could destroy his formation in an instant. One had to know that this formation was very strange and couldn't be destroyed at all. However, a human youth in front of him had actually destroyed it. Moreover, he had destroyed it so easily. He couldn't believe it. Although the red-haired zombie couldn't speak, he obviously had the intelligence of a human. His gaze was uncertain, and his heart was filled with shock. In fact, the sword Dao aura emitted by the other party caused his body to begin to tremble. However, he wouldn't sit still and wait for death. In the next moment, he roared angrily, and a dazzling light burst out from his eyes. Then, the red hair all over his body began to burn, forming balls of red flames that completely enveloped his body. "Oh no, he's going to go all out. Be careful," the dark red dragon exclaimed. Sure enough, in the next moment, the red-haired zombie turned into a ray of light and instantly charged towards Lin Xian. "Let's end this!" Lin Xian shouted coldly and raised his combat strength to the limit. Then he waved the ninth Hell Demon sword and stabbed out. Azure Dragon Break. A wisp of black sword light instantly charged forward like a dragon. This move was very terrifying as it directly attacked the red-haired zombie's head. Instantly, the red-haired zombie's head exploded, and its entire body fell to the ground with a bang. There was no blood, but the surrounding cold aura had disappeared. Moreover, the red hair on the zombie's body also quickly disappeared and finally drilled into its body and disappeared. In addition, a red crystal core fell out of the zombie's body. That was the source of the zombie's energy. Great! Lin Xian retracted his hand and held the red crystal core in his hand. He was extremely happy. The red-haired zombie's strength was close to that of a 4-star king. It was extremely powerful. If he could absorb all the energy inside, he believed that he should be able to break through to the 2-star king realm. Therefore, he didn't leave immediately. Instead, he sat down cross-legged and held the supreme-grade subdivine crystal in one hand and the red crystal core in the other. He used the longevity arc to quickly absorb the energy. On the other side, the dark red Shenlong was cleaning up the battlefield, collecting all the valuable items in the cave. Then, he started to absorb those high-quality subdivinity crystals. At this moment, Lin Xian's secret art of longevity was circulating madly, displaying a powerful and mysterious power. The energy inside the supreme quality substandard divine crystal and the red crystal core was like a torrential river. It unceasingly poured into Lin Xian's body, cleansing his meridians. Boom! A low voice sounded, and then Lin Xian's aura suddenly soared. Originally, his cultivation base had already reached the late stage of 1-star king realm. Moreover, along the way, he had continuously killed zombies and absorbed their crystal cores. His cultivation base had also increased rapidly and had already reached a critical point. Now, with the supreme-grade substandard divine crystal and the red crystal core, his cultivation had finally reached the 2-star king realm. So strong. Feeling the energy in his body, Lin Xian was overjoyed. After breaking through to the 2-star king realm, his strength had increased greatly. If he faced the red-haired zombie now, he would probably be able to kill it in a few moves. Moreover, his current strength was still equivalent to a 4-star king. He was even confident that he could defeat core disciples like Lu Chao. It seemed like it was time to find an opportunity to become a core disciple. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He decided that when he returned to the sect, he would find Chuyu and see if there was any way for him to become a core disciple as soon as possible. Only by becoming a core disciple would he be able to find out more about King Pillfeather. On the other side, the dark red dragon had absorbed all the high-quality substandard divine crystals. His cultivation base had also recovered, and he had advanced by another level. Now he had also reached the 2-star king realm. The dragon blood in his body surged like a furnace of heaven and earth, emitting a rumbling sound. "Ha! I've recovered a bit more." The dark red dragon laughed loudly. It wouldn't be long before he could recover his full strength. Lin Xian also laughed and said, "Since there's nothing left here, let's go." Thus the two turned around and flew outside. At the same time, outside the cave, several figures were flying towards them at lightning speed. "Senior Brother Lu, we've received news that there's a tomb here." "Yes, I've heard that there are many treasures inside. We spent a lot of money to obtain this information." Several voices sounded. It turned out that these people were Lu Chao and the others. They had actually found this cave and flew over. Soon, Lu Chao and the others descended from the sky. Just as they were about to enter the cave, two black figures flew out of the cave. Whoosh whoosh. "Who is it? Stand still." Lu Chao waved his hand, and a terrifying palm image immediately pressed down. He had originally come to the cave to search for treasures. How could he not be shocked when two figures flew out of the cave? He had to stop them and investigate thoroughly, as expected. Under the palm image, the two figures that came out of the cave stopped. "What? It's you!" Lu Chao and the others were stunned because they realized that they actually knew the people who came out of the cave. That's right. The people who came out were Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon. Lin Xian was also stunned. He did not expect to meet Lu Chao and the others at the entrance of the cave. "How dare you? Who allowed you to go in? Presumptuous! Hand over all the things that you've obtained inside. Otherwise, I'll make sure you crawl out of here today." A few inner sect disciples beside Lu Chao shouted coldly. They did not take Lin Xian seriously at all because they were elite inner sect disciples and were very powerful. The other party was just a newcomer and could not fight against them at all. "Who do you think you are? How dare you have designs on me? Get lost while I'm in a good mood. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." Lin Xian snorted coldly. He had broken through to Two-Star King and was very imposing. "Presumptuous! You're courting death." The inner sect disciples were furious. They did not expect that Lin Xian would dare to talk back to them. They really did not know what was good for them. Lu Chao also snorted coldly. "Lad, I let you go earlier because of the urgency of the matter. I didn't expect you to be so arrogant in front of me. It seems that I can't let you live today." "Humph, you're really arrogant. Do you think you can kill whoever you want?" Lin Xian sneered. "Let me tell you, I've obtained 2 supreme-grade subdivine crystals and countless treasures in this cave. Come and snatch them if you can." "What? Supreme-grade subdivine crystals?" Hearing this, the inner sect disciples opposite him were shocked. Then their eyes were filled with a fiery glow. Supreme-grade subdivine crystals were extremely powerful sources of energy. If they could obtain them, they would definitely be able to raise their cultivation level again. They might even be able to make a breakthrough. Chapter 1570. He hadn't expected that Lin Fan would have such a fortuitous encounter and obtain 2 supreme-grade subdivine crystals. But soon after, he laughed wildly. "Kid, I have to say that you're really stupid. You actually dared to say that you obtained such a treasure? But very good, he's mine now." Obediently hand over the supreme-grade subdivine crystals, kneel at the side, and await my punishment. "Hand it over? That's impossible. I've already absorbed it." Lin Xian shrugged. "Don't even think about it. You won't be able to obtain a supreme-grade subdivine crystal in your lifetime. Scram." "What? You're courting death." Those inner court disciples went crazy, and their hearts ached. On the other hand, Lu Chao's face sank, and his eyes shone with a terrifying light. He stared fixedly at Lin Xian, and then he frowned. As expected, you've broken through to the Two-Star King realm. What a piece of trash. 2 supreme-grade subdivine crystals only increased your cultivation by so little? Kid, you dared to waste my supreme-grade subdivine crystals? I'll definitely kill you. You've just absorbed them, so there's probably still dense energy left in your blood. Even if I can't absorb the supreme-grade subdivine crystals, I'll still absorb the energy in your blood. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Chao stretched out his palm, and it was like 5 sharp blades that swiftly slapped towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly and raised his fist to meet the attack. His terrifying fist was like an enormous mountain as it swiftly blasted out. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission. "Ruffian Long, I'll leave those inner court disciples to you. Don't let a single one of them go. Don't worry, it's a piece of cake." The dark red dragon grinned, and his body shot out like a red bolt of lightning. Bang! A shocking blow caused a huge explosion in the air, and then the two figures quickly retreated. Lu Chao took 5 steps back and stabilized his body, but he was extremely shocked. His eyes were filled with shock, and he didn't dare to accept the reality before his eyes. Lin Fan was just a 2-star king who had just entered the inner court, but he had blocked his attack. This was something that he'd never thought possible, because as far as he was concerned, Lin Fan was just an ant that he could crush with a single finger. Therefore, he had never taken the other party seriously. But now, not only had his opponent blocked his attack, he had even forced him to retreat. If he hadn't experienced it himself, he wouldn't have believed it even if he was beaten to death. It was simply impossible for a 2-star king to contend against a 4-star king. Behind him, the few inner sect disciples widened their eyes as if they had seen a ghost. Damn it, what's going on? How could he block senior brother Lu Chao's attack? I must be dreaming. The few of them shook their heads in disbelief. However, at this moment, the dark red dragon flew over and waved its dragon claws. Hee, ants, you should worry about yourselves first. You're courting death. A 4-horned snake dares to be arrogant in front of us? Catch him, peel his skin, cook him, and eat him. A few of the inner disciples were enraged. One after another, they used their ultimate techniques to attack the dark red divine dragon. Bang, bang, bang. A few more thunderous noises were heard. Then a few inner sect disciples vomited blood and were sent flying. Their eyes were filled with shock. They couldn't believe that a 4-horned snake could send all of them flying so easily. What was going on? Were the 2 of them humans or ghosts? How could they have such powerful strength? Seeing the few inner sect disciples vomiting blood, Lu Chao's face turned even uglier. He gritted his teeth and said, Good. Kid, I underestimated you. However, do you think you can be arrogant just because you blocked one of my attacks? Let me tell you, you're too naive. I'll let you know how powerful I really am. Now, it seems like you were the one who killed Fong Li. Lin Xian snorted. So what? Not only am I going to kill him, but I'm also going to kill you. Kill me? You're dreaming. Go to hell. Lu Chao roared. His face was ferocious, and a cold, murderous aura shot into the sky. Boundless flames surrounded him, making him look like a god of fire. He waved his hand, and a red alchemy cauldron appeared in the air. There were 2 lifelike fire dragons hovering above it. With a wave of his hand, endless flames gathered and formed a fire dragon that roared. A terrifying heat wave covered the sky as if the entire sky had turned into a sea of fire. The fire dragon roared and charged toward Lin Xian. The entire void was left with endless lava as if it had been cut open. Lin Xian was in the dragon sword's spiritual domain, and it was empty. He emitted a sharp aura like a peerless god of war. Whoosh! He turned into a sword light and dodged the fire dragon's attack. At the same time, he clenched his hand and summoned a small black cauldron. Thousand Beast Cauldron. It was a true earth-grade weapon. In the past, Lin Xian's cultivation was too low to unleash its true power. Now that he was a 2-star king, he had the strength to use the Thousand Beast Cauldron. The palm shadows kept slapping, and the Thousand Beast Cauldron trembled and emitted a black light. One after another, rare beasts swam on top of it. Woo-woo! Roar! It was as if 10,000 beasts were roaring at the same time, emitting a terrifying aura. In a trance, there were countless demonic beasts circling around. With a flick of his finger, a black light gathered and formed a huge hand of death that slapped forward. Bang! With a shocking blow, the huge black hand covered the sky and slapped the fire dragon, breaking it. Boom, boom. Sparks flew everywhere, and the void was dyed red. What? It's broken! On the opposite side, Lu Chao's pupils constricted. If it was a coincidence that Lin Xian had forced him back the first time, then this time It was definitely not a coincidence that Lin Xian had broken through his attack again. This time, he had even used his own weapon. It could be said that he was going all out. However, Lin Xian could still block it. Damn it. How is this possible? How can this kid have such powerful battle strength? Lu Chao roared and instantly activated his king domain. Immediately, a fiery red domain enveloped him. The terrifying domain distorted the entire void, as if it had become a real sea of fire. Kill. Lu Chao roared and charged toward Lin Xian with the red king domain. Soon he collided with the huge black hand. Instantly, the black hand shattered into pieces. Unable to resist. Humph, kid, so what if your weapon is powerful? You're no match for me in terms of domains. At this moment, Lu Chao was very confident. He was a 4-star king, and his domain was already very terrifying. It was definitely not something that a 2-star king could contend against. He had already seen that the reason Lin Xian had been able to break his attack was because of the small black cauldron. Other than that, it was impossible for Lin Xian to break his attack. Confidence is a good thing, but stupidity is not good. You're obviously the stupidity type. Chapter 1571. As soon as he finished speaking, the dragon sword realm quickly appeared beside him. Suddenly, tens of thousands of sword chi pierced through the sky, and the entire void seemed to have become a killing ground. The monstrous aura stirred up the clouds, as if it could kill gods and demons. What? This sword chi? Lu Chao felt the sword chi emitted by the dragon sword realm, and his face changed drastically. To be honest, he had never felt such a sharp sword chi, even though he was far away and had the protection of the king realm. However, he could still feel the killing intent brought by the sword chi. The hair on his body stood on end. Damn it, how can his realm be so strong? I don't believe it. Lu Chao gritted his teeth and crazily activated the Red King realm. Suddenly, endless flames shot up into the sky, and 8 fire dragons circled around his body, quickly attacking forward. Mirror still water. Lin Xian was expressionless. He waved his hand, and the dragon sword realm trembled. Countless sword chi circled around, forming a huge sword screen. It was like a mirror, incomparably bright and clean. The 8 fire dragons with monstrous heat waves fiercely collided with the mirror surface and were all immediately reflected back. What? All of them were reflected? How is this possible? Lu Chao was shocked and couldn't believe it. The few inner disciples below had already opened their eyes wide, as if they had seen a ghost. Everyone knew how terrifying Lu Chao was. Among the inner disciples, no one was a match for him. Even among the core disciples, he was one of the stronger ones. But now, a newcomer who had just entered the inner sect was actually able to compete with Lu Chao and even suppress him. This made them unable to believe it. Impossible. Damn it, I don't believe it. How can you be so strong? Lu Chao's hair was disheveled, and his face was ferocious. I can only say that you are ignorant. I originally had no enmity with you, but you repeatedly tried to kill me. So, you only have yourself to blame. Now it's all over. Lin Xian pulled out the 9 darkness demonic sword, and tens of thousands of sword chi circled around him. He was like a sword demon, incomparably terrifying. It's over? Impossible. I still have many secret techniques, and I still have pills to increase my strength. Brat, let me tell you, my methods are not something you can imagine. As long as I don't care about the price to increase my strength, I can even compete with a 5-star king. What do you have to fight me? Today, I will teach you how to kill. After saying that, Lu Chao flipped his palm. Immediately, 2 red pills appeared in his palm. As long as he swallowed 2 red pills, he would be able to stimulate the potential in his body and temporarily obtain great power. However, Lin Xian's expression was ice cold. He gripped the 9 Serenity's demonic sword and quickly slid it through the air. Underworld Dao waning moonbreak. With a wave of his sword, an invisible force condensed in the air. Crack, crack. A black crack appeared in the air. It was incomparably terrifying and emitted a strange aura. It was as if a peerless demon had opened its terrifying mouth and was about to devour everything. In the next moment, the spatial crack enveloped Lu Chao's figure. With a miserable shriek, Lu Chao was sucked into the black crack and disappeared. Soon after, the pitch-black crack began to slowly heal. The sky regained its clarity, but Lu Chao's figure had already disappeared. Only the remnant energy still lingered in the surroundings. What happened? Below, a few inner disciples saw this scene and looked at each other. However, after waiting for a long time, they did not see Lu Chao again. This gave them a bad premonition. What did you do to Brother Chao? A few of them asked in horror. He was no longer in this world. Lin Xian shook his head coldly. The move just now had directly cut open the void and connected to the void. As for Lu Chao, he had been exiled and could not return. This outcome was even more terrifying than being killed. You are a demon, not a human. A few inner disciples felt their skin crawl. They turned around and ran. You want to run? Hee hee. The dark red dragon sneered. Then he opened his mouth and spat out several rays of red light that pierced through the inner disciples. With a wave of his dragon claw, a terrifying dragon flame gushed out and burned the corpses to ashes. After doing all this, he stopped and returned to Lin Xian's side. Let's go. It's about time to go back. All right then, let's go to the other mountains next time. The dark red dragon glanced into the distance. Indeed, strictly speaking, they had not entered Feng Mountain yet. They were only at the periphery. Therefore, there were not many people nearby. It seemed that the real Feng Mountain and the great ancient tomb would be even more terrifying than the previous cave. The two of them turned into lightning, flew into the sky, and disappeared. Lu Chao's incident had caused a sensation in the sect. After all, he was a core disciple, and his strength was not bad. Such people were the elites of the alchemy faction. However, after the alchemy faction investigated, they did not find out who did it. Moreover, the culprit had disappeared in Feng Mountain. It was very likely that it was another sect or some existence in the ancient tomb who did it. Therefore, the alchemy faction could only give up on investigating. On the other side, Lin Xian had also returned to the alchemy faction. He stayed for a few days and then prepared to look for Chu Yu. He now knew that Chu Yu was also a core disciple. However, what surprised him was that Chu Yu's cultivation was obviously not a 4-star king. However, if he could become a core disciple, it meant that his attainments in alchemy were definitely extraordinary. However, in the past few days, he found out that Chu Yu was not only a core disciple, but an extremely powerful one, a personal disciple. That's right. Chu Yu was a personal disciple of the alchemy faction's elder. His status was even more noble than a core disciple like Lu Chao. Lin Xian finally understood. No wonder the other party could arrange for him to enter the alchemy faction so easily. It turned out that he was a personal disciple. However, this was even better. He believed that the other party would definitely have a way to promote him to a core disciple. The alchemy faction was located in a continuous mountain range. The inner and core disciples were not on the same mountain peak. Therefore, Lin Xian had to fly away from the inner sect disciples' residence and head to the core disciples' residence. After flying for about half an hour, his body sank and he arrived at the foot of the mountain. Just as he was about to enter, a cold shout suddenly came from ahead. Stop! The voice was like a clap of thunder. It was abnormally terrifying and caused the void to tremble. Hearing this voice, Lin Xian frowned, but he still stopped in his tracks. Soon, 6 disciples flew over from afar like rainbows. "Who are you? How dare you barge into the core disciples' residence? Aren't you afraid of being killed? This isn't a place where you can enter. Leave quickly. You've misunderstood. I'm here to look for someone," Lin Xian said slowly. "Look for someone? Who is it?" the guards asked coldly. They were not core disciples, and were only guards in charge of guarding this place. However, their status and strength had already surpassed the majority of the inner sect disciples. They were extremely powerful. Chapter 1572. "I'm looking for Chuyu," Lin Xian said indifferently. "Chuyu?" Hearing this, their expressions changed. Clearly, they knew Chuyu's identity. "Fairy Chuyu is a personal disciple. Why are you looking for her?" "That's right. How could a mere inner disciple know? A personal disciple. Kid, I advise you not to lie. Otherwise, you'll end up in a miserable state. Whether I know Chuyu or not, wouldn't you know once you report to her?" Lin Xian said calmly. If it were an ordinary inner disciple, they would probably be trembling in fear when they met these guards. However, he wouldn't. No matter how strong they were only 3-star kings. As for him, he was someone who could even kill a 4-star king. Therefore, Lin Xian didn't take these guards seriously. "Report to you?" The guard's lips curled into a cold smile. "Kid, we're very busy. We don't have time to report to you. You should come back another day." Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. What were they busy with? They obviously wanted to get some benefits from him. However, Lin Xian didn't plan to give them any benefits. He snorted. "What? You want to extort me? Aren't you afraid that I'll report it to the sect?" "Report it to the sect? Then go report it. See if the sect will believe you." The guards sneered. Clearly, they often did this kind of thing. "Is that so? If the sect doesn't care, then what about Chuyu?" "Let me tell you, I'm looking for Fairy Chuyu, because it's urgent. If it's delayed, can you bear the consequences? When the time comes and Fairy Chuyu punishes you, I'm afraid you'll end up worse than me." Lin Xian said slowly. "You dare threaten us? Kid, you're courting death." The guards were enraged. One of them even snorted coldly and waved his sleeve. Immediately, a huge force surged towards Lin Xian. "A mere inner disciple dares to behave atrociously in front of us? You're courting death. Today, I'll teach you a good lesson. I'll let you know what kind of attitude you should have in front of me." Oh, the sleeve trembled, and like a floating cloud, it suddenly grew larger in the wind. It was like a cage of heaven and earth that was about to suck Lin Xian in. This was a very terrifying skill called the Heaven and Earth Sleeve. It was rumored that when it was refined to the extreme, it could swallow the heavens and swallow the earth. Of course, it was impossible for the guardian disciple before him to pull off such a feat, however. Collecting the mountains and rivers was not an issue at all. The terrifying sleeve enveloped Lin Xian and was about to swallow him whole. Lin Xian snorted coldly. With a flick of his finger, several streaks of sharp sword qi surged out, transforming into a long river that soared into the clouds. Pung pung pung. That terrifying heaven and earth sleeve was instantly slashed by the sword qi and instantly exploded. In an instant, the terrifying scene disappeared. The guardian disciple even took a few steps back, his face extremely ugly. Above his wrist, the wide sleeves were already shattered. "You." His face was ferocious as he stared at Lin Xian. The surrounding guardian disciples also had ferocious expressions. They did not expect that a mere inner disciple would be so powerful that he could destroy the heaven and earth sleeve with a raise of his hand. "How dare you behave atrociously here? Take him down. With a furious roar, the remaining guardian disciples immediately acted, wanting to capture Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. With a flash of his palm, the dragon sword realm quickly flew out. In an instant, it completely enveloped the remaining 5 guardian disciples. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sword chi was like a rainbow, incomparably sharp and filled with monstrous killing intent. Countless sword chi surged and surrounded the 5 guardian disciples. As long as they moved, they would be pierced by the sword chi, and hundreds of thousands of holes would appear on their bodies. Immediately, the guardian disciples were stunned, and their faces were extremely ugly. They did not expect that the other party could actually subdue all of them in an instant. One had to know that they were all 3-star kings, and the other party's aura was only that of a 2-star king. How was this possible? Even the strongest inner sect disciples wouldn't be able to do something like this, right? However, they had all seen the strongest few people, but the young man in front of them was incomparably unfamiliar. It was obvious that he had just joined the inner sect. That was why they were so arrogant before, but they did not expect that they would almost be killed. Thinking of this, cold sweat dripped down their bodies, and they no longer dared to be presumptuous in front of Lin Xian. Stop, let's talk nicely. We were wrong before, we apologize to you. We'll go report for you now. The few of them hurriedly apologized. They had no choice. If they dared to say anything else, the sword chi would probably kill them immediately. Hearing this, Lin Xian snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, he removed the dragon sword realm. Soon, the few guardian disciples left to report the news. However, Chuyu did not come out. Instead, a young man in a blue robe walked out. Fairy Chuyu is in seclusion refining a type of pill, so she can't split herself. Since you want to find her, I'll bring you in, the blue-clothed young man said coldly. Moreover, he carefully sized up Lin Xian. When he saw the identity of the disciple and the cultivation of a 2-star king, a hint of disdain appeared at the corner of his mouth. All right, Lin Xian nodded. He did not expect that the person who came out was not Chuyu, but someone he did not know at all. Looking at the other party's arrogant expression and strong aura, there was no need to think to know that he should be a core disciple. However, he did not care about the other party's attitude, as long as the other party could bring him in. Nodding, Lin Xian followed the blue-clothed young man into the mountain range where the core disciples lived. As soon as they entered, the blue-clothed young man walked in front with large strides and said coldly, "This is where the core disciples live, far surpassing your inner sect. There are formations everywhere here, and there are even traps in some places. It can be said that one wrong step will consign you to eternal damnation. With your strength and identity, you have no right to enter this place. However, I'll bring you in for Chuyu's sake. However, you have to know your limits and follow me closely. Don't wander around." "Do you hear me clearly?" the blue-clothed young man said coldly. However, Lin Xian did not reply. Instead, he sped up and walked side by side with the blue-clothed young man. "Don't worry, I have some knowledge of formations, so there shouldn't be any danger." Lin Xian looked around and said indifferently, "Even if there is any danger, I can deal with it." Hearing this, the blue-clothed young man's face sank. In his opinion, Lin Xian was too arrogant and did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. A small inner sect disciple with a 2-star king cultivation actually dared to boast that he was proficient in formations and could even resist the formations here? The array formation. Here was no ordinary array formation. Every one of them was extremely terrifying, and inner sect disciples could not withstand them at all. Chapter 1573. However, core disciples were very familiar with the surrounding terrain, so under normal circumstances they would not enter these formations. Kid, it seems that you're very confident in yourself. Since that's the case, I'm relieved. The man in blue sneered, his eyes full of disdain. He did not believe Lin Xian's words at all. Therefore, he planned to teach him a lesson and let him know what it meant to be arrogant. In the next moment, the man in blue's figure swayed, and he could not help but speed up. Like a bolt of blue lightning, he instantly disappeared on the spot and walked forward. Soon, he arrived at a safe place. Proficient in formations? Can you handle it? Humph, what an idiot. Let me see how you're going to pass through the formations and traps there. The man in blue raised a disdainful smile because, in his opinion, the other party would not be able to walk out at all. If he left, he would probably fall into the formation very quickly. At that time, he wanted to see if the other party could still be arrogant. The man in blue revealed a sinister smile. To be honest, if the other party was not looking for Chuyu, he would have killed him with a slap. Is that so? I think senior brother is overthinking. Are the formations here as magical as you say? At this moment, a light voice was heard. Hearing this voice, the man in blue jumped in fright. He suddenly turned around and found Lin Xian standing not far away from him. Immediately, his eyes widened, as if he had seen a ghost. How is this possible? How is this possible? How could he walk out of those formations and traps so quickly? One had to know that he had displayed his powerful speed just now. No one below the 4-star king level could keep up with him. However, the other party had arrived at almost the same time as him. It was too strange. Lin Xian saw the other party's shocked expression, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a mocking smile. Then he said indifferently, "Senior brother, let's go. I have something important to talk to Fairy Chuyu about." Humph! Seeing the other party's disdainful smile, the man in blue's face darkened. His eyes flickered with a trace of killing intent. To be honest, he had never been so embarrassed before. Moreover, it was in front of a small inner sect disciple. This made him want to kill him. However, after thinking for a moment, he gave up in the end, because he didn't know what the relationship between this kid and Chuyu was. Chuyu was a personal disciple. Her status was even higher than that of a core disciple. If he really killed her now, Chuyu would blame him. At that time, he would be the unlucky one. The blue-clothed young man snorted again and said coldly, "Come with me." In the end, he brought Lin Xian to the mountain peak where Chuyu lived. "Fairy Chuyu is inside. You can wait outside." After saying that, he turned into a blue light and left without looking back. Lin Xian clasped his hands behind his back and looked ahead curiously. The mountains and rivers were clear, just like a fairyland. It was indeed a good place to live and cultivate. This treatment is really different. Lin Xian sighed. He only had a single courtyard, but the core disciples all had their own mountain peaks. This was a world of difference. With a flicker, Lin Xian arrived at the peak of the mountain. There were several palaces in front of him, but he didn't go in. Instead, he found an ancient tree and sat down cross-legged to cultivate. About 2 hours later, a strange fragrance came from the palaces in front of him. The fragrance was very strong. When one smelled it, they would feel the spiritual energy in their body boil. "This is a pill fragrance." Lin Xian opened his eyes and revealed a trace of surprise. He could imagine that it was definitely not an ordinary pill. Otherwise, it wouldn't have caused such a strange fragrance. A profound pill. It looks like it's at least a mid-grade profound pill. Lin Xian was shocked. Profound pills were pills used by kings. They were divided into 4 grades: basic, mid-grade, high-grade, and supreme grade. Different grades had different effects. Generally, people below 3-star kings would only use basic grade profound pills. It was very rare to encounter a mid-grade profound pill. After all, even though it was just a difference of 1 word, a mid-grade profound pill was very difficult to refine. With Lin Xian's current state, the failure rate was also very high. However, he didn't expect that Chu Yu would actually succeed. He had to admit that it really surprised him. Soon, the pill fragrance disappeared. Then, the doors of the palaces slowly opened, and a beautiful figure walked in. It was a tall and slender woman. She wore an aqua green robe. Her skin was fair, and her face was exquisite. She looked like a fairy. There was still a faint fragrance on her body. Congratulations on successfully refining a mid-grade profound pill. Lin Xian walked forward and said with a smile, why are you here? Seeing the person in front of him, Chu Yu was stunned. Then he smiled. I didn't expect that not only are you strong, but your eyesight is also very sharp. You can tell that I'm refining a mid-grade profound pill at a glance. Don't laugh at me. I'm just a small inner disciple. How can I compare to you? A direct disciple. Come in. Chu Yu rolled his eyes and waved his hand. Then Lin Xian walked in. How is it? Are you used to living in the alchemy sect? Chu Yu asked. It's okay, but it's not as comfortable as you core disciples. Of course. Chu Yu smiled. The status of a core disciple and an inner disciple are completely different. It's like the difference between heaven and earth. Then, she asked suspiciously, No way. You're thinking about becoming a core disciple again? That's right. That's why I came to find you. Heavens, how many days have you been in the inner sect? Only a month? You want to become a core disciple already? That's too fast. I'm afraid this has never happened before in the history of the alchemy sect. Chu Yu was shocked. Lin Xian smiled. It didn't happen before, but it doesn't mean it won't happen in the future. Also, I heard that some core disciples have disappeared. No one knows if they're dead or alive. I'm afraid they won't be coming back. Do you have any way to prevent me from becoming a core disciple? Lin Xian asked. Okay. After a while, Chu Yu came back to her senses. Indeed, Lu Chao of the core disciples disappeared in Mount Feng. I'm afraid he won't be coming back. So, it's certain that a new core disciple will be chosen. And it's probably something that happened recently. I have to say, you're really lucky. You've just arrived, and you've already encountered such a thing. One had to know that under normal circumstances, an inner disciple might not encounter such a thing even after 8 to 10 years. Lin Xian only smiled, but he muttered in his heart, How can I not be lucky? Lu Chao was killed by me, a core disciple, a 4-star king. With such a terrifying status and strength, no one would dare to provoke him. Not to mention 8 to 10 years. He might not even die in a few decades. Chapter 1574. Chu Yu continued. Based on past experience, whenever there's a vacancy in the core disciple position, the top 10 inner disciples will compete for it. The winner will become the new core disciple. I think this time will be no exception. Top 10 inner disciples? Hearing this, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Can you give me a spot? Chu Yu smiled. I've helped you so much. What do you have to give me? Pill formula. Pill formula? Chu Yu was confused. This is the alchemy faction. There are countless pill formulas here. I'm a direct disciple. I can have any pill formula I want. You're fooling me with this condition. What if it's an ancient pill formula? Lin Xian smiled. What? Ancient pill formula? You have an ancient pill formula? Chu Yu was shocked. She quickly asked, What grade is it? Mid-grade Xian pill. Chu Yu sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Xian smiled. I can give it to you now. He flipped his hand and took out a jade slip. However, Chu Yu received the jade slip and quickly examined it. After a while, she smiled. Yes, it's an ancient pill formula. It's a mid-grade Xian pill. Where did you get such a good thing from? Chu Yu asked doubtfully. Even in the alchemy faction, there weren't many ancient pill formulas. It was good to have one more. Lin Xian smiled and said, I found it in an ancient ruin. You could say that it was a coincidence. Of course, he was lying. He had many such pill formulas. King Pillfeather's inheritance wasn't very useful to him now, but he still had wine lords. And the fourth-generation successor of the Dragon Sword had also collected many pill formulas. So he had a lot of pill formulas in his hands. Then I'll accept it. On the other side, Chuyu happily accepted the pill formula. Then she said, Don't worry about the challenge. I'll arrange it for you. However, I have to remind you that the battle this time will be very intense, because becoming a core disciple is like a carp leaping through the dragon's gate. So, the inner disciples will fight with their lives. That's fine. I'm confident, Lin Xian said. Indeed, he had absolute confidence in his battle strength and alchemy skills. Okay then, I'll let you know when there's news. Chuyu nodded. As a direct disciple, her strength was frightening. So, this was something she could do. After that, Lin Xian left. On the other side, the entire inner sect was in an uproar as well. This was because the news was spreading everywhere. That was to choose a new core disciple. The news of core disciple Lu Chao's disappearance was no longer some secret. Now, the entire pill sect knew. The most excited ones were, of course, the inner court disciples, especially the top inner disciples of the inner disciples. Normally, they had no chance to become a core disciple, however, things were different now. Now that they were short of a core disciple, the sect would definitely quickly replenish them. And the core was the core, of course. The ordinary inner disciples had no hope at all. They could only watch the show. Only the top inner sect disciples would have a chance to fight for it. I'm so excited. The core disciple selection this time will probably be the most intense battle in the sect. Yeah, it's been a long time since I've seen such an intense battle. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Indeed. But thinking about it, the one most likely to become an inner disciple must be Chiyu. He's recognized as the number one in the inner sect. However, Luo Yuan is also quite powerful. I heard that his cultivation has improved greatly recently. He might even surpass Chiyu. Yeah, there's also my goddess, Luo Shi. Her alchemy skills are unparalleled, and she's super strong. She'll definitely become a core disciple. Everyone was talking about it excitedly. Lin Xian happened to pass by. When he heard these names, he raised his eyebrows. They should be the strongest among the inner sect disciples. However, he didn't care. With his current strength, he didn't need to care about anyone. Sure enough, 6 days later, the news of a new core disciple selection was officially announced by the sect. Suddenly, the entire inner sect was in an uproar. At the same time, Lin Xian received a letter from Chuyu. The letter stated that he was still qualified to participate in the core disciple selection. After hearing the news, Lin Xian smiled. He could finally become a core disciple. That way, he would be able to learn some of the secrets of the alchemy sect. Moreover, the core disciples had a very high status. They had the power to decide life and death. Some of the more powerful core disciples were actually not inferior to the elders. If he could become a core disciple, it would be a good thing for Lin Xian. The other inner sect disciples gathered at the side to look at the names. Chiyu, Luo Yuan, and Luo Shi. One by one, familiar names appeared in front of them. That's right, the top 10. It's really the top 10 inner sect disciples. I knew it. Everyone nodded. It was the same in the past. The top 10 inner sect disciples would compete for a core disciple spot. However, they were soon stunned, because they found the 11th person at the bottom of the list, Lin Xian. Who is Lin Xian? Is he famous? I don't know. I've never heard of him. We all know the famous geniuses in the inner sect, but we've never heard of Lin Xian. Who is he? For a moment, everyone was very confused and started discussing. Obviously, they could not understand this name that suddenly appeared. However, soon, someone said, right, wasn't there an inner sect disciple who just joined a month ago? I think his name is Lin Xian. What? A new inner sect disciple who just joined a month ago? Lin Xian? Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Heavens, what kind of joke is this? A newcomer can enter the core disciple selection list? How is that possible? Yeah, could it be the same name? Maybe the sect made a mistake. Yeah, there were only 10 people before. Why are there 11 now? And it's a newcomer. This doesn't make sense. Everyone was discussing. However, in the end, they found that the sect did not make a mistake. Moreover, it was the newcomer who had just joined the inner sect a month ago. Suddenly, everyone was in an uproar. The entire inner sect was in an uproar. They really could not understand. How could a newcomer who had just entered the inner sect be on the list? I heard that when Lin Xian entered the inner sect, he was promoted directly. It seems that he has some background. Chapter 1575. The top 10 geniuses all have powerful backgrounds. Most of them have core disciples behind them, and some even have elders behind them. That's right. Even if there's one more person, it shouldn't be Lin Xian. The top 15 are all qualified to enter. But why is it a newcomer? Everyone was dissatisfied with the decision. However, this was the sect's decision, and they could not change it. The crowd snorted. What's the point of being on the list? If he's not strong enough, he'll still be eliminated. That's right. He just entered the inner sect a month ago. How powerful can he be? The last time I saw him, he was only a one-star king. What? Only a one-star king? That's not even as strong as me? Ha! I really want to see Lin Xian get beaten black and blue in the arena. Why bother? With his cultivation, he'll just be humiliating himself. Everyone sneered. However, in the crowd, when Zhou Hai and the others saw this, their eyes widened in shock. They had seen Lin Xian's skills and knew that Lin Xian was not as simple as he looked. One had to know that even the extremely terrifying Fang Li had been killed by Lin Xian with ease. Therefore, they believed that Lin Xian would be able to participate in the core disciple competition. However, only a few of them believed him. Most of the others were sneering at him in disdain and jealousy. Therefore, no one thought highly of Lin Xian. The top 10 geniuses in the inner sect sneered when they heard the news. Their eyes were full of disdain. None of them took Lin Xian seriously. In their eyes, a newcomer who had just entered the inner sect was not worth mentioning. They could kill him easily with a finger. Their real targets were Qiyu Luo Yuan and Luoshi. They were their real enemies. Alchemy sect, Baiyun Mountain. This was a very important place in the inner sect. Every time an elder gave a lesson, it would be held here. Today, no elder was giving a lesson, but the number of people who came to Baiyun Mountain was many times greater than before. On top of that, even more disciples were arriving from all directions. Because today was the day of the inner court competition, the selection of core disciples. This kind of opportunity could be said to be extremely rare. Normally, there were very few opportunities to be promoted to core disciple. If Lu Chao hadn't gone missing, they wouldn't have obtained such a precious spot. In this place, the top disciples would engage in an intense battle. To the ordinary inner disciples, this was undoubtedly a grand battle event. Halfway up Mount Baiyun, there was a huge piece of flat land. It was covered with green stone slabs. It was the White Cloud Plaza. At this moment, countless people had gathered in the White Cloud Square. They were like dark clouds. Basically, all the inner disciples had arrived. The main characters of this competition, the elite disciples of the inner court, had also arrived one by one. Every time one of them appeared, it would cause a wave of exclamations. It could not be helped, as the top 10 inner disciples were extremely powerful and had outstanding reputations. They already possessed extremely high statuses among the inner disciples. 10 inner disciples stood in a row at the front. Those people were dressed in luxurious clothes and had dignified appearances. They carried a powerful and confident aura. However, at this moment, another silhouette slowly walked forward. Who is that? Everyone was puzzled as they realized that it was an unfamiliar face, young, handsome, and confident. However, when they sensed the cultivation of the other party, they were all dumbfounded. Two-star king. He was only a two-star king. Oh, I know. He's that Lin Xian. What? He's Lin Xian? He really dares to come? With his cultivation, he dares to come on stage? What a disgrace. He's really courting death. What can he do? He's probably a hothead who thinks he can become a core disciple just because he has some background. But he doesn't know that this battle is about strength. Any schemes and tricks are useless. Cold laughter could be heard as the entire plaza fell into an uproar. Lin Xian heard the voices around him and narrowed his eyes. He snorted coldly. He did not say anything because later he would use his strength to let everyone know who was the frog at the bottom of the well. Brother Lin, you can do it. In the crowd, Zhou Hai and the others saw this and cheered. Lin Xian smiled and greeted Zhou Hai and the others. Soon, Lin Xian came to the front of the plaza. The 10 inner sect geniuses in front of him were indeed arrogant and looked at him with disdain. In their eyes, Lin Xian was not qualified to stand with them. Kid, get lost. This is not a place where you can come. I advise you to admit defeat and leave quickly. You'll only embarrass yourself later. Trash wants to become a core disciple? What a joke. A few disdainful laughs could be heard. The others also looked at Lin Xian with arrogance. On the other hand, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and stared at the 3 arrogant fellows. He asked coldly, "May I know the names of the 3 geniuses?" Yang Fan, Qing Feng, Wu Kuan. The 3 of them said arrogantly. Then they sneered. "Kid, you're really ignorant. You don't even know our names?" Lin Xian said coldly, "It's not too late to know now. I'll remember the 3 of you. I won't be merciful to you in the competition later. I'll let you know the consequences of talking nonsense." After saying that, he turned and stood aside. "Kid, you're courting death." The 3 of them were furious. A new inner sect disciple dared to threaten the 3 of them? He was really courting death. The remaining 7 inner sect elites also widened their eyes in disbelief. Many gazes continuously sized up Lin Xian, wanting to know where he got his confidence from. One had to know that he was only a 2-star king. So what if he was strong? At most, he was equivalent to a 3-star king. However, they were 3-star kings, and most of them were late-stage 3-star kings. If they used some secret techniques, they could even contend with 4-star kings. They were extremely powerful. They could be said to be the top group of people in the inner sect. Now, a new ant dared to look down on them? It was truly unbelievable. "Kid, I'll teach you a lesson now. You don't know your place." Ooh, the few of them were about to attack. However, at this moment, a few air-rending sounds could be heard from afar. A few figures were flying toward them like rainbows. It's the core disciples and elders. In the crowd, the inner sect disciples exclaimed. Everyone looked up at the sky. Upon seeing this, the 3 inner disciples who were about to attack immediately halted their actions and harumphed coldly. "Kid, you're lucky. However, you won't be so lucky in the competition later." Chapter 1576. "Kid, you're lucky, but you won't be so lucky in the competition. I'll cripple you in front of everyone. That's what you get for messing with us. Kid, you're dead meat. Just you wait." A few threatening voices were heard. Then the three of them ignored Lin Xian and looked at the sky. Lin Xian sneered and shook his head. He did not care about these three arrogant guys at all. No matter how strong they were only slightly stronger than Fang Li. Compared to a true core disciple like Lu Chao, they were a far cry. He could even kill Lu Chao, let alone these three inner sect disciples. He smirked and looked up at the sky as well. There were 5 or 6 rainbows in the sky. They arrived above Baiyun Mountain in the blink of an eye. Then their figures flickered and appeared on the square. 2 of them were elders in robes. Their hair and beards were white, and their bodies were full of power. The other 3 were young, 2 men and 1 woman. The woman was Chuyu. The other 2 young men were also handsome, and their bodies were surrounded by dazzling light. Undoubtedly, they were all core disciples. "Greetings, elders!" all the inner sect disciples shouted at the front. Then they began to discuss quickly. Most of them looked at Chuyu and the other 2. When the top 10 inner sect disciples saw Chuyu and the others, their eyes turned red, and they trembled with excitement. Idols, these were their idols. At the same time, they were extremely excited because after today, one of them would become a core disciple like a carp leaping through the dragon gate. They would be above all the other inner sect disciples. Thinking of this, they were excited. Chuyu looked in Lin Xian's direction and revealed a charming smile. Instantly, the inner sect disciples went crazy. They had never seen such a beautiful smile before. "So beautiful!" everyone exclaimed. "I wonder who that fairy is smiling at." Needless to say, it must be one of the top 10 inner sect disciples. The others have no chance at all. The top 10 inner sect disciples were also excited. Their eyes turned red. They thought that Chuyu was smiling at them. However, only Lin Xian understood that Chuyu was smiling at him. Thus, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he smiled and nodded in response. Of course, no one paid attention to Lin Xian. Otherwise, his action would cause everyone to go crazy again. Then, under the instructions of the 2 elders, everyone retreated to the back, leaving enough space for them to move. In the center of the square, a 100-foot-long battle array appeared. It shone with countless lights. Suddenly, the spiritual energy in the surroundings rolled violently and gathered around it. This was a defensive array, naturally, to protect Baiyun Mountain. Otherwise, these genius disciples could destroy the mountain with a wave of their hands. The rules of the competition was simple. Those who lost with more than 3 rounds. Only when the final 3 were chosen would the final battle begin. Now, the core disciple selection. A dignified voice rang out like a clap of thunder, spreading in all directions. Suddenly, the entire square quieted down. Everyone widened their eyes and looked ahead carefully. As for the inner disciples, they held their breaths. They knew that it was time for them to be tested. In front of them, on the Baiyun Square, the battle array flickered. Under the feet of Lin Xian and the other 10, there were circles of light that flickered. When 2 of the circles lit up, it was time for the 2 to fight. This was a random selection. No one could tamper with it. Soon, the light flickered. The light under the feet of 2 people lit up. Then, the 2 of them appeared on the battle array in front of them. Of the 2 youths, one was Ding Li, ranked 9th, and the other was Wu Kuan, the arrogant Wu Kuan, ranked 7th. "Humph, Ding Li, you're no match for me. Back off now. Don't embarrass yourself. Humph, we'll know if I can beat you after we fight." Ding Li gritted his teeth. Although his ranking was lower than Wu Kuan's, he would not admit defeat. "Humph, you're really stubborn. Since that's the case, I'll teach you a lesson." Wu Kuan sneered and attacked quickly. The 2 of them exchanged 50 moves. Ding Li, who was ranked 9th, was hit by Wu Kuan's punch. He spat out blood and flew backward. "Humph, I told you you're no match for me." Wu Kuan looked arrogant after defeating his opponent. At the same time, he turned and stared at Lin Xian. Kid, you'll end up worse than him later. Sensing that aura, the surrounding disciples all trembled. Lin Xian, on the other hand, completely ignored the other party. Of course, this was just a small interlude. Next, the competition proceeded quickly. These disciples were the top geniuses in the inner sect. Each of them was terrifying. Their battles were very exciting. Next, it was the young man named Yang Fan's turn. He was more powerful than Wu Kuan. Therefore, he defeated his opponent in 30 moves. Qiyu, Luo Yuan, and Luoshi, who were ranked in the top 3, were even more powerful. They defeated their opponents in 10 moves. The 3 of them formed the first echelon and were above the rest. However, at this moment, a light flashed under Lin Xian's feet. Is it my turn? Lin Xian whispered. Then his body flickered, and he appeared in the arena. Haha, my luck is really too good. I actually met an ant. This battle would be as easy as blowing off dust. At the same time, an arrogant laugh was heard. Then a figure flew forward. Lin Xian's opponent was one of the arrogant young men, Qing Feng. He was ranked 10th and was very nervous. He was afraid that he would not be able to pass the first round. However, it seemed that his luck was too good. It was his first time meeting a newcomer who had just entered the inner sect. This was great news for him. Seeing this, the others also exclaimed, while the few inner court geniuses whispered to each other. Qing Feng is so lucky. It seems that he will be able to survive the first round. Yes, that kid is so weak. He can probably send him flying with one slap. What a pity. It seems that I don't have to do anything. Wu Kuan sneered. But it was good. Qing Feng was enough to deal with that kid. At the same time, he did not forget to remind Qing Feng, don't be soft. Teach this kid a lesson. Don't worry, Brother Wu. I know what to do. In the arena, Qing Feng replied. Then he looked at Lin Xian and said coldly, Kid, you didn't expect this, did you? It's your misfortune to have met me. Ooh. But now, it's too late for you to beg for mercy. I will teach you a lesson in front of everyone. I'll let you know that ants are not allowed here. Chapter 1577. The others also laughed because no one was optimistic about Lin Xian. A 2-star king and a 3-star king were not on the same level. The outcome would be decided in one move. The surrounding inner sect disciples also looked on with a mocking expression. Even the 2 core disciples who came frowned. They could not imagine how a 2-star king could participate in such a competition. However, the 2 elders asked in a low voice, is this the person you recommended? Can he really do it? He's only a 2-star king. Don't worry, elders. There will be no problem. Chuyu stood up with a smile. The 2 elders nodded and did not say anything. However, their eyes were filled with disbelief. Lin Xian said coldly when he heard his opponent's clamor from the battle array arena. You'll pay for your cheap mouth. You're courting death. Qing Feng roared in anger. His 5 fingers turned into claws and grabbed at Lin Xian. The horrifying palm extended like a 5-fingered mountain and shrouded Lin Xian at high speed. Lin Xian snorted. His eyes shone with a cold light. He clenched his fist and punched. Boom. The punch was extremely terrifying. It was as bright as the sun, and the entire void was burning. Bang! An earth-shattering sound was heard as the 2 palms collided. The entire space shattered. Crack! Crack! Ah! A blood-curdling scream was heard, accompanied by the sound of bones breaking. Then a figure was sent flying. Humph! The outcome has been decided. I've said that Lin Xian can't do it. A 2-star king. How dare he go up with such strength? He's courting death. The surrounding disciples were discussing. As for the genius martial artists in the top 10, They were all sneering at him. "It's over so soon? What a piece of trash." Wu Kun said coldly, "It seems that I won't have a chance to fight." On the other side, Yang Fan was also disdainful. The others were also mocking. However, they were all stunned in the next moment. Yang Fan and Wu Kun widened their eyes as if they had seen a ghost. The surrounding inner disciples also exclaimed, "What? That's impossible." It turned out that the light on the array arena had disappeared, revealing the scene inside. Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back, looking calm. Beside him, Qing Feng was holding his arm and half kneeling on the ground with a ferocious expression. There was still blood flowing on the ground. Now they realized that the one who was screaming was not Lin Xian, but Qing Feng. How could that be possible? Everyone was stunned and could not believe it. That was Qing Feng. He was a genius disciple ranked in the top 10 of the inner sanctum, and he had even reached the late stage of 3-star king realm. His strength was extremely terrifying. However, Lin Xian's level as a star king... For a moment, everyone was stunned on the spot. On the other side, Qing Feng was half kneeling on the ground. He was also panicking. He shook his head frantically. "Impossible. Damn it. This is impossible. I don't believe it." He could not believe it and thought it was an illusion. However, the pain that came from his palm made him realize that this was not an illusion, nor was it a dream. It was real. He had been injured by a 2-star king realm. He was injured by a punch. "Humph! I told you that you would pay the price for your foul mouth. This is just the beginning." Lin Xian snorted and took a step forward. Suddenly, the light under his feet shone and formed a sword ray. Lin Xian appeared in front of his opponent in an instant. So fast. Seeing the scene, everyone cried out in surprise because that speed shocked them. Even the ordinary inner court disciples couldn't catch Lin Xian's trajectory at all. Even the top 10 sky prides of the inner sect were frowning. On the array arena, Qing Feng's expression changed drastically. He screamed in horror, "What are you trying to do?" "Slap." However, the answer he got was a slap. The slap landed on Qing Feng's face and broke all of his teeth. Blood splattered in the air. Qing Feng's face became swollen in an instant. He looked like a pig's head. However, Lin Xian did not let him go. He waved his palm continuously. Suddenly, the crisp sound of a slap echoed throughout the valley. The 10th slap, Qing Feng was sent flying and crashed to the side, creating a huge crater. His face was unrecognizable. His body kept twitching. He had suffered severe internal injuries. In the end, he spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. Shock, absolute shock. For a moment, the hundreds of thousands of disciples in the white cloud square were silent. Everyone was stunned. Lin Xian was weak? Trash? Did he get in through the back door? Everyone's mouth twitched. They felt that their faces were swollen. If such a person was trash, then no one in the inner sect could be considered a genius. He had completely defeated the top 10 geniuses in the inner sect. However, they still could not believe it. Lin Xian was only a star king. How could it be possible for him to fight above his level? Even the 2 elders were astonished. Now, they knew why Chuyu had such a confident smile. Lin Xian was definitely not trash. He was a genius, a peerless genius. He had even surpassed most of the disciples in the alchemy faction and could compete with the geniuses in the sacred ground. Only the geniuses in the sacred ground or the disciples of the clan of the ancients could defeat a star king in the advanced stage. However, they did not expect such a person to appear in the alchemy faction. We must train this person well. The 2 elders made up their minds. The other 2 core disciples beside them also looked solemn. They wanted to watch a show, but they did not expect to see such a shocking scene. In the next moment, they stared at Lin Xian with shining eyes. The inner sect geniuses were even more shocked. Their mouths were wide open in disbelief. Wu Kuan and Yang Fan's faces were terrifyingly gloomy. They did not expect that the ant they despised was a giant dragon. He was even more terrifying than them. Damn it! How can he be so powerful? The two of them gritted their teeth. After Lin Xian sent Qing Feng flying, his body swayed, and he returned once again. However, he stared at Wu Kuan and Yang Kuan. Don't worry, the two of you can't run away. I'll deal with you personally later, Lin Xian said coldly. You're courting death. How dare you? The two of them were furious. Kid, don't be too arrogant. You may be strong, but so what? Qing Feng is only ranked 10th among the inner sect disciples. He's nothing compared to us. Chapter 1578. The two of them swore that they would defeat their opponent in the battle. Moreover, they had to severely injure their opponent, preferably cripple him. Only then would they be able to prevent future troubles. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly and ignored the two of them. There was no need to say anything now. He would just meet them in the battle arena. He would not stop until his opponent's face was swollen. Next, the competition continued. Another genius went up to fight. Soon, the crowd exclaimed again. This time, it was Qiyu. Qiyu, the #1 inner sect disciple, was recognized as the strongest inner sect disciple. He had a high chance of becoming a core disciple. Now that he went up, he attracted a lot of attention. Even Lin Xian squinted his eyes and looked carefully. A figure appeared in front of him. He was burly, had a cold expression, and had a valiant aura around him. He was like a god of war as he strode forward. Opposite him was a similarly fierce young man. His eyes were like lightning, and he was also very fierce. He was Guo Xiaotian, ranked 5th. I didn't expect that my opponent would be you. Guo Xiaotian's voice was deep, like a bell, resounding through the void. Qiyu nodded slightly, then said in a deep voice, "Show me your full strength. Let me see your strength." "You will see," Guo Xiaotian replied. Then a shocking light burst out from his eyes. In the next moment, countless purple flames appeared around him, forming a powerful king's domain. With a roar, Guo Xiaotian charged forward with the purple flame domain. Facing Qiyu, he did not dare to be careless at all. Therefore, he used his strongest skill right from the start. On the other hand, Qiyu roared to the sky. Endless light rushed out from his body, and his red hair fluttered like red flames. Behind him, a burning moon quickly appeared, exuding a monstrous aura. Flaming moon palm. With a wave of his palm, an endless sea of fire condensed, forming a burning moon that pressed forward. In the next moment, the two attacks collided. The two terrifying flames burned silently, but the sky kept cracking. The purple flame domain and the burning moon kept colliding, eroding and attacking each other. The overflowing energy turned into waves that swept in all directions, causing the crowd to retreat in shock. Fortunately, there was a formation that formed a strong defense. Otherwise, this attack would have definitely shattered the entire White Cloud Mountain. In the end, the two types of flames erupted with unparalleled power, blasting one black hole after another into the void. Guo Xiaotian, on the other hand, vomited blood and was sent flying. He had lost. Even though he had used an extremely powerful domain technique right from the start, he had still lost. In fact, Qiyu didn't even use his king's domain. He only used a palm technique to achieve victory. Seeing the scene, everyone was extremely shocked. They did not dare to imagine just how strong Qiyu was. So strong. I'm afraid no one is his match. Yeah, the core disciple's spot this time is very likely to be his, everyone exclaimed in surprise. Even the two elders nodded their heads slightly. Facing Chi Yu's strength, those intersect geniuses all felt a sense of powerlessness. Humph! However, there were a few exceptions. Luo Yuan, who was ranked second, coldly snorted, his eyes flashing brilliantly as he stared at Chi Yu, and Luoshi, who was ranked third, also had a cold expression. Her delicate face was filled with seriousness. On the other side, Lin Xian nodded his head slightly. To be honest, Chi Yu's strength was indeed not bad. Although he was only a late-stage 3-star king, he was close to becoming a 4-star king. If he did not participate in the competition, no one among the intersect disciples would be Chi Yu's match. Unfortunately, with him participating in this competition, Chi Yu would definitely not win in the end. Then, the competition continued. Lin Xian went on the stage again. To everyone's surprise, Lin Xian's opponent this time was Wu Kuan. Seeing this scene, everyone exclaimed again. Wu Kuan was one of the people who had mocked Lin Xian before. The other person, Qing Feng, had already been beaten into a pig's head. Would Wu Kuan win? Or would he be beaten into a pig's head? Everyone was looking forward to it. Wu Kuan's face was terrifyingly gloomy as he gritted his teeth. He did not expect to meet Chi Yu again so soon. This made him feel a sense of fear. This was because the strength that Lin Xian had displayed previously had shocked him greatly. But soon he comforted himself. Careless. It must be Qingfeng's carelessness that allowed Chi Yu to win. If he used his full strength this time, he would definitely be able to kill Chi Yu. With a cold shout, Wu Kuan appeared on the stage and said coldly, "Kid, don't be arrogant. I will suppress you later." "Is that so? I am looking forward to it." Lin Xian shrugged and said indifferently, "Do you want me to only use one hand?" "You are courting death," Wu Kuan roared. As an intersect genius, when had he ever been looked down upon like this? With a roar, he rushed over. Lightning Fire Domain. Wu Kuan immediately unleashed his king's domain, intending to kill Lin Xian. He would not give Chi Yu any chance. Flames filled the air as lightning intersected. The entire void was extremely violent. The power of fire and lightning intersected, creating thousands of rays of light that caused people's hearts to palpitate. In an instant, Wu Kuan arrived in front of Lin Xian and attacked with his lightning fire domain. "Ha ha, kid, go to hell." Wu Kuan laughed sinisterly. The intersect disciples around him also exclaimed. They did not expect Wu Kuan to use his secret technique right from the start. He did not give Chi Yu any chance. It's over. Lin Xian is in danger. Yeah, Wu Kuan is ranked 7th. He is definitely not someone Qing Feng can compare to. Everyone was discussing. At this moment, everyone looked forward. However, Lin Xian looked calm. He looked at Wu Kuan, who was charging at him, and sneered. Then he raised his palm and slapped forward. What? He hasn't used his domain? Seeing this, everyone was shocked and could not believe their eyes. Even the intersect experts frowned. They thought that Lin Xian was too arrogant. Slap. However, in the next moment, a crisp sound was heard. Lin Xian slapped Wu Kuan's face and sent him flying. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. They did not expect the slap to hit Wu Kuan. Wu Kuan did not dodge at all. Suddenly, everyone's mouth twitched. Many of them even touched their faces. Subconsciously, judging by the power of the slap, half of Wu Kuan's face would definitely be smashed. That was indeed the case. Wu Kuan was sent flying with half of his face smashed. He could not believe what he had just seen. He had already used his king's domain and used his strongest strength. However, he was still sent flying. Chapter 1579. Next, he suffered the same fate as Qing Feng. He was slapped into a pig's head and thrown out of the arena. Everyone was shocked and could not believe it. They did not expect the battle to end so quickly. It was simply a one-sided beating. Heavens, just what realm has his strength reached? Why do I feel like he's a bottomless pit? That's right. To be able to send Wu Kun, who is ranked 7th, flying with a single slap, I'm afraid only the top 5 experts can do that. Are you kidding me? He's at least at the level of the top 3. Everyone was shocked, and the inner sect geniuses were frowning. They realized that they had once again underestimated the young man in front of them. Even in Luo Yuan, and the others frowned at the power he had displayed. What an interesting kid. The 2 elders' eyes lit up as they stared at Lin Xian. Soon, the first round was over. Then came the second round, and the third round. Of course, some people were eliminated in the middle. After the 4th round, more people were eliminated. The battle between the crowd became more and more intense. Soon, the crowd in the White Cloud Square exclaimed again, because the competition had reached a climax, and Luo, who was ranked 3rd, was fighting against Du Luo Yuan, who was ranked 2nd, and Luo was wearing a blue robe. She looked like a fairy and was extremely beautiful. Beside her, countless blue flames were rolling like an ocean. With a wave of her hand, the blue flames instantly enveloped the entire arena. Then, an ice-blue sword quickly formed in the flames. Thousands of rays of cold light were emitted, and the terrifying aura seemed to be able to tear the sky apart. On the other side, Luo Yuan snorted coldly, and a bright light burst out from his eyes. Countless wolf shadows appeared in the air, each of them exuding a terrifying power. A giant blue sword was waved, carrying a bright light, and like a meteor, it slashed forward fiercely. As for the tens of thousands of divine wolf phantoms, they moved rapidly, blotting out the sky and covering the earth, filling the entire space. A fierce collision sound was heard, and the entire space was hit by a huge collision. With a loud bang, sparks flew everywhere. Everyone retreated in horror. This kind of attack was too terrifying. Just the aftershock alone was enough to destroy everyone. The 2 peerless experts kept exchanging blows, and each blow was earth-shattering. Violent energy roared like an ocean. After hundreds of blows, the blue sword exploded and turned into countless flames again, spreading in all directions. And Luo was defeated. But on the other side, Luo Yuan was also suffering. His face was pale, and he didn't have much strength left in his body. It could be said that the victory was very dangerous. Many sighed, and Luo was the goddess in their hearts, yet she had been defeated. However, it had to be said that this was definitely a shocking battle. Every strike made people's hearts jump. Not long after, Lin Xian went up again. His opponent was Yang Fan, who was ranked 4th. Yang Fan was much stronger than Wu Kun. However, he was still defeated by Lin Xian. Moreover, his face had been beaten until it looked like a pig's head, and he didn't escape this fate. From then on, everyone was extremely shocked. The strength that Lin Xian had displayed was too strong. Even Yang Fan, who was ranked 4th, was not his match. With such strength, he definitely had the qualifications to enter the top 3. Until now, no one thought that Lin Xian was weak. Even the majority of the inner sect geniuses were ashamed of their inferiority. This was because they were unable to reach such a level of strength. And Luo, who was ranked 3rd, and Luo Yuan, who was ranked 2nd, looked even more dignified. They didn't expect that at this time, a peerless expert would appear. And it was a newcomer, the 6th match, and Luo and Qi met. Everyone watched nervously. And Luo also used all her strength in this battle, but she was defeated after 50 moves. And she was defeated wholeheartedly. It couldn't be helped. Qi was really too strong. That burning flaming moon was extremely terrifying. It seemed to be able to suppress everything in the world. This made everyone feel despair. Next, not long after, Lin Xian finally met Luo Yuan. Suddenly, everyone was excited. because the strength that Lin Xian displayed was definitely at the level of the top three, and Luo Yuan was even stronger. He was ranked second only to Qiyu. This was undoubtedly going to be a fierce battle between dragons and tigers. In the ring, Luo Yuan's eyes were cold. He stared at Lin Xian like a divine wolf. He said in a deep voice, "I admit that you are very strong, beyond everyone's expectations. But against me, you have no chance of winning." "It's useless to say more. Let's fight," Lin Xian said indifferently. Boom. Luo Yuan roared. Suddenly, countless divine wolf phantoms filled his surroundings. Each of them was more than 3 meters long and had a pair of divine wings on their back. They exuded a terrifying aura. This is Luo Yuan's unique skill, divine wolf howling the sky. I wonder what Lin Xian will use to resist it. I don't think he has a chance. After all, Luo Yuan is second only to Qiyu. He is the only one who can compete with Qiyu. No matter how strong Lin Xian is, he is probably only on par with Luoshi. I'm afraid he will still lose to Luo Yuan. While everyone was discussing, Luo Yuan had already made his move. He brought the divine wolf phantoms with him and quickly charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian looked calm. He formed a seal with his palms and immediately displayed the 9 heavens transformation. A huge 9-headed snakelet took shape in front of him. Its body was as huge as a mountain, and its 9 heads swayed in the air. Instantly, lightning, flames, frost, cold wind, light blades, and various other attacks flew out of the 9 heads and rushed forward. Boom! The divine wolf phantoms were pierced through and turned into spiritual energy that dissipated in the air. What? He actually pierced through them? Seeing this scene, everyone exclaimed in shock. They had never expected that Lin Xian would have such a method capable of instantly defeating a large number of divine wolf phantoms. Even Luo Yuan on the opposite side was moved. The next moment, he roared, "Wolf conquers the world." As his voice rang out, purple radiance erupted from the eyes of the divine wolf phantoms. All the phantoms merged rapidly, forming a huge divine wolf that walked between the heavens and the earth. The divine wolf looked ferocious and terrifying. It walked upright like a giant, black fog rolling around its body and emitting a terrifying energy. Not only that, a huge black saber appeared in its hand. It flickered with an incomparably dark radiance. At this moment, Luo Yuan finally unleashed his strongest technique. With a roar, the wolf god phantom brandished its huge black saber and viciously slashed forward. The saber flashed, shattering the void. The saber cleaved the 9-headed snakelet in half. Instantly, all the flames, lightning, hailstones, and other energies disappeared. How powerful! Seeing this scene, many inner court disciples exclaimed in surprise, "It's out! This is Luo Yuan's strongest technique. That Lin Xian definitely won't be able to block it." Everyone held their breaths and watched carefully. Even Lin Xian was slightly astonished. This was the only person capable of blocking a single attack of his. Chapter 1580. Lin Xian nodded. Then he clenched his fist and slammed it forward. Instantly, the great dragon sword soul in his body revolved. Boundless spiritual energy gathered and formed 2 huge steels in the sky. The steels were formed by spiritual energy. They shone brightly and illuminated their surroundings. Although they weren't real, they were like ancient divine steels. They emitted a mysterious energy that caused everyone's heart to palpitate. Suppress! Lin Xian's palm slammed down. Instantly, the ancient steels in the sky pressed down slowly. Shockwaves rolled, and the void shattered. The ancient steels directly suppressed the terrifying wolf god. Roar! The wolf god howled madly. Black energy surged out of his body, forming a hellish scene. The black saber in his hand slashed in all directions, creating a black hole in the void. However, he couldn't escape from the divine steels in the sky. In the end, he was trapped in the void and howled in pain. Everyone was stunned. After a long time, they all inhaled a mouthful of cold air. As for Luo Yuan, he was stunned. His mind was blank. He couldn't believe it. His strongest technique had actually been easily suppressed by someone else. Moreover, he realized that his opponent had held back. Otherwise, he would have been seriously injured. He might even have been killed. You've won. You're very strong. I've lost. Finally, Luo Yuan sighed and admitted defeat. The moment these words came out, the crowd went into an uproar. Shocking. This was too shocking. Even the second-ranked genius had admitted defeat. Had Lin Xian become so strong? At this moment, even the first-ranked Qi Yu had a solemn expression. The eyes of the core disciples shone. The two core elders were also extremely excited. They realized that Lin Xian was truly a peerless genius. He was comparable to those from the sacred land. At this point in the competition, it was clear that everyone had a record of defeat. Only Lin Xian and Qi Yu had a record of complete victories. Therefore, the core disciple position would be decided between the two of them. The winner would be the next core disciple. At this thought, everyone couldn't help but get excited. This was going to be the strongest battle of the inner disciples. At this moment, Luo Yuan and Luoshi, Chuyu, and the other core disciples all focused their gazes forward. Chiyu was a tall man with a head full of fiery red hair that fluttered in the wind like a burning flame. He stared at Lin Xian and said in a deep voice, "You're very strong, and you've exceeded my expectations. I never thought that the final battle would be with you." Lin Xian smiled and said, "Life is full of surprises. No one can predict what will happen next. Perhaps you didn't expect to lose in a while." Humph! Hearing this, Qi Yu snorted coldly. "The one who will lose is you. There is no doubt about that. There's no point in talking. Let's do it." Lin Xian shook his head slightly. Seeing Lin Xian's contemptuous look, Qi Yu was furious. As the #1 disciple of the inner sect, he had always been high and mighty, and no one dared to look down on him. But now he was being looked down upon. How could he not be angry? Therefore, the moment he made his move, he used a powerful ultimate skill. A burning moon quickly appeared and shrouded Lin Xian. This aura was too terrifying. Even Luo Yuan and Luoshi trembled. Their expressions changed greatly. They had not expected Qi Yu to be so strong. Damn it, he hid his cultivation. Luo Yuan trembled, his eyes filled with fear. He had originally thought that he could compete with Qi Yu, but now it seemed that it was impossible. Qi Yu's aura was very close to that of a 4-star king. Apart from the core disciples, no one could compete with Qi Yu. Even the 2 core disciples and the elders nodded slightly, acknowledging Qi Yu's strength. Lin Xian was expressionless, his expression calm. The next moment he raised his hand gently and pointed with a finger, void shattering. A ray of finger light flew out like a heaven-shaking divine rainbow, flying in the sky. At this moment, the finger beam seemed to be the only thing in the world, so bright that no one could open their eyes. Pung! A deep sound rang out as the finger beam instantly shattered the red moon. This scene stunned everyone. They didn't dare to believe it. The red moon contained spiritual energy that was infinitely close to that of a 4-star king. Among the inner disciples, no one could compete with it. But now it had been shattered with a single finger. How terrifying was the energy needed to do that? However, the one who did it was only a 2-star king? Everyone felt like they were dreaming. On the opposite side, Qi Yu looked as if he had been struck by lightning. His face turned pale as he kept retreating. A stream of blood flowed down from the corner of his mouth. It was bright red and dazzling. He was too shocked. This red moon was his ultimate skill. No one in the inner sect could resist it. Only the core disciples could compete with it. But now the other party had merely pointed out with a finger, and his ultimate skill was broken. He could not accept it at all. At that moment, even the two elders widened their eyes. That was because Lin Xian's battle prowess was truly astonishing. Does this guy have the combat strength of a 4-star king? Thinking of this, everyone sucked in a cold breath. Damn it, I don't believe it. Qi Yu roared. He waved his hand, and a huge red moon formed beside him. The Moonlight Realm was Qi Yu's king's realm. As soon as the Moonlight Realm was formed, it quickly condensed into red moons that pressed forward. Each red moon was like a red mountain, shaking the void and crushing the surroundings. However, Lin Xian only waved his finger and shattered these terrifying red moons. Qi Yu roared crazily. He wanted to get closer to Lin Xian with his red moon realm. As long as he could envelop Qi Yu in his king's realm, he would be able to win. However, that frightening finger light caused him to be alarmed. He could only use his maximum speed to continuously dodge. In the end, after 9 red moons were destroyed, Qi Yu finally arrived in front of Lin Xian. Suddenly, Qi Yu was ecstatic. His eyes shone with a terrifying light. The red moon realm beside him was even more dazzling. It was like a sea of fire. It's over. The huge red moon realm quickly enveloped Lin Xian. Seeing this scene, everyone cried out in alarm. Could it be that Lin Xian was really finished? At this moment, everyone was extremely nervous. Lin Xian was still calm. He waved his hand, and the dragon sword realm was quickly displayed. Tens of thousands of sword qi roared, killing intense sword to the sky. The whole world seemed to have become a world of sword qi. Bang! In the next moment, the two kings' realms collided. Countless cracks appeared in the void. Chapter 1581. Just one hit, and he was severely injured. Moreover, it was because his opponent was defending passively. If his opponent took the initiative to attack, he would have been killed. Everyone was stunned. The entire White Cloud Square was extremely quiet. Defeated. Qi Yu was actually defeated. After a long time, the crowd exclaimed. They could not believe that Qi Yu, the #1 inner sect disciple, was defeated. This was too terrifying. His opponent was only a 2-star king, but the combat power he displayed was even more terrifying than Qi Yu's. He had probably reached the 4-star king level. At this moment, all the inner sect disciples looked at Lin Xian, their bodies trembling. The 2 core disciples in the distance also looked very serious. His combat power was already on par with theirs. As for the 2 elders, they were also extremely excited. A peerless genius, an absolute peerless genius. Their alchemy faction had picked up a treasure this time. Qi Yu was seriously injured and fainted. He was carried away for treatment. The entire place was completely silent. After a long time, an elder said in a deep voice, "This competition has ended. The one who became a core disciple is Lin Xian." Everyone was silent. They had never thought that today's result would be like this. Lin Xian revealed a smile. Very good. He had finally become a core disciple. Next, the elder told Lin Xian about the situation of core disciples. After becoming a core disciple, their treatment was greatly improved. They could have their own mountain to cultivate. Moreover, they could obtain more resources and could even enslave inner and outer sect disciples. Because Lu Chao had disappeared, a mountain was empty, so Lin Xian directly took over that mountain. Everything that Lu Chao had before was replaced by Lin Xian. In addition, core disciples had 2 opportunities to listen to the elders' lectures every month. They could read the middle grade Earth class martial arts and middle grade Xian pill recipes. They could cultivate their own spiritual herbs in the mountains. and only needed to give 50% to the sect. Of course, the sect had a rule that core disciples would be given a mission every 3 months. If they could not complete it, their treatment would be greatly reduced. Lin Xian nodded to show that he understood. He knew that the sect and its disciples had a coexisting relationship. They needed to cooperate with each other. He didn't need to worry about these things. He planned to wait until things were stable before going to the library to see if there were any clues about King Pillfeather. Just like that, Lin Xian became a core disciple. The resources he needed were all sent to the mountain peak. Among them, in addition to the cultivation method, pill Dao, and spiritual medicine, there was also a blue pill. It was said that this was a very good pill. Only core disciples and above could possess it. The inner and outer sect disciples did not have the fortune to enjoy it. How could there be such a good thing? Lin Xian was overjoyed. What he lacked the most now was energy. If the great dragon sword soul wanted to improve, it would require an extremely large amount of energy each time. Moreover, it would increase exponentially. If he couldn't find so much energy, he was afraid that his realm would stagnate. Now, this blue pill seemed to be a very good pill, so he planned to try it. After those people left, Lin Xian set up a defensive array on the mountain peak and named it Star Mountain. Then he sat down cross-legged, took out the blue pill, and quickly swallowed it. Immediately, the pill dissolved, and a torrent of energy rushed into his meridians. So powerful! Lin Xian was overjoyed. He didn't expect that the blue pill would have such a strong energy. It's indeed a good thing. No wonder only core disciples have it. He used the longevity incantation to quickly absorb the energy. But soon, he frowned because the longevity incantation seemed to have changed. The longevity incantation was a cultivation method that he had been practicing since he started cultivating. It could be said that it was very powerful. Moreover, there had never been any changes. But now, the longevity incantation had changed. The cultivation method had reversed. Every cultivation method followed a certain path between the meridians and acupoints in the body to provide energy to the body. It could be said that this path was very stable. But now, the longevity incantation had reversed. Lin Xian didn't dare to imagine the consequences. Damn it, what's going on? Lin Xian's expression changed drastically. He wanted to stop, but he realized that he couldn't do it. The longevity incantation was like an azure dragon that quickly reversed in Lin Xian's body, expelling all the energy from the blue pill. Puff! Lin Xian's body trembled, and he spat out a blue liquid. Those were all the blue pills from before. After spitting out the blue liquid, the longevity incantation calmed down and returned to normal. What's going on? Lin Xian's eyes widened. He couldn't understand. The longevity incantation had stopped him from absorbing energy. This had never happened before. Therefore, he called the dark red dragon and He-Tu over. The two of them were experienced and knowledgeable, so they should know what had happened. After He-Tu and the dark red dragon heard this, they were also suspicious. They couldn't understand what was going on. Could it be that something went wrong with your cultivation? The dark red dragon said. That's impossible. If something went wrong, I should be seriously injured. But I'm completely fine. Lin Xian shook his head. At this moment, He-Tu said, Kid, try taking other pills and see if your cultivation method will reverse. Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded. He took out a pill that he had refined himself and quickly swallowed it. This time, the longevity incantation didn't reverse. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. After a while, Lin Xian said doubtfully, could it be that there's something wrong with this blue pill? Or could it be that it conflicts with my cultivation method? Other than that, he couldn't think of any other reason. One had to know that he was an alchemist. He had taken countless pills and nothing had ever happened. Only this big brother's blue pill could cause the cultivation technique to reverse. Thus, after thinking about it, there were only these two possibilities. He-Tu nodded. Your cultivation method is very magical. Moreover, it hasn't made any mistakes for so many years. I don't think it's a problem with your cultivation method. So, it's the pill's problem, the dark red dragon said. Then, his eyes flickered as he carefully looked at the pool of blue liquid on the ground. What a strong energy! He waved his dragon claw and took out a drop to examine it carefully. After looking at it for a long time, he didn't find any problems. Although we didn't find any problems, it doesn't mean that there's no problem. Perhaps we just don't know yet. Hey2 said, "Kid, don't eat this blue pill. If you want energy, you can find it anywhere." As the new successor of the dragon sword, Lin Xian couldn't be allowed to have any problems with him. Lin Xian also nodded. Even if he wanted to eat it now, he couldn't. As soon as he took this pill, the longevity incantation reversed and spat out all the energy of the pill. Lin Xian had been using the longevity incantation for many years, so he felt that longevity wouldn't be harmful. It must be the pill's problem. At this moment, he suddenly had an idea. Chapter 1582. At this moment, Lin Xian suddenly had an idea. "Do you think the matter of King Dan Yu has something to do with this blue pill?" Lin Xian asked. Hearing this, Hey2 and Dark Red Dragon were deep in thought. Could it be that there's a secret behind this blue pill? I think it's possible. The two of them whispered. Lin Xian was delighted. It seemed that he had found a very important clue. In the future, he would search for this blue pill. He should be able to find some clues. Thinking of this, he did not hesitate. His figure flashed, and he left for Chuyu's mountain peak. If he wanted to know about the blue pill, he could only ask the core disciples. However, among the core disciples, he was only familiar with Chuyu. Therefore, he could only ask him. Chuyu saw Lin Xian and said with a smile, "Why are you here instead of enjoying your cultivation resources?" "Oh, it's like this. I just received a blue pill from the sect. After consuming it, I felt that the effect was very good. So I want to ask, how can I get more?" "Oh, you're talking about that pill." Chuyu smiled and said, "There's no other way. There's only one pill per month." "Only one pill per month? Is it the same for everyone?" Lin Xian asked calmly. "Yes, it's the same every month. No matter what method you use, you can't get more." "What kind of pill is it? How do you feel after consuming it? Do you feel uncomfortable?" Lin Xian asked again. "Why do you ask?" Chuyu was puzzled. "The effect of that pill is very good. Every time I consume it, I feel refreshed. I feel that my energy and body have reached the peak. It's definitely a rare pill. Only core disciples can consume it. However, I don't know what it's called. Everyone calls it Blue Wave Pill." "Blue Wave Pill," Lin Xian muttered, and then frowned. From what Chu said, it seemed that no one felt uncomfortable after consuming it. Moreover, the effect was surprisingly good. But why couldn't he take it? Of course, he didn't dare to tell Chuyu about this matter. Otherwise, it would alarm the sect, and he would be used for experiments or something. That would be terrible. It looked like he couldn't ask any more questions. Chuyu seemed to have begun to suspect something. Therefore, Lin Xian didn't ask any more questions. After chatting about some matters related to alchemy and cultivation, he left. "Kid, don't worry, take your time. Otherwise, it will attract the attention of others." Hey2 also reminded him. "Yes, I know." Lin Xian nodded and put the matter aside for the time being. A few days later, he went to the sect's library to read some books. He specifically selected some historical records. However, there was no record of King Pilplume. According to the Thousand Beast Cauldron, King Pilfeather was an elder in the past. His status and strength were even higher than that of a core disciple. Logically speaking, there should be records of it. However, Even after rummaging through the entire library, he did not find any records related to King Pillfeather. From the looks of it, he should have been erased by the alchemy sect. What did King Pillfeather do? He was actually hunted down by the pill sect, and all his deeds were erased? Could it be related to that blue pill? Lin Xian was puzzled, but he wasn't very sure. It looked like this matter couldn't be rushed. He could only wait slowly. With a sigh, he returned to Star Peak again. There was no progress on King Pillfeather's matter. Lin Xian could only cultivate and increase his strength in order to deal with the unknown danger. After cultivating for a period of time, he felt that his progress was too slow. After all, he had the great dragon sword soul. The energy required was several times, or even more than 10 times, that of an ordinary king. Therefore, normal energy was simply not enough for him to absorb. It looked like he could only go out and search for opportunities again. Lin Xian sighed. As expected, one had to pay a higher price than others in order to be powerful. Fortunately, the matter of Mount Feng wasn't over yet. Perhaps he should go and explore again. The dark red divine dragon was very much in favor of this suggestion. The benefits he obtained last time allowed him to advance by 1 level. Therefore, he couldn't forget about it now. The two of them didn't hesitate and left the pill sect again. They wanted to set off for Mount Feng. The demonic qi in Mount Feng was now even thicker. It overflowed into the sky and looked like hell. However, there were more martial artists in the surroundings. Moreover, it wasn't just the sects and countries nearby. Even sects and great sects from further away had come. It could be said that there were countless experts now. Damn, what did you discover? Why did you attract so many people? The dark red divine dragon looked at the figures flying in the sky and exclaimed, "Kid, be careful. Although there aren't any people from the sacred grounds or the remote antiquity families, those people from the great sects are also very powerful. I'm afraid that their strength is much stronger than your pill sect. Great sects? So powerful?" Lin Xian was also surprised. He thought that above the pill sect were the remote antiquity families and sacred grounds. He didn't expect that there were countless great sects in between. He too reminded, "Kid, don't underestimate these great sections. Some of the more powerful great sects have existed for tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years. The terrifying great sects foundation and strength are not inferior to the sacred grounds, or the remote antiquity families. So powerful." Lin Xian was shocked. Indeed, there were countless experts in the true spirit world and many sects. It seemed that the pill sect wasn't ranked among these great sects. The great sects foundation was limitless and incomparably terrifying. Even He Tu's words carried a trace of seriousness. Lin Xian took a deep breath. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit. He believed that with his talent and hard work, he would be able to rule the world one day. While they were talking, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon quickly arrived near Mount Feng. Compared to a few days ago, this place was even more terrifying. The overflowing aura made people tremble just by looking at it. The two carefully advanced. Not long after, they passed through the cave they had entered last time. The deeper they went, the more terrifying the aura became. Fortunately, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon weren't ordinary people, so they were able to resist this terrifying aura. If it were other kings, they wouldn't have dared to enter. However, just as they entered Mount Feng, they were attacked. It was a group of ghosts emitting a cold aura that surrounded Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon. But this time, Lin Xian's strength had greatly increased, so he easily dealt with them. As they continued forward, he finally frowned, because there were fighting sounds coming from ahead. It was obvious that the various forces had started fighting. Relying on his outstanding soul power, Lin Xian sensed danger and quickly avoided those warriors. He didn't want to fight with these people right now and waste his energy. Chapter 1583. There were about a dozen people in this group, and the leader was an old man. However, what made Lin Xian feel at ease was that this old man was only a 4-star king. The young people behind him were, at most, 3-star kings. The old man stared at Lin Xian, his eyes flickering, but he did not say anything. However, the young disciples beside him sneered. "Kid, who are you? How dare you wander around here? Aren't you afraid of death? A 2-star king dares to come in alone. You're really courting death." A few young disciples stepped forward and looked down at Lin Xian with arrogant expressions. The old man frowned, but he did not say anything. This was because he had already checked Lin Xian's cultivation before, and he was only a 2-star king. Such a person was not a threat at all. Moreover, he was also very curious. Where did the other party get the courage to appear here? Lin Xian's expression was grave. He did not pay attention to these people. His figure flashed, and he prepared to leave from another place. There was danger everywhere now, and he did not want to fight too much. He wanted to preserve his strength. However, those young people did not intend to let him go. A hint of anger even appeared in their eyes. "You're courting death. I asked you a question, and you dare not answer? You're too arrogant. No one dares to ignore us. A mere 2-star king dares to be so arrogant. Looks like we really need to teach you a lesson." They sneered and were about to attack. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly. "If you don't want to die, scram. You're courting death." Hearing Lin Xian's warning, the young people were furious. In their opinion, he was simply courting death for daring to reprimand them. Therefore, these people shouted coldly and erupted with a powerful force, quickly attacking Lin Xian. Lin Xian's face darkened, and a hint of killing intent appeared in his eyes. He did not want to fight too much and preserve his strength. However, these people in front of him provoked him again and again. It seemed that he had no choice but to attack. He snorted coldly and raised his arm. Suddenly, a dazzling sword light flew out from between his fingers. It was like a long river, fiercely slashing forward. A beam of sword light turned into 3 beams of sword chi and slashed towards the 3 young men in front of him. Puff, puff. 3 low voices rang out as the 3 arrogant youths were sliced in half. What? He was killed. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people widened their eyes in disbelief. Even that old man had a shocked expression on his face. To be honest, the other party was only a 2-star king tier, and he didn't attract his attention at all. Among his disciples, any one of them could easily kill the other party. However, he did not expect that the other party had actually concealed his strength and displayed such powerful strength, killing 3 of his disciples with a raise of his hand. "Brat, you're courting death." At this moment, the old man could no longer hold it in. An extremely powerful force surged out from his body, and together with his huge palm, he slapped towards Lin Xian. Instantly, the palm of light covered the sky and the sun, and the immense pressure caused the void to tremble. 4-star king tier? Is this what gives you the right to be arrogant? What a joke! Lin Xian snorted coldly, and a bright light burst out from his eyes. Then, a dragon's roar rang out from his body. A shocking beam of sword light shot up into the sky. He clenched his fist, and a black demonic sword appeared in his hand. Then he slashed it forward, a sword that split the sky. The huge sword chi was like a black mountain, and it was extremely terrifying. It directly blasted away the huge palm that covered the sky and enveloped the old man. Boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out, and the wind and clouds between heaven and earth moved violently. A huge crack appeared in the sky. The old man's expression changed drastically. He felt an extremely sharp radiance slashing his body, and he was instantly sent flying. At this critical moment, he activated 7 layers of defense. Among them, 3 layers of spiritual power defense, 3 layers of shields, and a piece of armor on his body blocked in front of him. He was truly too terrified because this sword chi made him shudder with fear and trepidation. However, even if he activated 7 layers of defense, it was useless. The black sword chi cut through all of his defenses and then slashed his body. Boom! The old man was sent flying. More than half of his bones were broken, and there was a horrifying sword wound on his body. Blood splattered in the sky, and the pungent smell of blood filled the air. Damn it! How is this possible? The old man was sent flying for dozens of miles, and he crashed into countless mountains. Only then did he stop, and his eyes were filled with horror. He was a 4-star king. He was extremely powerful, and his opponent was only a 2-star king. However, he was able to seriously injure him with a single sword strike. This was simply too sensational. Damn it! Is this kid from a sacred ground or a clan of the ancients? Or is he a disciple of one of those great sects? The old man's scalp went numb. He knew that he had kicked an iron plate this time. Only a disciple of such a force could fight someone of such a high level. Thinking of this, his expression became extremely ugly. In the next moment, he burned the spiritual power in his body, and his entire body turned into a bright light, and he fled into the distance. Humph! Black dragon break! Lin Xian snorted coldly. The black sword chi turned into a black dragon, and it roared forward. In an instant, the huge black dragon's body engulfed the old man. The sword light exploded, and the sword chi soared into the sky, tearing the sky apart. The old man was blasted into powder, and nothing was left behind. The disciples that he brought with him were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. They did not expect their master to be killed, and this person was the ant that they had mocked before. Who are you? You're not human. You're a demon. Everyone, run. The disciples were so scared that their faces turned pale, and they fled in all directions. However, at this moment, the dark red dragon sneered. He waved his dragon claws and shouted, "Dragon roars!" In an instant, countless dragon claws lashed out in all directions, filling up the entire space. Bang! Bang! Soon, the dozen or so disciples were all turned into blood mist by the dragon claws. The dark red dragon chuckled, and Lin Xian was also expressionless. To be honest, he did not have any pity in his heart because this world was very cruel. If he did not kill these people, they would kill him. If he and the dark red dragon were weak, they would have been killed by the other party long ago. After dealing with a few problems, Lin Xian and the dark red dragon continued on their journey. In front of them, black chi filled the air, and the aura of death soared into the sky. It was extremely cold. Some of the weaker warriors had no choice but to retreat. However, some of the bolder ones directly activated their king domains, or armor, to force their way in. As for the powerful kings, their blood chi was monstrous, and they were as vigorous as a furnace. From afar, one could see patches of red light that connected the heavens and the earth. Those were the scenes emitted by the blood chi of powerhouses. They were so powerful that ghosts and evil beings did not dare to approach. Lin Xian and the dark red dragon's blood chi rumbled in their bodies, emitting powerful auras. However, the two of them controlled themselves very well and did not appear too shocking. You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.